Description: crashing my ex's wedding was for closure. Until his plastic bride called me fat in front of everyone. 300 witnesses. Dead silence. That's when the mafia king put her in her place. Dante Bellicino. Devil in an Armani suit. My ex's father. He shuts her up with a single look. Apologize, he growls. Then turns to me like I'm the last sin he'll ever commit. You're staying. I should run. But fate traps us in an elevator between floors. And that's where I get my first taste of sweet submission. Now I'm working for him. Trapped in his world. His rules. My ruin. Because the man who owns my body, who touches me like I'll break, and ruins me like I won't, might be the one behind a murder that shattered my world. And falling for him might be my deadliest mistake. Reader's note: this is full-length standalone featuring an ex's dad, age gap, mafia, and office romance. Casey Crown is an Amazon Top 6 bestseller and international best-selling author. Chapter 1. EVA. The first rule of crashing a mob wedding? Don't. Especially not when your name is sitting pretty at the very top of the do not allow in list. Yet here I am, waltzing in like I own the damn place. Looking for trouble. Daring it to find me. Because when your hacking skills are sharp enough to carve through government firewalls, slipping onto a wedding guest list? Child's play. But this? This isn't some overpriced fairy tale wedding with a signature cocktail menu. It's a cathedral of crime, gilded in gold, teeth bared behind chandelier fangs, humming with blood money and champagne lies. Every man here is a predator in pressed Armani. Killers in cufflinks. Smiles like razors, eyes like loaded guns. Each one of them could make me disappear. And me? I'm the glitch in their perfect system. The ex who wasn't invited. And still showed up, thanks to my best friend's beautifully reckless plan. Halsey's elbow stabs into my side. Relax, girl, she purrs, voice like champagne and sin, lips grazing my ear. I dragged you here for closure. That, or a front row seat to Luca's catastrophic fuck-up. Either way, we win. Somehow, I don't find this very entertaining, I murmur, eyes scanning the crowd like it might bite. Halsey flashes a grin full of teeth and mischief. You will. Why am I really here? 3 months of therapy told me I needed closure. Something about reclaiming my narrative. But the way my pulse is rabbiting against my ribs? This doesn't feel like healing. This feels like walking barefoot into a room full of snakes. I ground myself in the reflection staring back from a gilded hallway mirror. The woman I see is fire in human form, curves that could start wars, wrapped in a dress that clings like it's begging for mercy. Full breasts testing the limits of silk. Hips that Luca once called too much now carving their space in the world like they goddamn own it. For one glorious second, I see what Halsey sees. A bombshell. Not the kind tucked away like a shameful secret. No. This woman could burn his entire world down. Let them stare. Let them whisper. Because tonight, I'm not the apology. I'm the threat. Luca wanted me hidden? Too damn bad. I'm done being anyone's secret. I take a breath. The air tastes like champagne and blood money. Gold leaf arches curve like the ribs of a golden beast. Chandeliers drip like diamond fangs, and even the flowers look weaponized, white roses arranged like sacrifices. Every inch of this place screams one thing: this is power. You are prey. Halsey nudges me again, her grin razor sharp. We might get lucky and find you a badass with fuckboy energy. I snort, my grip biting into the seams of my clutch. You need to be stopped. She winks. And yet, always right. A hush ripples through the crowd. The quartet's strings tighten like a noose as the air changes. There he is. Luca Bellicino. My ex. The human embodiment of a red flag in a Tom Ford tux. Same smirk. Same diamond LB cufflinks. Though now, I'm convinced they stand for lying bastard. The crowd rises. My pulse riots. Guests dressed in designer suits and chic dresses murmur in hushed excitement. My heart hammers against my ribs like it's trying to escape, just like I should. I can't decide if it's because of being in the same room as the man who casually tossed me aside for not being good enough, or the knowledge that half these guests have ties to organized crime. I recognize more faces than I care to admit, having done discreet tech work for some of them in the past. Cybersecurity patches, data encryption, the occasional cleanup job when their less than legal activities left a digital footprint. All anonymous. All untraceable. The only reason I'm not fish food in the Hudson? They know my skills, not my face. Luca's family is royalty here. He's the son of Dante Bellacino, the Capo di Tutti Capi, the kind of man whose name causes fear in certain circles. Never seen him in person. Only whispers. Too powerful to photograph. Too dangerous to cross. The dawn is a shadow, never caught in the light. That alone kept me from burning Luca down after the breakup. Oh, I wanted to. A keystroke here. A wire transfer there. Air his dirty digital laundry. But he wasn't worth it. I start to fidget. Halsey yanks me down. Chill, babe. We're nobodies here for the champagne. No one's looking at us. Except we kind of stand out. She smirks. Then let them look. You're a walking knockout. I shouldn't be here. The truth slips out like a bruise. This isn't closure. It's a slow-motion train wreck. Luca stands at the altar like the lie he is. That smile, the one that said you're perfect but never dared say you're mine. I came here to move on. But rage has better timing. The music changes. Guests stand. The bride enters. Sarah Kensington Jones glides forward, Luca's plastic perfect bride. Platinum hair. Lips plumped to bursting. A smile sharp enough to draw blood. Christ, Halsey mutters. She looks like she's never eaten a carb in her life. She says it too loudly. Heads turn. Sarah used to hover when Luca and I were together. Always too eager. Too fake. The kind of girl who measured his future with her last name before I was even gone. Now she's wearing his ring. And I realize, she didn't just win. She hunted. Deep down, I knew Luca was never mine to lose. He wanted his girl to be compliant and uncomplicated. And me? I've got rough edges and a heart that doesn't know how to shrink. I'm not perfect. But I'm real. And that was always too much for him. Sarah approaches the altar, and Luca steps down to meet her, his grip on her elbow more like a display of ownership than affection. The officiant begins speaking in a solemn tone, reciting the usual lines. Love. Fidelity. Lies. Luca's not even looking at his bride. His gaze drifts over the crowd, searching. Shit. This was supposed to be some kind of confront your past therapy session. Instead, I feel a sudden regret slamming into me. Get out of here before he sees you, my mind screams. Clearly I hadn't thought this through. I've seen enough. Let's bail. My fingers clamp around Halsey's wrist. She doesn't flinch, just meets my serious gaze with understanding. Now. Now. Luckily, we're seated close enough to the exit that we don't have to push past too many people. No awkward apologies. No curious stares. Just clean air and an escape plan. I start to exhale, chest loosening, pulse slowing. And then... my stiletto snags on a ridge of polished marble. Fuck. Everything slows. 1 second, I'm striding toward freedom, head high, almost smug. The next, I'm airborne. Clutch flying. Dress riding up. A gasp tearing from my throat like a warning flare. And then... I'm caught. 2 hands. one at my waist, the other fisted in the back of my dress. He hauls me upright like it's effortless. But the way he touches me? It's anything but careless. It's intentional. I slam into a chest made of brick and body heat. Broad. Solid. Unyielding. He doesn't stumble. Doesn't flinch. Just stands there like a mountain I ran into at full speed. He smells like leather and quiet power. And something expensive and deliciously masculine and vaguely dangerous. My hands land on his chest. Holy mother of upper body strength. Who is this man? I look up. Silver-streaked hair. Strong jaw. That perfect hint of stubble. And those eyes, hazel with gold edges. Unshaken. Unapologetic. Unfucking real. He's a silver fox. Not hot for his age. He's hot. Period. Full stop. End of me. Careful, he says, voice rough and low. Midnight gravel over velvet. Why does his voice sound like something I'd download on a sleep app just to make bad decisions? He doesn't smirk. Doesn't leer. Just watches me like he's not surprised I ended up in his arms. Like he called it. Wouldn't take you for the clumsy type, he murmurs. I swallow. Get it together. Words. Normal ones. He tilts his head slightly. Watches me like he's waiting to see if I'll bolt or melt. And damn if his proximity doesn't make my knees forget their purpose. Sorry, I'm usually better at staying vertical, I finally manage to say as I brush imaginary lint off my dress. There's no lint. I'm just surviving. He says. That's it. Just a sound. And somehow, it's hotter than a full sentence. Since when did indifference become an aphrodisiac? He lets go of me slowly. Too slowly. One hand dragging from my waist, the other brushing the back of my dress. Was that sensual? Was I just handled? I barely have time to regroup before Halsey appears. You okay? She asks, eyes scanning me to make sure I didn't break a bone. Yep. All good. Just temporarily airborne. Her gaze slides over to him, then back to me. She raises one brow, but says nothing. Just pulls out her phone and mutters, "One SEC, need to take this." Translation, I'm giving you a moment. Try not to combust. She steps away. He hasn't moved. You're still shaking, he says with a hint of concern in his eyes. Yeah. Adrenaline, I reply. And the soul-crushing public humiliation. There it is, a flash of amusement in his eyes. The corner of his mouth lifts. His first real reaction, and it wrecks me. God, he's lethal. You want a minute? I nod before my brain can veto. That would be great. Is there somewhere I can compose myself? He doesn't answer, just turns, all quiet command and tailored menace. Walks like the kind of man the world rearranges itself for. And I follow. Because I'm clearly making fantastic life choices today. We step into a side room, quiet, low light. Heavy furniture and heavier silence. He lingers near the door. I move toward a marble table and grip the edge like it might anchor me. He watches me. Still. Silent. Unmoving. He's the kind of man who doesn't chase. He waits, and the world bends to meet him. I just needed a minute. I'm fine, I lie, sliding into the polished calm I wear like armor, the kind you learn to stitch together when you grow up being passed around in foster homes and told to be grateful. The same armor my therapist says kept me alive, but won't let anyone all the way in. You're rattled, he says, voice gentler now. Which doesn't happen to women like you. I cross my arms, the silk of my dress suddenly too hot against my skin. And what exactly does that mean, women like me? Strong. Sharp. Impossibly put together. The kind who exits the second things get too real. He walks past me, unhurried, until he's close enough to steal my breath. Close enough that even the air feels compromised. I open my mouth, then close it. Because damn it, he's not wrong. And that pisses me off almost as much as it turns me on. Clearly I have a type, dangerous, observant, and probably armed. Maybe I just needed space, I mutter, knowing damn well it's a lie I want to believe. You need a release, he says, eyes dragging over me. But you won't ask. You'll bury it under logic and act like that ache doesn't exist. My pulse roars in my ears. Do you always psychoanalyze women at weddings? I ask, trying to sound annoyed instead of breathless. No, he says softly. Just the ones who fascinate me. Oh no. Don't like that. Don't feel that. That should have been a red flag. Hell, all his lines should come with a warning label. He's a walking disaster. A beautiful, well-dressed catastrophe. And I don't even know his name. He watches me like he's offering a choice, not making a move. And it's infuriating how badly I want to say yes to whatever fire he's holding out. I think you've been holding yourself together for so long, you've forgotten how to let go. I think. He lifts his hand, brushing a curl from my cheek. You want someone who won't apologize for wanting you back. Game. Over. I don't move. Don't speak. My entire body goes still, except for the part of me screaming for more. What am I supposed to say? Hi, ruin me please? Because for the first time in months, I don't want control. I want him. You talk like you've already won me, I say, lifting my chin. His eyes flare, just slightly. Surprised. Like I cracked through something most people don't even get close to. Like no one talks to him that way. I don't even know your name, I murmur. His answer is a slow, easy lie wrapped in truth. You don't need to. Ominous. Infuriating. And unnecessarily hot. We should go. My friend's probably wondering if I've been murdered or married by now. He smirks, just slightly. She's smart. I nod. Nothing more. Because I don't trust myself to say anything sensible. Knowing me, I'll ask him to take me somewhere dark. And wreck me on purpose. But I'm not ready for that. Not yet. We walk out together. Not touching. Not speaking. But everything about him is heat, right there beside me. Impossible to ignore. The space between us crackles, electric. Like the air just before a storm. And all I can think is, what does a man like that do with his hands when he's not saving someone, but claiming them? And why does every part of me want to be the thing he claims next? I glance toward the ballroom doors, then back towards his direction, but he's gone. Like smoke. Like he was never real. But I can still feel the imprint of his hands. Still taste the warning in his voice. And in the pit of my stomach, something tells me, this won't be the last time he catches me. And I might not want him to let go. And then. Eva? Sarah Bellacino. Of course. The venom in her voice is wrapped in sugar. And just like that, the spell breaks. The room tilts. Reality slams back into me with a vengeance. I brace for impact. From the corner of my eye, I catch movement, guests rising, stretching, clutching purses and discarded programs. The ceremony's just ended, and the feeding frenzy is about to begin. Wow, she purrs. You look bold. That dress is definitely working overtime. Heat floods my cheeks, rage or shame, I can't tell. Soft gasps ripple through the crowd like aftershocks. Someone coughs, a poor disguise for a laugh. People freeze. Heads turn. Love that you came, though, she adds sweetly. So empowering to see women own their volume. Her bridesmaids titter, practiced, poisonous, behind flawless, weaponized smiles. My throat constricts. My skin burns. I open my mouth to speak, to snap, to scorch, to fight fire with fire. But nothing comes. Not a word. Just silence, loud enough to drown me. Then. That will be enough. A voice slices through the air like broken glass. Low. Rough. Final. The entire ballroom stills. Sarah freezes mid-smirk. And then I see him. Stepping forward like he owns the ground beneath every foot in this room. Him. The silver fox from earlier steps forward, the crowd parting like they know better than to obstruct him. Apologize, he says. Not loud. Not angry. Just absolute. Like gravity. Unyielding. My stomach flips. No. No, no, no. It can't be. I start to tremble, because something clicks. A pattern my brain had scrambled to avoid. The way he watched me. The way everyone else watched him. From the left, a guest gasps sharply and whispers, "Isn't that Dante Bellicino? The groom's father?" The world screeches to a halt. My ears buzz. My vision narrows. The groom's what? No. Fucking. Way. The man who just humiliated the bride on her wedding day. Who touched me like he owned me. Who looked at me like he wanted to ruin me. Is my ex's father. Dante Bellicino. The Dawn. Sarah stammers. It was just a joke, Mr. Bellicino. Now. One word. Spoken like a loaded gun with the safety off. She flinches. Visibly. Sorry, she breathes, the word limp and empty. But the apology doesn't matter. Because the power just shifted. And every person in this ballroom felt it. He turns to me. Not with a smile. Just a quiet, lethal promise in his eyes. You don't let people talk to you like that. If you walk out now, I'll respect it, but if it's up to me? You're staying. The crowd buzzes. Isn't that the Don himself? The groom's father just defended the ex? And just like that, the bride is no longer the story. I'm the girl he just defended like I belong to him. The girl who just stole the spotlight from the altar. Because now, no one's looking at Sarah. No one's looking at Luca. Everyone is staring at me. Chapter 2. EVA. What a complete and utter shit show. I don't wait for the aftermath. For the whispers, the stares, or the way Sarah's face crumbles like someone just spit in her champagne. I slip past a row of stunned guests, head down, heart jackhammering. My heels outpace the string quartet, each step a countdown. To the corridor. To the elevator. To freedom. To whatever sanity I can claw back. Or so I think. My heart's still pounding from what just happened in that ballroom. My stomach churns with nerves. The elevator looms ahead, its gold doors shining from the chandelier above us. I press the button repeatedly, as if that might speed things up. Come on, I mutter, jabbing it again. And then, that feeling again. Heat. Tension. Like I'm being watched. I turn. He's there. Dante fucking Bellicino. Like he's summoned by the panic in my pulse. Like fate just keeps throwing us together until I finally get the message. His eyes lock on mine. They drag down my body in a slow, deliberate rake. And now that I know who he is, that gaze hits differently. Heavier. Darker. Hungrier. Heat slams into me, wicked and unrelenting. My thighs clench. A slow, aching throb builds between them. I should be backing away. He's my ex's father, for God's sake. But I don't. I want him closer. Which probably makes me clinically insane. Are you okay? His voice, low, rough, belongs in dark bedrooms and sin-soaked dreams. The doors open. We step in. Just me. Him. 4 mirrored walls. You didn't have to do that, I whisper, breathless. His smile is a blade. Sharp. Dangerous. I don't do anything I don't want to. He steps in beside me, and I'm immediately aware of how much space he takes up. How his presence warps the air. Whatever that was back there, he says, I apologize. No one should speak to you like that, including the woman my son chose as his bride. I press the button for the ground floor. Try not to stare. Well, it was a shit show. But no one has ever done anything like that for me before. Are you sure you're all right? My spine's straight, but my nerves fray at the edges. I'm just eager to get out of here. He laughs softly, and it rolls over me like velvet dipped in heat. Luca said he saw his ex slip into the ceremony at the last minute. Once I saw the way his bride acted toward you, I connected the dots. My stomach knots. He saw me? He grins. Of course he did. Nobody walks into a man like Luca's wedding unnoticed. So much for subtlety. What exactly did he say? A flicker of something, anger, maybe, flares in his eyes. Nothing kind. So you knew who I was all along? Not at first, he says, studying me. I saw you fall. Something in me moved. I didn't know who you were. But when Sarah did what she did, it was obvious. I swallow hard. And you still stepped in. He shrugs, but it's anything but casual. It was the right thing to do. My cheeks go hot. Thanks for that. Really. Don't thank me. His voice softens. Let's just say, I don't let disrespect slide. Not when it's aimed at someone like you. She had no right to say those things. But, to be fair, I did show up to their wedding. I was kind of entering enemy territory, so to speak. His eyes roam over me. A woman like you should never have to allow humiliation. Before I can respond, the elevator lurches. Lights flicker. The box jerks to a dead stop. I gasp, stumble, and crash straight into his chest. His hands find my waist, strong, sure. He steadies me. Easy, he murmurs. My pulse hammers. We're stuck. He presses the emergency button. Static. No voice. Seems so. Cold sweat needles down my spine. I squeeze my eyes shut. Breathe. Just breathe. Of course. Trapped. With the one man I should stay far, far away from. Hey. His voice is a tether. Warm. Grounding. Look at me. I open my eyes. He's watching me, serious now. One hand finds my shoulder, massaging gently. You're safe, he says. I laugh, a breathless, humorless sound. I really hate tight spaces. Then let's focus on something else. He steps closer. I don't stop him. Because he feels like both danger and protection in a tailored suit. Like why you came here in the first place. Long story. I've got time. And I know, he means it. My best friend thought I needed closure. That seeing him marry someone else would help. Did it? I snort. It's complicated. I don't want anything to do with him, but it still stings. And then you showed up, and now I don't even know what the hell this night is anymore. A new beginning, he says, mouth twitching. The lights flicker again. The box jolts. I yelp, grabbing for him. He catches me, again. Our eyes lock. Heat. Pull. Breathless gravity. His hand rises. Fingers curl under my jaw. His thumb strokes my cheek. This is insane, I whisper. I don't know you. Strange, he murmurs, because I feel like I know everything I need to know. It should sound cheesy. It doesn't. Then he kisses me. Tongues tangle. Fingers grasp. We kiss like the world won't turn again unless we do. Then, clang. The elevator jerks back to life. We break apart, panting. Guess the ride's not over yet. I flush. What now? Up to you. He nods to the panel. My suite's at the top. I was headed there before, detoring. My brain screams no. But my hand? Already pressing the button. The doors slide shut. I catch the twitch of his mouth. Pure devilish satisfaction. I lean back, breath unsteady. He watches me. Calm. Amused. Then I say it. My voice cracks. You're Luca's father. He nods. Without question. My heart pounds. That's complicated. I don't disagree. The air sparks between us. My body hums. Leans. Burns. He steps closer. Not touching, but I feel him everywhere. He finally speaks. If this ends in regret for you, say the word. I'll call a car. A limo for you and your friend. I'll make sure you leave untouched, unscathed. I suck in a breath. He's not just giving me an out. He's giving me power. But if you're hesitating because I'm Luca's father, he says, gaze dragging down me, slow and reverent, then be honest. Right here. Right now. Is that going to matter once the doors open? I bite my lip. His eyes darken. A flash of hunger. And then I smile. Slow. Wicked. Unapologetic. No. I whisper. I want this. I want you. Chapter 3. EVA. My heart's pounding as I watch him slip a keycard out of his suit jacket pocket and slide it through, the lock beeping. He opens the door, revealing a gorgeous view of the Midtown Manhattan skyline. Wow, I breathe. Talk about a vista. He sets the key aside, turning on the lights then dimming them. True, but I'm guessing you didn't come for the view. My cheeks flush. You know exactly why I'm here. He closes the door behind us and turns the lock. Yes. I do. My breath catches as he steps forward, brushing his hand down my arm. Sparks dance where his skin meets mine. Slowly, like a man savoring a rare delicacy, he leans in and claims my mouth again. This time, there's no jolt of an elevator to interrupt us. No distractions. Our kiss is hot and all-consuming within seconds, and I moan into his mouth. His hands glide around my waist, fingers splaying across my back as though he's memorizing every contour. I tug at the lapels of his suit jacket, eager to explore. He slips it off, flinging it aside with a carelessness that makes me grin against his lips. He trails kisses along my jaw and down my neck, each one sending a flood of warmth through me. When his mouth reaches the curve of my shoulder, he pauses, breath hot on my skin. You sure about this? I'm here, aren't I? I reply, fingers sliding into his thick hair. Don't make me second-guess myself. He chuckles. I wouldn't dream of it. In one swift movement, he lifts me, guiding me until my back meets the smooth wall. My dress hikes up, revealing the curve of my thighs. A spark of vulnerability flickers through me as memories of Luca's backhanded comments about my body come to mind. But Dante's gaze is nothing but hungry admiration. Beautiful, he murmurs, kissing along my collarbone. A trembling exhale escapes me as his hand explores the curve of my hip, gliding beneath the hem of my dress. Then he finds the soft skin of my upper thigh, my breath stutters. Instinct drives me to arch closer, tangling my fingers in his hair. He kisses me again, more urgently this time. Slowly, he lowers me to my feet and steps away, his eyes roaming over every inch of my body. He reaches for the zipper at the back of my neck and I nod, giving silent permission. He pulls it down slowly, the sheer fabric sliding off my shoulders, sending a shiver down my spine. I let the dress pull at my feet, left in only a lacy bra and panties. Dante looks at me ravenously, as though he's never seen anything more enticing. "You're breathtaking." A pang of self-consciousness flutters in my stomach, but his reaction is a balm to every insecurity. "You don't have to flatter me," I whisper. His head snaps up and he meets my eyes. "I don't say things I don't mean." With a deliberate slowness, he peels off his tie and unbuttons his shirt, revealing a gorgeous, powerful, and well-built torso with a dusting of dark hair. He unclasps my bra, my breasts tumbling out. I gasp, arms reflexively covering myself, but he gently moves them aside. "Don't hide yourself," he says, capturing my wrists and lifting them above my head, pressing me back against the wall. He smirks as he takes in the sight of me. He lowers his head, lips brushing over one sensitive nipple. I cry out softly, the sensation overwhelming. His tongue moves in slow circles, sending pleasure throughout my body, while my fingers intertwine with his above my head. He moves one hand down my waist and over the swell of my hip, hooking his fingers just beneath the edge of my panties. In a smooth motion, he slides them down, letting them drop to the floor. My cheeks burn, but the sight of his raw appreciation fuels my desire. The moment he releases my wrists, I pull his face to mine for a frantic kiss. My fingers slip under the waistband of his trousers, fumbling with the button until it pops open. He groans when I push his pants down and cup him through his boxer briefs, finding him already hard. "You're impatient," he breathes, chuckling. "Very," I admit, pressing my palm more firmly. He backs up just enough to shed the rest of his clothing, giving me the chance to get a good look at him. My pulse stutters. He's tall and powerful, each muscle defined and toned. My gaze lingers on the V of his hips as he slowly lowers his waistband. My breath hitches, heat throbbing between my legs. His cock, thick, long, and hard, stands proudly. A fresh surge of arousal floods my pussy, and I press my thighs together as the ache inside me sharpens until it's almost unbearable. Dante watches me, amusement glinting in his dark, predatory gaze. "Like what you see, sweetheart." His voice is pure sin, rough and teasing. I swallow hard, my mouth suddenly dry. He closes the space between us in a single stride, grabbing my hips and pulling me flush against him. His cock presses hot and hard against my stomach, and my entire body trembles with need. "You're so wet for me," he murmurs, one large hand trailing down my stomach, fingertips grazing the slick heat between my legs. I groan shamelessly when his fingertip grazes my clit. "Goddamn, Eva," he mutters. His fingers glide through my folds, teasing, spreading. This perfect little pussy is fucking drenched. I bite my lip, a desperate whimper slipping free. Dante presses a hot, open-mouthed kiss to my throat, his tongue flicking over my pulse point, making me shiver. "You want my cock, don't you?" "Yes," I breathe. He grins against my skin, a wicked, knowing smirk. "Say it." I squirm as I say the words, impatient to feel him inside me. His grip on my hips tightens, pressing my back against the wall. One of his hands tangles in my hair, pulling gently as his lips graze the shell of my ear. "Good girl," he praises. The first brush of his thick manhood against my soaked entrance causes me to shudder. I arch my back, my hands clutching his broad shoulders, nails digging into the firm muscle beneath his skin. We lock eyes, the air between us crackling with heat and need. I lift my leg and hook it over his hip. He thrusts in, slow but deep, stretching me inch by inch. My head falls back against the wall, a ragged moan escaping my throat. He's so fucking big, filling me in a way that feels deliciously obscene. My walls clench around him, adjusting to his size, and he groans deep in his chest, his fingers digging into my hips. "Christ," he rasps. "You're so goddamn tight." I gasp, every nerve ending alight with pleasure. My body hums, balanced on a knife's edge of need, but Dante doesn't move yet. Instead, he slides his hands up my ribcage, cupping my breasts, rolling my nipples between his fingers. His cock pulses inside me, thick and unmoving, keeping me stretched and aching for more. "Fuck, I love this," he murmurs. His voice is dark velvet, a sinful whisper against my skin. "You feel so fucking good wrapped around my cock." I whimper, squirming. "Dante, please." He remains motionless inside me, teasing, his lips brushing my jaw. "Look at you," he muses, his voice taunting, full of control. "You're fucking gorgeous." Heat rushes through me, pooling low in my belly. "You want more?" he asks, mocking sweetness. "Yes," I gasp. He grips my throat, just enough pressure to make me feel it, and leans in. "Then beg for it." My body shakes, pleasure coiling unbearably tight inside me. "Please," I whisper, my dignity wrecked. "I need more." His smirk is pure sin. He pulls out almost completely, leaving just the tip inside me, then drives back in hard and deep, a shattered moan tearing from my throat. He sets a rhythm, slow, deliberate, punishing, dragging out every thrust until I'm on the brink of insanity. Every plunge fills me to the hilt, the friction making me see stars. "You like that?" he breathes, his voice dark and hungry. "Yes," I moan, nails raking down his back. His hand slides down, gripping my thigh, lifting my leg higher so he can sink his cock deeper. The new angle forces out a cry of pleasure, my body slamming against the wall as he pounds into me, each thrust sending shockwaves of rapture through my core. "Look at you," he groans, eyes blazing with heat. "So fucking beautiful when you're taking my cock." I shatter, coming hard, completely lost to the pleasure. But he's not done yet. Dante moves too fast for my dazed mind to process, his strong hands gripping my hips and lifting me before I can catch my breath. One moment, I'm pressed against the wall, wrecked and trembling, and the next, I'm on my back, laid out beneath him, the plush hotel sofa soft against my overheated skin. He hovers over me, one forearm braced beside my head, his broad chest rising and falling with heavy breaths. The dim light from the city skyline spills through the windows, casting shadows across the sharp angles of his face, making him look like something carved from stone. For a second, we just look at each other. Something shifts in the air, hot and electric. Beyond lust. Beyond need. His hand traces my cheek, his thumb skimming my swollen bottom lip, soft and reverent, like he's memorizing me. I arch up, pressing my body against his, silently pleading for more. He groans, low and guttural, and slides inside me again in one smooth, controlled thrust. His cock stretches me all over again, but this time, there's no rush. No frantic need to chase the high. This is something else entirely, slow, sensual, claiming. His hips roll with precision, dragging every inch of himself along my sensitive, aching walls, hitting the perfect spot, making me arch my body for more. I breathe his name, and he captures my lips with his, kissing me like he's starving for my taste. I kiss him back just as desperately, fingers threading through his thick, dark hair, nails scraping his scalp, drinking in every low, husky groan he lets out. His hands roam, mapping me, memorizing every curve, like my body was meant for him to explore. The pleasure builds, slow and steady, like the perfect storm, until we're both on the edge. Our fingers intertwine when he pins my hands above my head, his eyes burning into mine as he thrusts deep one final time. I fall apart and he follows, a deep groan spilling from his lips as he says my name, his body tensing as he empties himself inside me, our foreheads pressed together. For a moment, we just breathe one another in, our bodies still tangled. He finally pulls out and sits up, settling me on his lap. I curl against him, my head resting on his chest as I soak in the afterglow, tingles lingering along every nerve. We sit together for a few moments, neither of us speaking, simply enjoying the warmth and comfort of each other's presence. Finally, Dante presses a kiss to my temple. "You all right?" he asks, concern shining in his eyes. I exhale a shaky laugh. "I'm better than all right." His gaze softens, his dark eyes still smoldering. "Good." Unbidden, reality creeps in. I just had mind-blowing sex with Luca's father, the head of the Bellicino crime family. Dante seems to sense the shift in my mood because he cups my chin, tilting my face toward his. Hey. No regrets. His voice is quiet but firm, leaving no room for doubt. You were perfect. I don't want you second-guessing a damn thing. My throat tightens. I want to believe him. I want to stay in this bubble where nothing outside this room exists. No regrets, I say. But part of me already wonders if that's a lie I'll have to live with. To chase the thought away, I kiss him, soft and slow, a stark contrast to the desperate frenzy of before. Then I pull back and glance around the room, taking in the opulence, the towering skyline outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. This is a beautiful suite. Dante chuckles, running his fingers idly along my thigh. Comes with the property. You own it? Yes, along with a few other buildings on the block. Of course he does. Damn, he says. I could sleep right now. You say that like you're not planning to head back to the wedding, I tease. His laugh is pure amusement. That circus can run without me for a while. I'm sure Linda, Luca's mother, won't be thrilled, but she's used to it. I frown slightly. You and Linda. We had Luca young. Tried to make it work but it didn't. He shrugs, a hard edge to his voice, but his focus stays on me. Suffice it to say, I don't see eye to eye with her. Or Luca, for that matter. I smirk. Not surprised. I always wondered how a man like him could come from someone so. I trail off, realizing I might have just paid him a very obvious compliment. His low laugh vibrates through me. I'll take that as flattery. Seriously, though, they're not missing you down at the wedding? He shakes his head. I made my appearance for the ceremony. When I spotted you and your friend, it was the perfect excuse to slip out. He doesn't seem to be all that thrilled about the wedding in general. But I'm not about to press the matter. Then another thought hits me. Halsey. Shit. I snatch my phone off the end table, guilt coiling low in my gut. The screen lights up, a barrage of texts lighting it up like a Christmas tree. Halsey. Where the hell did you go? Halsey. You can't just disappear after causing a social earthquake. Halsey. Eva. Pick up. Are you breathing? Blink twice. Halsey. Are you dead? Or being ravished? I'm not judging. Halsey. Hello? If you don't text me back in 5 minutes, I'm calling in a SWAT team. Shit, I mutter, dragging a hand down my face. I'm such an asshole. Dante leans against the back of the couch, arms folded, amusement playing at the edges of his mouth. Your friend? Yeah. I sigh. I screwed up. Tell her to meet you at the reception, he says. She's welcome. I hesitate. I don't think that's a good idea. It's Luca's day. And? I exhale loudly, ignoring my urge to bail. Me. I'm fine. Meet me at the reception. Halsey. Fine? Are you with Luca's dad? Me. Yes. Halsey. Oh. You vixen. You are so bad. I want to know everything. I set my phone down, turning my attention back to Dante. Silence settles between us. His fingers trace slow, lazy circles over my skin while something still gnaws at the back of my mind. I take a deep breath. We said no regrets. But realistically, do you think we should just leave this here? Dante's thumb brushes absently along my hip, his expression darkening as if the answer already hurts. The truth is, I have enemies, Eva. And if they find out I'm seeing someone, especially someone tied to Luca, it won't just be inconvenient. It'll be dangerous. For you. My stomach knots. I exhale slowly. You're a dangerous man. Yes, he says. But I've never wanted to keep anyone safe more than I want to protect you. That shouldn't make my heart skip. But it does. It absolutely does. I bite my lip, staring at the strong planes of his face, the faint silver threading through his dark hair. The way he looks at me, like I'm the only thing anchoring him to something good, nearly undoes me. It would be so easy to stay, to pretend this could work. But loving him out loud would come with a body count. And we both know it. I press a kiss to his chest before pulling away, lingering for half a second longer than I should. Memorizing the warmth. The scent. The ache. Maybe it's best to end on a good note. A brief flicker of sadness steals into his gaze. If that's what you want. I smooth a hand over his jawline, feeling the faint roughness of his stubble. It's what's smart, I whisper. That doesn't mean I'll ever forget. I stand and gather my clothes, my skin still humming from his touch as I slip them on. He dresses too, each movement slow, like dragging through molasses, like maybe if we take long enough, this won't have to end. By the time I slip back into my dress, the chaos from earlier has apparently simmered. I check my phone. Another text from Halsey. Halsey. Guests are still buzzing. Reception starting. You better walk into this bitch like the main event. I lower the phone slowly and turn to face him. My voice is a whisper, heavy with meaning. Heavy with goodbye. You knew I'd fall for you, didn't you? He doesn't deny it. Doesn't flinch. He just watches me like he's memorizing everything. My face, my scent, the sound of my voice. I reach for the door, my hand trembling. Then. His voice. Low. Velvet-wrapped sin. You ever change your mind, Angel? You know where to find me. Chapter 4. EVA. Holy fuck balls. That was the most iconic thing I've ever seen in my entire life, Halsey declares, practically vibrating with excitement as she shoves a glass of champagne into my hand. We're back at the reception, but the energy has shifted. People keep sneaking glances at me like I've grown another head. Or sprouted diamonds. Or maybe both. I mean, are you serious right now? Halsey continues, grinning so hard I'm afraid her face might crack. You had Sarah Kensington Jones publicly shut down by none other than Dante freaking Bellacino. Luca's dad. In front of everyone. If that's not a power move, I don't know what is. I clutch the stem of my glass, still feeling the aftershocks of that moment. It wasn't me, Halls. I didn't do anything. He just stepped in. Exactly, she cries, slapping the table for emphasis. He stepped in. For you. Like some mafia daddy straight out of a dark romance novel. Do you know what kind of fantasy that is? I laugh under my breath, cheeks burning. Keep your voice down. Oh please, she huffs, waving a hand. Everyone saw it. Sarah's lip trembled. Luca looked like he was going to throw up. You're basically the main character now. She's not wrong. The glances haven't stopped since we walked in. The music resumes in the background, people attempting to move on with polite small talk and hors d'oeuvres, but the tension still lingers. Sarah's huddled with her bridesmaids, glaring daggers at me whenever she thinks I'm not looking. Luca hasn't come near me. Good. You know she's pissed, right? Halsey says, sipping her drink like she's got front row seats to the downfall of a Disney villain. Sarah's burning up with jealousy. You stole her moment. I didn't steal anything. You didn't have to. Halsey grins. That's what makes it even better. I look around and catch a few guests whispering behind their hands, darting glances in my direction. Some look curious, others impressed. No one is laughing anymore. Luca and Sarah may have thrown a lavish wedding, but tonight, the spotlight has officially shifted. And it was Dante Bellacino who drew the line. My pulse stutters just thinking about him. About the way he looked at me. The way he touched me. The way he claimed me. But no one knows about that. No one can know. Halsey nudges me with her elbow. So, when do I get the real tea? I pretend to sip my drink. What tea? Her eyes narrow. You're glowing like a woman who's been thoroughly rearranged. I mean it. You've got that post-orgasm, silver fox just wrecked me energy. I snort into my glass. We are not talking about this here. You're no fun, she pouts. But fine. I'll let you enjoy your moment of accidental mafia princess glory. I roll my eyes. It's not glory. It's just a lot. A lot of awesome, she corrects. You just had a mafia don humiliate your ex's witch of a wife for you in front of 100 people. That's not a lot, that's a lifetime supply of vengeance. My lips twitch, trying not to smile. Sarah stalks past us just then, arm linked with Luca's, her eyes flashing with venom. Luca stiffens, about to say something when a gunshot pierces the air. A man in a mask fires a second shot and the reception plunges into chaos. The grand chandelier above shatters, crystal shards raining onto the marble floor. Screams fill the reception hall as guests scatter, toppling chairs, ducking under tables, and running for their lives. Oh my God, I breathe, heart hammering against my ribs. Halsey's fingers clamp onto my wrist. We have to go. Now. More masked men charge into the room, guns raised. One shouts orders while another rips a diamond necklace off a trembling woman. Panic surges through me. I scan the chaos for an exit, my mind spinning. Then I spot Dante across the room, striding forward with lethal precision as he motions subtly to someone, likely his second hand. Another shot splits the air and I duck, dragging Halsey down behind a massive floral arrangement in a huge vase on the floor. They're mugging the guests, I whisper, my hands trembling. We need to get out of here. Halsey pulls me toward a server's station. There's a door near the bar. If we go now, we can make it. I nod, breath hitching. We duck walk between tables, letting them shield us as we weave through the chaos. A man groans behind me, clutching his head where he was pistol whipped. Bile rises in my throat. One gunman steps dangerously close, his back turned, and we freeze as more gunfire erupts. I risk a glance around the room and catch a glimpse of Dante, cold and deadly, he and his bodyguards taking down the thieves one by one. The sight sends a surge of relief through me. Halsey pulls me into a corridor and we bolt. The gunfire fades as we reach a side exit. We slam into the door and stumble out into the alley, the night air slicing through the sweat on my skin. She doubles over, panting hard. Holy shit. Holy shit. I swallow past the dryness in my throat. Are you okay? She nods, wide-eyed. That was insane. The heavy door bangs open behind us, and I whip around, heart in my throat. Sarah stumbles out into the alley, her hair a mess, streaks of mascara trailing down her cheeks. Her hands shake, breaths coming in ragged gasps. Luca is right behind her, pale, eyes darting everywhere like he expects one of the gunmen to follow them out. I take a step forward, scanning them both. Are you guys all right? Sarah doesn't respond. Instead, she turns on Luca, her voice shrill with panic. Shouldn't you be in there helping? Fighting back? Your dad was. Luca freezes, his lips parting like a fish gasping for air. For a second, I catch a flash of panic mixed with hesitation in his expression. Then he straightens his shoulders and lifts his chin in entitlement. I'm the heir to this family. I can't put myself at risk like that, he says to her before quickly adding, and besides, I needed to make sure my new bride got out safely. He says it like it's strategy, not cowardice. Like he's convinced himself that staying alive was some tactical genius move. But I can tell. He ran. Sarah lets out a shaky breath, pressing herself closer to him, but I don't miss the flicker of doubt in her teary eyes. Bullshit. He ran, probably not giving a flying fuck where Sarah was as long as he got out alive. I can see it all over his face. Fucking coward. Sarah looks like she wants to believe him, but then her face crumples, and she lets out a hiccuping sob. My wedding is ruined, she wails, gripping Luca harder. This is what people will remember. Not the vows, not my dress, just gunfire and chaos. Oh my God, my pictures. This is a nightmare. Halsey, standing next to me, lets out a slow, incredulous breath. Wow. People were literally getting shot at and pistol-whipped back there, but yeah, let's all take a moment to grieve your wedding aesthetic. Sarah sucks in a sharp breath, scandalized. Luca glares at Halsey, but he doesn't say a damn thing, just clenches his jaw. I cross my arms over my chest, giving Sarah a hard look. Maybe you should rethink your priorities. Some people might not be walking away from this. Her mouth snaps shut, her lower lip trembling. Luca shifts beside her, tense, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. I shove my hand into my purse, fumbling for my phone. What are you doing? Luca snaps. Calling 911. He grabs my arm. Don't. The cops will arrest half of my guests. You think my father wants that? People are hurt in there. He doesn't argue, he knows I'm right. I know I'm not supposed to. That there are rules in rooms like these. But blood is blood, and someone inside might be dying. If the Bellasinos want to bury the call later, fine. But I won't be the woman who walked away and did nothing. I punch in the number and quickly give the dispatcher the address. Gunshots fired. Multiple armed suspects. People are injured. Once she confirms units are on the way, I hang up, shoving my phone back into my purse. The distant wail of sirens seconds later sends a shiver through me. Halsey grabs my hand. We can't be here when the police show up, especially with them. She jerks her chin at Luca and Sarah. We'll be stuck here giving statements for hours. Sarah wrings her hands, glancing between us. Where are you going? Anywhere but here, Halsey mutters. Halsey tugs me forward. As we rush down the alley, she flags down a cab and we quickly climb in. She rattles off my address, and the car pulls away. The tension begins to uncoil in my body, but a sharp, hollow ache remains. Halsey presses a hand over her mouth. Jesus Christ. I can't believe that just happened. That was insane. I stare out the window as the city lights zoom by, my thoughts on one person. Dante. Is he okay? A wave of longing swells in my chest, mixing with the lingering adrenaline. Halsey nudges me. You all right? I exhale slowly. I don't know. 1 minute I was having a good time, proud of myself for sticking it out, the next, I'm running from bullets. She gives my hand a squeeze. That's their world, Eva. Luca. Dante. The whole damn Bellacino empire. I stay silent the rest of the way, watching the blur of Manhattan out the window. Chapter 5. Dante. The ballroom smells like smoke and panic. Glass litters the floor. Blood smears the gold trim. Security ushers guests out like broken chess pieces, heads low, lips tight. My men are already restoring order, fast, efficient, silent. And I stand in the eye of it all, still. Watchful. Ready. Because tonight wasn't just a wedding. It was a test. And someone failed. Then I hear him. You didn't have to do that, Luca says behind me, voice taut. Controlled. But cracking. I don't turn. Not yet. You humiliated Sarah, he adds, footsteps scraping closer. In front of everyone. On our wedding day. Now I turn. His tie's crooked. His eyes wild. The posture of a boy trying to wear a man's crown. Sarah humiliated herself, I say, voice low but lethal. I reminded the room who the fuck we are. His jaw tightens. She panicked. Eva showing up. She insulted a guest, I cut in, my tone like a blade. She publicly degraded a woman who never said a word to her. On our turf. In front of the 5 families. That wasn't panic, Luca. That was weakness. And weakness is an invitation to bleed. He flinches. She's my wife. Then she should have known better than to act like a jealous debutante in a room full of predators. I step forward, the weight of my fury finally showing in my voice. You're worried about Sarah's reputation? 2 of my men are dead. Dead, Luca. Because while you were too busy playing husband, I was cleaning up the fucking fallout. His mouth opens. Closes. Nothing. She targeted Eva because she thought she could. Because you let her. You didn't defend your guest. You didn't defend your name. So I had to. Luca swallows hard, his eyes down. Good. Let him sit with it. I'm no longer looking at him. My gaze lifts, to the shattered glass, the blood on marble, the echo of gunfire still clinging to the air like smoke. They dared. They dared to spill blood on my turf. On my ground. Not just a hit. A message. A test. And now? They've signed their own fucking death warrants. I turn slowly, my jaw tight, my hands clenched. I deal in blood. I will find out who gave the order, who pulled the trigger, and who stood by thinking I'd let it slide. And when I do, there will be no negotiations. No mercy. Because this wasn't just an attack. It was a declaration of fucking war. Talk. You're miserable bastard. I stand in the middle of the dimly lit room, inhaling the thick stench of sweat, blood, and fear. The air is heavy, pressing in like a second skin. My shirt sleeves are rolled up to my elbows, old scars and fresh bruises on my knuckles. The bastard tied to the chair lifts his head. His face is a mess of sweat and blood, a cracked brow bone leaking red down his cheek. He's younger than I expected, early 30s maybe, dumb, greedy, and shaking like a rabbit that's wandered too close to a wolf den. Behind me, Luca clears his throat. He insisted on coming, said he wants to learn, to prove he's got what it takes to stand at my side. But I know better. He's been nervously pacing since we dragged this rat in here. You got a name, asshole? The man swallows thickly. Darren, he wheezes. Darren Harper. I glance at Luca, then back at the sniveling mess in front of me. Darren, I repeat. You and your crew decided to crash my son's wedding. Pulled guns on my guests, thinking you could score easy cash. That sound about right? Darren nods weakly. We didn't know. I cut him off. You didn't know what? That you were robbing a Bellacino wedding? I take a slow step forward. That you were pointing guns at my family? He flinches. Blood dripping off his chin splatters onto the concrete. We got tipped off. Some big shot, lots of money. We had no idea it was. Shut up. My voice echoes off the walls. He clamps his mouth shut, shoulders trembling. I let the silence stretch, make him wait for the potential consequences coming. I turn to Luca. He's trying to appear indifferent, but I can see the tension in his shoulders, the hesitation in his stance. You wanted to learn, to be here, I say to Luca, nodding toward Darren. Go ahead. What do you expect me to do? Luca asks, a slight tremor in his voice. You tell me, I say. This man humiliated our family. Ruined your wedding. Terrorized your new wife. Clearly, he needs some incentive, so make him talk. Luca's jaw tightens as he flicks his gaze between Darren and me. He's already hurt, he says, his voice quiet. I feel a flash of irritation. This is the difference between my son and myself. Luca wants respect, but he's never been willing to take it, to demand it the way I do. The same way my father taught me. I snap my fingers, and Vito, one of my heavies, hands Luca a pair of brass knuckles. He stares at them like they are about to bite him. Go on, I say, challenging him. Show this shit stain what happens when you cross the Bellacino family. For a second, I think he'll do it. His fingers twitch, his expression darkens. But then he exhales and hands the knuckles back to Vito. I'm good. Disappointment flares hot in my chest. I should have known. Luca wasn't made for this world. He wants the power, but he won't spill blood for it. He's not willing to do whatever it takes to earn and keep it. I push him aside and turn back to Darren. Guess I'll be handling this myself. Darren's breath stutters. Please, he croaks. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. That's the smartest thing you've said all night. He hesitates before speaking. A mistake. I slam my fist into his gut, forcing the air from his lungs. He doubles over, wheezing, and I grab his hair, jerking his head up. I said talk. We got a call, he sputters. He said the place would be full of high rollers, big money. That the cops wouldn't come near it because the bride's mother had connections. He told us. Who? I growl. He mumbles something about a service tunnel under the catering wing, an access point someone on the inside left unsecured. Security cameras were looped. The timing too perfect to be random. His eyes dart to Luca then back to me. His voice is barely above a whisper as he says, Lombardi. Johnny Lombardi. Rage surges through me, cold and sharp. I release Darren, letting him slump back into the chair. You're telling me the Lombardi family set this up? He nods, his breathing shallow. Said it was an easy score. That we could keep whatever we took. That's it, that's all I know. Johnny Lombardi. That fucking cockroach. His father and I made an agreement years ago, one that clearly meant nothing to him. I glance at Luca. He watches in silence, his posture stiff, probably wondering what I'll do next. I lean in, my voice quiet but lethal. You and your men made a mistake. A big one. Darren nods frantically. I know. No, I cut him off. You don't know. But you're about to find out. I straighten, rolling my shoulders as I turn to Vito. Get him out of here. I want him breathing in case I need more from him. Darren's face crumbles. No, please. Two of my men drag him out, his pleas trailing behind him. The room falls into thick silence as Luca and I are the only two that remain. Luca exhales sharply. Johnny Lombardi was behind this? I nod. Apparently so, as our friend just confirmed. I believe him. The Lombardis have been stepping over the line for years, testing us. This was a direct challenge. Luca swallows hard. You think it was personal? Not just about money? I let out a humorless laugh. Of course it was personal. Otherwise, why your wedding in front of our guests? I shake my head. He was sending a message. This was a power play. Luca hesitates. And what's our message back? I tilt my head. What do you think? I'm going to show Johnny what happens when you challenge the Bellacinos. His Adam's apple bobs as he swallows again. And you're sure you want me around for that? I stare at him for a long moment. My son, my blood. Yet right now, I see a boy, not a man. I finally speak, my voice cool. That depends. Are you going to step up, or are you going to keep your hands clean? Luca shifts his weight, uncertainty flickering across his face. I already know the answer. I shake my head in frustration. You have to decide, Luca. Because this world? It doesn't wait for you to grow a spine. He doesn't respond right away, instead he glances at the doorway where Darren was dragged out. I thought I could handle it. Now you're not so sure? Luca hesitates. No, I can handle it. It's just, his fingers rub at his temple. I didn't expect so much blood and violence, I guess. Blood and violence is a big part of it. You don't hold power without getting your hands dirty. That's something my father made damn sure I understood when I was Luca's age. I moved toward the rust-stained sink in the corner, twisting the tap. Water splashes against the basin as I rinse the blood from my knuckles, watching the red-tinted liquid swirl down the drain. Look, I say, shutting off the water and drying my hands on a rag. If you can't stomach this, now's the time to walk away. Go back to your cushy apartment, your designer suits, your high society dinners, and let the rest of us handle the dirty work, the dark side of things. Luca bristles. That's not fair. I'm here, aren't I? Being here isn't enough. I toss the rag aside. You can't just watch from the sidelines. Sooner or later, you'll need to get in the game and do it yourself. You'll need to make someone bleed. Can you do that? He doesn't answer. Just stares at the floor, his jaw tight, tension rippling through him. He wants the power, the name, the respect, without having to deal with the brutality of it. He's not built for this life, not the way I was. I shake my head, my irritation level rising. The Bellaccino name is more than just a title. It's a legacy. One that requires strength and bravery, as well as a willingness to defend it. Eva's face flashes in my mind. That fierce, wickedly intelligent woman with curves that still make my hands itch to claim her, again. The last thing I need is a distraction, but that doesn't stop my gut from tightening at the memory of her beneath me, her moans ringing in my ears, the way she felt wrapped around my cock. I push the thought aside. Now is not the time. Straightening, I roll my shoulders back. Let's go. We have business to handle. If Lombardi wants a war, he'll get one. Luca inhales sharply. All right. We step out of the room and into the warehouse, a large, dimly lit space near the waterfront. The air is thick with salt, sweat, and the faint metallic bite of blood. My men move with controlled efficiency, securing loose ends. Darren is being locked away in a side room, the sound of a heavy door slamming echoing through the vast space. Good. He'll keep for now. Ricardo, one of my most trusted men, approaches. Boss, we rounded up the rest of the scumbags. They're all telling the same story, that Lombardi tipped them off. Told them the wedding would be an easy job. They had no idea it was a Bellaccino event. My jaw ticks and I look at Luca. You see? They try to cut themselves a slice of our pie, we either put them in the ground or remind them who's in charge. There's no in-between. Luca exhales. I get it. No, he doesn't. But he's staying, which means there's still hope. Ricardo shifts. What do you want us to do next? I adjust my cuffs, smoothing out my tie. Send a message to Lombardi, loud and clear, that we know he's responsible. If he's smart, he'll realize he's out of his depth and try to make amends. I pause. If he doesn't, we go to him. And we bring everyone. Ricardo's lips twitch. Understood. He lowers his head in respect before striding off, leaving me alone with Luca. You should go home and get some rest, I tell him. We'll meet tomorrow. By then, I'll have a plan. He hesitates. Are you really keeping Darren alive? You're not just going to, you know. I smirk. That depends. If Lombardi comes crawling, Darren might be useful. If not, then he's just another lesson. Luca swallows. Right. Go home. I jerk my chin toward the exit. We're done for tonight. He hesitates but nods, walking away with stiff shoulders. I watch him go, knowing he's wrestling with what he's seen. The problem is, I don't have time for wrestling. Enemies are closing in. I lean against a crate, exhaling slowly. My mind drifts back to Eva, wondering where she is, hoping she's safe. The memory of her skin against mine, the way she looked at me with raw desire in her eyes, sends a rush of heat through me. She's too good for this world. Too good for me. And yet, I want her badly. I push off the crate, forcing the thought away. I have work to do. My men are waiting. Boss? Ricardo approaches again. We setting the next steps in motion? I nod in the affirmative. First, check on our men from the wedding. Make sure families are compensated. Then, track Lombardi. Find out if he's gone underground yet. On it. The urge to check on Eva is strong. To hear her voice, to know she's okay. But if I reach out, I risk pulling her into this mess. And if Lombardi finds out I care about her, she'll become a target. I clench my jaw. I can't check on her. Not yet. Not until I have this situation under control. Straightening, I stride toward the exit. Outside, the air is crisp, the scent of the Hudson thick in the breeze. A few black SUVs idle nearby, my men posted around them like shadows. They nod as I pass. I nod back, scanning the city skyline. The glitz and glamour hide the blood that runs beneath its streets. And right now, a lot of that blood is on my hands. I climb into the waiting SUV, the leather seats cool against my back. The engine rumbles to life, and we pull away from the dock, merging onto the quiet road. Tomorrow, I'll set things in motion. Tomorrow, I'll remind the Lombardis why the Bellicino name is feared. Chapter 6. EVA. 1 week later. I'm pretty sure the barista thinks Halsey and I are taking up permanent residency. We've been hogging the corner table at our favorite cafe for nearly 2 hours, flipping through newspapers and chattering nonstop about everything from world affairs to designer knockoffs. The glossy black surface is littered with empty cups and wadded napkins, souvenirs of our caffeine-fueled morning. I fold the newspaper carefully, my stomach twisting as the front page headline stares back at me. Wedding shootout at Midtown Hotel, police suspect mob connections. Halsey lifts a brow as she notices my grimace. Hey, it's not every day half of the city's mafia elite gets robbed at a wedding. She takes a sip of her latte, then scowls. Ugh, cold. I set the paper aside, exhaling slowly. Every time I read about the events of that night, my mind strays to Dante, where he is, what he's doing, if he's even okay. I tell myself it's just curiosity, but deep down, I know better. He's probably fine. The papers would have reported otherwise. Hey, Halsey nudges me. Stop overthinking. You look like you're trying to do advanced calculus in your head. I force a laugh. Maybe I should be. It'd be easier than reading about that night again. Halsey chuckles. You sure you don't want to stay updated about that fiasco? I mean, it was your ex's wedding, and your new person of interest was right in the thick of it. Person of interest, I repeat, wrinkling my nose. Makes it sound like I want him for questioning. She shrugs. Don't you? Don't you want to find out if you could have another night like that one? Just without the shooting and robbing. Rolling my eyes, I tap my phone's screen to check the time. Let's talk about something else. Like why we're still sitting here when you promised me brunch at least an hour ago. Halsey sets her empty cup aside, arching a brow. You know, you've always been kinda cagey about your family. And now that a certain mafia someone is in your life, I have questions. First of all, he's not in my life. That was a one-time thing. I narrow my eyes at her. What kind of questions? I know the broad strokes, War of the Black Roses, Russian versus Italian, all that dramatic mafia history. And the little bit about your parents you've been willing to share. But you never really go into detail. Look, I get it. You keep things locked up tight and I respect that. But Eva, she tilts her head, voice softening just a bit, this has to bring up certain feelings, no? I shift uncomfortably in my seat, staring at my coffee like it holds the answers. It's not that I don't trust Halsey, she's been my ride or die since college. But dragging up the past always brings something unpleasant back with it. The mention of my parents makes my heart clench. I haven't talked about them in months, maybe longer. It's easier that way. There's not much to tell, I begin, forcing a casual shrug. Dad was Russian, Mom was from upstate New York, and they met each other in the city. From what I gather, Dad wasn't exactly on the right side of the law. The War of the Black Roses was this huge skirmish between the Italian and Russian mobs about 8 or 9 years ago. I'm sure you remember hearing about it on the news. Halsey nods, expression sobering. Of course. Bombings, shootings, random hits. A lot of people died. Yeah, I say, my throat tightening. They were 2 of them. Don't know who pulled the trigger. It could have been anybody out of the families who were there fighting. I just know there was a shootout, and they didn't survive. She reaches across the table, resting her hand on mine. I'm sorry, Eva. I know it still hurts. Sometimes, I admit softly. I was barely a teenager. Got bounced around in foster care until I aged out, then hustled my way through scholarship programs and side gigs to pay for college, where I learned about computers and cybersecurity, then picked up hacking. I wanted a career that would keep me far away from all that criminal stuff. I know, the irony, right? A dry laugh escapes me. And yet I ended up indirectly dealing with criminals anyway. Halsey squeezes my hand. You're not dealing with them, you're just helping them patch holes in their security sometimes. It's legit work. Right, I mumble, my mind drifting back to the night of the wedding. The lines between legit and not so legit feel awfully blurry these days. Anyway, my plan has always been to build a real future, maybe open my own consulting firm someday, be a boss. I flash a grin. You know, wear power suits, glare at incompetent employees, the whole 9 yards. I'd pay to see that. Evil Eva, queen of the cyber world. We laugh together, then she asks, speaking of, have you gotten any calls back about those cybersecurity gigs you've been applying for? As soon as the words leave her mouth, my phone buzzes on the table. We exchange a startled look. Whoa. That's some weird psychic timing. I pick up the phone, my heart skipping a beat at the unfamiliar number on the screen. Hello? Good morning, Miss Smith, a brisk female voice replies. I'm calling from BKNC Corporation regarding your recent application. Is this a good time to talk? I shoot Halsey a wide-eyed look, then scramble to my feet, pressing the phone more firmly to my ear. Yes, absolutely. Excellent. I wanted to inform you that the board has reviewed your resume and would love to have you come in for an interview. In fact, the CEO has personally taken an interest. My pulse thunders. That's amazing. I'd be honored. Wonderful. We can schedule something for this Tuesday morning. Does 9 a.m. work for you? I want to squeal with excitement, but instead, I force my voice to stay calm and professional. Yes, that's perfect. Thank you so much. A few more details are exchanged before I hang up, carefully setting my phone on the table. Halsey leans in, eyes bright. Well? I got an interview, I whisper, hardly believing it myself. The head of cybersecurity at BKNC. They want me. The CEO flagged my resume. Excitement thrums through me. I can't believe it. Girl, you're a genius with code. Of course they want you. Halsey leaps up and flings her arms around me, nearly knocking over the empty coffee cups. We share a clumsy hug, both squealing in delight. When she finally pulls back, I'm a little breathless. I can't blow this, Halls. BKNC Corporation is no joke. They do private equity, finance, all sorts of big deals. They probably have a huge target on their digital infrastructure, which means they need someone strong, someone who can handle serious threats. And that someone, Halsey says, jabbing a finger at me, is you. Just don't freeze up or panic. She taps her chin. You're going to need a power suit, I finish for her. We break into twin grins. I need to look unstoppable. Smart, confident, borderline scary. They have to see me as someone who can stand up to any hacker or data breach. Halsey claps her hands together. Exactly. So, let's get brunch then hit the shops. This calls for a celebratory spree. I hesitate, glancing at my half-empty latte. No more cheap coffee for me. She winks. This is a day to treat yourself. I know a boutique that specializes in full-figure formal business attire, the kind that screams, "I'm a boss." It would be perfect for you. My cheeks warm. I hate the phrase full figure, but I know that's what I am, and Halsey means nothing nefarious by it. She cleans up the table in record time, and we head out to the bustling street. The spring sunshine dances off the sidewalks, making the city feel almost whimsical. It's a nice contrast to the gloom of reading about mob shootouts and thinking about the sad fate of my parents. So, Halsey begins, slipping on her oversized sunglasses. You have any regrets about your time with the Don? Memories of that night surge forward, his mouth on mine, his hands mapping every inch of my skin, the way he buried himself to the hilt inside me. I shake my head slowly. No. No regrets. Halsey grabs my arm, squealing under her breath. That is so scandalous. I love it. Now, come on, let's get some eggs Benedict or something before we shop. I'm starving. We weave through the mid-morning crowd, heading for a cozy brunch spot a few blocks away. As we walk, Halsey drops bits of gossip about the Pattersons, Luca's mother's side. Apparently, Linda Patterson's father once owned a string of oil rigs, but the fortune dwindled after a scandal with the IRS. She also mentions how Linda and Sarah's father, Gerald Jones, used to play golf at the same country club. Sarah's family invests heavily in biotech, Halsey explains as we wait at a crosswalk. So she's not exactly poor. She's been groomed for high society since birth. That's probably why she's so snooty. People like that don't know how to handle real life, nor do they have the best social skills. She sure had no problem insulting me at the wedding, I mumble. I can still see her face when she realized I wasn't a twig. Halsey snorts. That's because she's a size negative too. Whatever. She can float off in her gold-trimmed bubble. We continue walking, eventually finding the small cafe, the scent of fresh bread and sizzling bacon stirring our senses. The hostess seats us by a window overlooking the busy street. Anyway, she continues, stirring her coffee, my folks used to run in the same circles as the Pattersons and the Jones. It's old money and new money trying to gain one another's influence and power. I guess that's how Linda ended up with Dante in the first place. They met at some fancy fundraiser. The families hated each other, but love conquers all, right? She snickers. Clearly, in this case, it didn't. I recall Linda Patterson's brittle smile, the way she always looked at me like I was a stain on her son's image. I can't imagine her with Dante, I say, frowning. They just didn't seem like a romantic match. Probably more about power than love, Halsey remarks. Don't forget the Pattersons used to be a big name. She probably saw Dante as the missing piece to keep up her status. Then again, she might have really loved him at some point. Either way, it's all ancient history now. Let's focus on something else, like my interview, I suggest, not wanting to discuss the issue any further. Halsey finally relents, and we shift gears into strategy mode. By the time we finish brunch, my nerves have settled. The job is everything I've been working toward, and despite the chaos of the past week, I can't help but feel excited. We pay our bill and step onto the sidewalk, the sun high overhead. Halsey shields her eyes. All right. Time for Operation Badass Power Suit. She leads me to a polished boutique, where mannequins in sharp blazers and fitted skirts stand behind the glass. Inside, the scent of expensive perfume and the hum of soft jazz greets us. A stylish sales associate approaches. Welcome to Covella's. How can I help you today? Halsey grins. My friend needs the ultimate power suit. Something that says, I eat hackers for breakfast. The woman offers a half-amused smile then studies me and nods. You've come to the right place. Let me show you a few options. For once, I don't get the typical condescending look when shopping for professional wear. She leads us through racks of finely tailored blazers, crisp blouses, and perfectly cut trousers and skirts. I skim my fingers over the fabrics, appreciating the quality and style. I settle on a deep navy set and step into the fitting room. Halsey waits outside, her voice carrying through the curtain. Remember, we want CEO energy. When you walk in there, they should be begging to hire you. I snort a laugh, buttoning the blazer and smoothing the lapels. When I look in the mirror, I freeze. The suit hugs my waist and schemes over my hips, flattering my curves and making me look unstoppable. Like I belong in a corner office. I step out and Halsey's delighted gasp seals the deal. Oh my God, Eva. You look like a boss. A warmth spreads through me, and I feel an overwhelming sense of confidence, making me feel like I really can do this. Maybe this job isn't just a long shot, maybe it's mine for the taking. The sales associate beams. May I pin the hem? A quick alteration will give it the perfect fit. I nod, stepping onto the small platform. As she works, I reflect on how far I've come. From a scared teenager in foster care, hacking to survive, to standing in an upscale boutique, about to land the career of my dreams. Halsey's voice softens. If your parents could see you now, they'd be so proud. My throat tightens. I rarely let myself think about them, about what I lost. But she's right. I've fought hard for this moment, and I won't let anything, not even a dangerously tempting mafia don, derail it. Once the alterations are set, we schedule a pickup for early morning. Excitement takes over as I realize a door is opening, and I'm ready to walk through it. We step outside, Halsey swinging a bag carrying the sleek leather portfolio and other accessories she insisted I needed. The sun is warm, the city alive, and for the first time in a long while, I feel like I belong here. I loop my arm through hers. Let's celebrate. Ice cream or cocktails? Your pick. She grins. Ice cream. And then we'll get you so prepped, BKNC won't know what hit them. Chapter 7. Dante. I stare into my coffee cup, watching the faint ribbons of steam curl upward. The brew is dark and rich, just the way I like it, but the taste barely registers. I'm too preoccupied with thoughts of Lombardi, and her, to appreciate any flavor this morning. Across from me, my mother, Isabella, La Nana, as she's known to most in our world, sits in one of the antique armchairs that have graced our study for decades. She's in her mid-70s now, but she still carries herself like a queen, spine straight, chin raised, eyes gleaming with the sharp intelligence that helped build and maintain the Bellicino Empire. Dante, she says gently, lifting her porcelain coffee cup to her lips. Stop brooding, figlio mio. That poor mug's done nothing to deserve your scowl. I exhale, setting my cup down. Habit, I guess. Too much on my mind. She arches a brow, unimpressed by such a meager explanation. Wouldn't be the first time. A faint smile tugs at the corners of my mouth. Fair enough. The study is a comfortable mix of old-world charm and modern simplicity. A large mahogany desk sits in the center, a worn, high-back leather chair behind it. My father's chair, now passed on to me. The walls are lined with books that no one but my mother bothers to read anymore. There's a hidden panel behind the shelves leading to a panic room, though thankfully, we've never had to use it. Still, caution is forever in the forefront in my world. I look over at a framed photograph on the mantle of my father and my two younger brothers, all three of them gone. The War of the Black Roses took so many people, my father and siblings included. It changed me, preparing me to become the man I needed to be to take over the Bellicino family when they died. That was nearly a decade ago, but some wounds never fully heal. Nana follows my line of sight. They'd be proud of you, you know. All of them. I grunt, not sure how to respond. I'm just doing what needs to be done. She tilts her head. That's exactly what your father always said. But let's not pretend this fiasco at the wedding can be overlooked. I understand Linda's meddling has always been a thorn in your side, but the robbery, that was Lombardi, yes? My jaw tightens at the mention of Lombardi. It was confirmed by the idiots who tried to pull it off. Johnny Lombardi tipped them off, probably hoping they'd humiliate us in front of half the city. My mother's lips curve into a rueful smile. He's bolder than I thought. Or stupid. I'm betting on stupid, I say, picking up my coffee again. But if he's bold enough to try a stunt like that in my presence, he needs a reminder of his place. I plan to hurt him where it counts. We both know money is the lifeblood of the families. She nods, sipping her coffee. And if he dare retaliates? I let out a low chuckle. He'll regret it. Retribution is the only language men like that understand. My mother sets her cup aside and fixes me with a look. Good. The entire city needs to see that the Bellasinos will not be insulted. I've spent half my life reminding people of that. So did your father, and your brothers, May. They all rest in peace. I picture Michael and Giuseppe, their cocky grins, their unwavering loyalty. I can still hear Michael's laugh in my head sometimes. Then I blink, forcing myself back to the present moment. Our part in the War of the Black Roses wasn't squeaky clean. She waves an elegant hand, the jewels on her fingers catching the sunlight. We did terrible things, yes, but so did the Russians. It was war, Dante. I just wish, she trails off, a flicker of regret in her eyes. I wish it hadn't claimed so many young lives. Perhaps if I'd convinced your father to broker peace earlier. Mother. My tone is gentle but firm. You cannot hold yourself responsible for everything. Some burdens are mine to carry. She straightens, almost bristling. I've told you this before, Dante. I pulled strings in that war, too. When I saw your father falter, I pushed him. Don't carry guilt that doesn't belong to you. I hold her gaze for a moment. My mother is many things, intelligent, ruthless, and fiercely protective of her family. Her involvement in the War of the Black Roses isn't a story told in polite company. I know she orchestrated certain hits behind the scenes. Sometimes I wonder if that's the reason she's so adamant about me never hesitating. She learned the cost of doubt the hard way. I sit back, sighing heavily. Let's not discuss who's to blame for the past. It cannot be changed, and we have bigger issues before us. Lombardi, for one. Let's focus on that. She gives a curt nod. Yes, you're right. I trust your judgment. You always had a knack for knowing exactly where to strike so it hurts the most. I'm aware of a list of businesses where Johnny's invested. I'll have my men disrupt supply chains, maybe even sabotage a few key deals. Nothing so obvious that we can be traced, but enough to sting. Good, she says, lifting her coffee again. Do it quickly, before he has a chance to regroup. A comfortable silence settles in, punctuated by the tick of the ornate grandfather clock near the door. It's an heirloom from the old country, shipped over decades ago. The rhythmic sound usually calms me, but today my thoughts are overtaken by someone who draws me like a magnet, the invasion leaving no room for calmness. My mother sets her cup down again, eyeing me intently. Speaking of the wedding, I noticed a young woman among the guests. Shapely blonde, I believe. She sat in the back rows initially, then disappeared for a while, reappearing later at the reception. She was there with a girlfriend. My heartbeat thumps in my chest. You notice everything, don't you? A slow smile touches her lips. I do. Now, what was her name? She's Luca's ex-girlfriend, yes? I hesitate, not wanting to reveal too much. Why is my mother so curious? Eva, I say at last, trying to keep my tone neutral. Her name is Eva Smith. Eva. H.M. I never met her. Showing up to your ex's wedding uninvited is a confident move, wouldn't you agree? My brow arches. You say that like you approve. She laughs softly. I like confident women. I didn't take her for a wallflower, at least not from the little bit I observed. She seems interesting. Interesting is an understatement. My memories flashed to Eva pinned against the suite's wall, her breathy moans, the way her eyes sparked as I drove deep into her. I clear my throat, banishing the image. I wouldn't know. I lie smoothly, though I'm certain my mother can see right through me. She tilts her head again, her expression knowing. Really, Dante? You wouldn't know anything about why she might have vanished or why she looked so, let's say, refreshed, when she reappeared? I bite back a curse. Sometimes I forget how sharp my mother is. She could run circles around half the men in my organization. Perhaps she had someplace else to be. A sly smile takes over. The kind of place that required a private elevator ride with you? I know there's no reason to pretend, but I also don't want to confirm anything that will become gossip. I don't recall specifics, I say, feigning indifference. But if she is Luca's ex, then she's off limits. She narrows her eyes. Is she? Because I noticed a certain look on your face when you glanced her way. My grip tightens on the mug, but I keep my voice measured. Mother, let's not indulge in speculation. She laughs, the sound surprisingly merry. Oh, Dante, don't be so stiff. I'm old, not senile. I can appreciate a bit of intrigue. Her tone turns gentle, affectionate. And if you've found someone who stirs something in you, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Being the Dawn can be a lonely place. I smile warmly at her. I'm not sure what I feel yet, aside from curiosity. Curiosity can often be the first step to all sorts of entanglements, but I won't pry. I was merely intrigued by her nerve. She waltzed into a wedding willing to face an ex who clearly wronged her, and left without a scene, well, not one she created. I admire a woman with steel in her spine. She's got more than steel, I murmur. She's got a fire that draws me like a moth to a flame. But I keep that thought to myself. My mother pats the arm of her chair. So, you'll keep an eye on Lombardi, punish him for his transgressions, and maybe, at some point, you'll cross paths with this Eva again. I shrug. If it happens, it happens. Right now, I have bigger concerns. She seems unconvinced but lets it go. Very well. When do you plan to set things in motion against Lombardi? Immediately. I finish the last sip of coffee and place the cup on a side table. I've already ordered my men to start interfering with his supply lines, nothing overt, just enough to hit his pockets. Once he feels the pinch, we'll see if he comes crawling for a truce when he sees I'm not screwing around. That's wise. If there's one thing I learned in the War of the Black Roses, it's that draining resources does far more damage than an outright bloodbath. Let him bleed money first. Then, if he refuses to learn his lesson, she lets the implication hang in the air. Exactly. I rise from my seat, crossing to the window overlooking the manicured gardens of our Long Island estate. The morning sun glints off the hedges, the gravel paths, and the ornate fountains. A picturesque scene for a life built from violence and power. I'll keep the war quiet this time. No need to replay old misfortunes. Good, she says. We can't afford the city turning into a battleground again. We lost too many people. Too many of our own. I stare at the gardens, painful memories churning. My father taught me everything he knew, but he also died too soon, leaving me to bury my brothers and shoulder the Bellicino legacy alone. If I can handle Lombardi without any escalation, I'll have done something right. And yet, a dark part of me yearns to show him that messing with my family is a mistake he won't live to regret twice. Isabella stands, smoothing her long black skirt. She's dressed in colors of mourning ever since my father passed. Will you join me for lunch in an hour, or are you heading out? I turn to face her. I have a call to make first, some business matters that need to be discussed. Then I'll be free. She approaches, pressing a soft kiss to my cheek. Don't work too hard, figlio mio. Remember, we have a life outside of this, and we're the only ones left to enjoy it. I swallow hard. I know. She glides out of the study, a regal silhouette fading into the corridor. I remain by the window, letting the quiet seep in until my phone buzzes on the desk. It's a message from Ricardo, my right-hand man, about the next steps being taken to cripple Lombardi. Instead of responding, my mind drifts to Eva. I can't help it. There's a pull, a sense of unfinished business when it comes to her. I want to see her again, to figure out what has made me so restless. She's tough, witty, and fiercely self-reliant. The way she stood up to Luca, hell, the way she stood up to me, makes me have a profound respect for her. Yet there's also something guarded about her, a darkness behind her eyes. I sense secrets and pain. Who hurt you, Eva? And why do I feel so compelled to find out, to protect you? I shake my head, trying to remove the thoughts. I'm not some lovesick boy. I'm the dawn of the city's most powerful mafia family. We don't get the luxury of daydreaming about women we barely know. At least, not without consequences. Still, I can't deny the spark she's ignited. One night with her wasn't enough to quench it. If anything, it only stoked the flames. My phone vibrates again, this time with a call. Speak. Boss, Lombardi's main distributor in the garment district just got a sudden freight check from the feds. Our tip worked. He's going to lose half his shipments to regulatory issues. Should slow him down a bit. What are our next steps? Excellent. Proceed with the second phase, quiet sabotage of Lombardi's finances. You got it, boss. I end the call. A grim smile tugs at my lips. One step closer to making Johnny regret ever targeting me. I blow out a breath, returning to the window. The sunlight feels undeserved, shining on a man who's lived more in the shadows than in the light. Perhaps the dark is where I belong, though I wouldn't mind someone to share my life with. To bring light into my world. A wry grin lifts one corner of my mouth. The thought of Eva's eyes lighting up with that fierce spark is enough to keep me on edge in a much more pleasurable way. I exit the study, nodding at the security detail stationed outside. My footsteps echo down the corridor as I head toward my office, my mind awash in equal parts ruthless intent and a longing I haven't allowed myself to feel in years. Maybe this time, I think to myself, I won't ignore it. Chapter 8. EVA. BKNC is one of the leading private equity firms in the country. We oversee billions in assets, specializing in acquisitions, high-level investments, and security, both financial and digital. Our clients expect discretion, reliability, and most of all, protection. The assistant walks briskly beside me, her heels clicking against the marble floor as we pass the sleek, glass-walled offices. She shoots me a knowing glance. That's where you would come in. I nod, trying to focus on her words rather than the nerves trying to take over. This is the kind of job I've been dreaming of. High stakes, top-tier systems to play with, and the resources to build a cybersecurity framework unlike anything I've done before. The assistant glances down at her tablet, then back up at me with a small smile. You should know, the CEO has taken a special interest in this hire. He'll be conducting your interview personally. The CEO? Most companies of this scale don't have their CEO sitting in on interviews, even for high-level positions. She nods. Well, this position is for the head of cybersecurity. It's an essential role, and Mr. Bellicino likes to be directly involved in all matters of security. My stomach flips. Mr. Bellicino? She doesn't seem to notice the giant lump I just swallowed. Dante Bellicino, she clarifies, tapping something into her tablet. He can be a little intimidating, but he's brilliant. He built this firm into what it is today. My heart lurches, the ground tilting beneath me for a fraction of a second. I've done my research on BKNC, but I never bothered to look up the man at the top. It never even occurred to me that Dante Bellicino could be the CEO. My pulse pounds in my ears as we stop in front of a pair of heavy oak doors. The assistant gives me a pleasant smile, completely unaware of the war raging within me. He's expecting you. I should walk away. Every logical part of my brain is screaming at me to turn around and get the hell out of here before this goes too far. But my feet stay rooted to the floor, my breath shallow as the assistant knocks once and opens the door. He's sitting behind a massive desk and stands as I approach, extending a hand. Ms. Smith. His voice is smooth, the faintest smirk tugging at his lips. I swallow hard as his hand grips mine just a little too firmly. Mr. Bellacino, I say, my tone perfectly professional. Didn't expect to see you again. His smirk deepens. Oh, I'm full of surprises. He gestures for me to take a seat in one of the plush guest chairs in front of his desk. I sit before my knees betray me, crossing my legs and setting my folder on the polished mahogany desk between us. He watches every movement, gaze lingering a second too long on my legs before he sits, leaning back in his chair like he owns the world. Which, let's be honest, he kind of does. He steeples his fingers. Let's get to it, then. Your resume is very impressive. I know. His brow quirks. Modest, I see. No point in false humility. You wouldn't have called me in if I didn't have the qualifications. He nods as he raises a brow, a small smile forming on his lips. His expression shifts to something more serious, more curious. I have to say, I'm not in the habit of hiring straight out of college, especially not for a position of this caliber. I don't hesitate. I've been working in the field since I was barely a teenager. His eyes sharpen. Freelancing? I nod. Hacking, penetration testing, cybersecurity consulting. You name it, I've done it. I'm mostly self-taught, but my degree greatly refined my skills. His fingers tap idly against the desk. Which means you were lying about your age back then. No one would hire a child for that kind of work. I shrug, offering him an easy smile. I lied. But only when I had to. His gaze darkens, and I can tell he likes that I've broken rules. Bent them. Maybe even rewritten them when necessary. Fair enough. He flips through my portfolio. Your work in cybersecurity is cutting edge. You single-handedly patched a vulnerability in JP Morgan's firewall that could have cost them billions. Not just patched. I built a dynamic threat mitigation system that detects and isolates intrusions before they reach critical assets. I made their security adaptive instead of reactive. And you did all of this while working on your CS degree. His eyes gleam with interest. Tell me exactly how you would apply that here. I lean forward. Your company's infrastructure is good, but not impenetrable. You're running a hybrid cloud setup, which means if someone gains access to one sector of your network, they could pivot into more sensitive systems. He nods, arms folding over his broad chest. And how would you fix that? 2 ways. First, a segmented microperimeter defense with zero-trust architecture. That means every single access request is authenticated, even from within your own servers. Second, I'd implement a behavioral-based anomaly detection system. Think of it like an AI watchdog that monitors all network activity. If something even smells wrong, it isolates the breach before it spreads. Dante's eyes flash. Interest. Amusement. Respect. Lust. You're brilliant, Eva, he says. The way he says my name sends a shiver down my spine. I swallow hard. Focus. I sit back, adjusting my blazer. I know that. But now that I'm aware you're the CEO, I'm not sure this is the right fit for me. Dante tilts his head. Oh. You and I both know the risks of working for a company like this. With your affiliations, I imagine your enemies wouldn't hesitate to attack through cyberspace. That makes me a target. His jaw flexes slightly. I would never let anything happen to you. The way he says it, firm and absolute, sends a strange warmth through my chest. Still, I force myself to remain logical. That's a nice sentiment, but it doesn't change the fact that my name will be tied to BKNC's cybersecurity. If someone wants to make a statement, I'll be the one in their crosshairs. Dante exhales, watching me for a long beat. Then, slowly, he stands. How about this? He rounds the desk and sits in the chair beside me. He smells like sandalwood. Before you say no, take a tour of the office. Meet the team. Then decide. I should refuse. I should get up and walk out of here before I make the stupidest decision of my career. But instead, I nod. Fine. A tour. Good. His lips brush close to my ear. Because I'm not ready to let you go just yet. Dante leads me through the sprawling offices. The atmosphere is thick with wealth and power, glass-walled conference rooms filled with men in sharp suits, women in crisp pencil skirts tapping away at high-end workstations. Everything radiates efficiency and control. Dante moves with predatory confidence, his hand lightly resting at the small of my back as he introduces me to various executives. It's subtle, the possessiveness, the silent claim, but I can feel it. And I'd be lying if I said it didn't make my pulse race. My expression is neutral while shaking hands, smiling politely and offering crisp, professional answers when asked about my experience. Dante slows near a corner where a group of executives are chatting, and just as I think I might get through this tour unscathed, the universe decides to screw me over. Eva? The surprise on Luca's face quickly shifts into something more like amusement. Oh, for fuck's sake. Dante's entire body shifts. His dominance sharpens, his posture becomes more territorial, his presence dark and commanding in a way that makes my stomach tighten. Luca. His tone is cool and professional. Luca folds his arms, grinning. Didn't expect to see you here. My throat tightens. Neither did I. Luca tilts his head, eyeing me like I'm an interesting puzzle. You working here now? Or can you just not stay away from me? Dante responds before I have the chance to. Ms. Smith is considering an offer. His voice is clipped and businesslike, an underlying edge to it. Luca blinks, then lets out a short laugh. Never thought you'd go corporate. I narrow my eyes. Why? Because I'm too smart for this place? He chuckles, shaking his head. No, because you hate sitting still. I remember you complaining about how office jobs are just modern-day cages. Dante crosses his arms, his gaze locked on Luca. Unlike you, Luca, Eva actually has marketable skills. Luca's smirk falters. Wow. Thanks, Dad. Dante's expression remains stoic. Just stating a fact. I bite the inside of my cheek to keep from grinning. That was more satisfying than it probably should have been. Luca exhales sharply, but he doesn't push back, his gaze sliding back to me. His eyes flick down briefly but just enough for me to catch it. You clean up well. He gestures vaguely at my tailored blazer and high-waisted slacks. Not the usual look for you. Dante's reply is curt with an undercurrent of warning. Are you commenting on my new cybersecurity lead's body, Luca? Dead silence. Luca's face blanches. What? No, I just. Dante takes a step closer to his son. Suddenly, Luca doesn't look so cocky anymore. You sure? Because it sounds a lot like you are. It feels as if the entire office is holding its breath. Luca stammers, completely thrown off. It was just a joke. Then it wasn't a very good one. Dante's tone is low, icy. I have never seen Luca look more uncomfortable. I glance at Dante, tilting my chin up just enough to convey pure, unshakable confidence. You know what? Dante turns to me, his eyes still burning with restrained fury. I smile. Slow and sweet. I think I'll take the job after all. Chapter 9. EVA. 2 days later. My first official day at BKNC is surreal. There's a hush in the corridors, polite yet watchful gazes from the employees as I pass by. I'm in the belly of the beast. Except this beast is an Italian mafia-aligned, multi-billion-dollar corporation. My boss is a man so dangerous, so powerful, he could probably end me with a phone call. He's also so disarmingly tempting that I can't stop thinking about the way he touched me, the way he made me burn. Clutching my sleek leather portfolio bag, I force my heartbeat to slow. I've earned this position. I might be stepping onto the main stage of organized crime's legitimate front, but nobody here knows who I really am. I'm not Luca's ex. I'm not Dante's, whatever. They only see me as Eva Smith, brilliant cybersecurity expert. That's it. And that's exactly how I need to keep it. The corporate assistant, a tall, elegant woman named Janine, leads me through a maze of glass-walled offices. She murmurs introductions as we go, pointing out various department heads and acknowledging them with polite nods. A hush of curiosity follows us. I feel eyes on my back, but whenever I hazard a glance over my shoulder, everyone's focused on their screens again. They're well-trained. Finally, Janine stops outside a corner office, my name on a sleek plaque to the right of the door. Ms. Smith, this is your space. Mr. Bellicino asks that you be placed near the executive suite in case he needs to consult with you. My stomach does a little flip. Thank you. That is convenient. Janine politely smiles. Please let me know if you need anything. Your new staff ID is on your desk, along with all relevant access passes. She turns and leaves me alone in my new domain. I step inside, the large windows offering an impressive view of New York's skyline. A spacious desk faces the window while empty bookshelves line the walls, waiting for me to fill them with reference books and manuals. A state-of-the-art workstation hums quietly off one end of the desk, monitors arranged in a multi-display setup that practically calls to me. This is it. A swirl of excitement shoots through my veins. This is the position I've always dreamed about, head of cybersecurity at a top-tier company. The challenges will be immense. The compensation mind-blowing. The environment? Potentially lethal if I slip up, given who truly runs this show. But I'm up to the task and I can't wait to get started. Dropping my portfolio on the desk, I spend the morning settling in by running initial diagnostics on the system, customizing my workstation, and reviewing the company's current cybersecurity framework. My mind is alive with possibilities, but a low-level tension settles beneath the surface, a constant awareness that this organization is more than it seems and Dante is more than just my boss. Twice, I see him striding through the hall with subordinates trailing behind like eager disciples. He doesn't glance my way, but I feel his presence, a gravitational pull that sets my nerves on edge. My belly jumps every time I recall the night we spent together. Memories flash of the heat of his body, the low rumble of his voice, the sheer force of his desire. I can't let that distract me, but how am I supposed to ignore it? The hours blur by as I go through orientation. A rush of IT policies, cryptographic standards, and corporate documentation being thrown at me. I meet my new team, a handful of cybersecurity analysts, all talented, all politely curious about me. More than a few of them are at least twice my age, no doubt wondering why their new boss looks young enough to be their daughter. But if they have misgivings, they wisely keep them to themselves. By late afternoon, I've compiled a rough outline of my recommendations, all advanced points such as intrusion detection systems, anomaly-based threat modeling, and implementing honeypot servers. My head buzzes with ideas, eager to push the envelope. Around 6, Janine appears at my door. Ms. Smith, Mr. Bellicino would like to see you. He mentioned it's your final meeting of the day. My heart kicks up a notch. All right. Did he say what it's regarding? She shakes her head. Only that he wants an update on your initial assessment. So much for a gentle ramp-up. Nodding, I gather my notes, double-check my suit jacket, and head to the top executive suite, which happens to be the only office without glass walls. Dante obviously values his privacy. When I reach his door, I pause to compose myself and take a deep breath. I knock. Enter. Heat skitters across my skin as I open the door. Dante stands at his desk, jacket off, shirt sleeves rolled mid-forearm. The orange glow of the setting sun spills through the floor-to-ceiling windows behind him, painting the office in a wash of warm, copper light. The view alone is breathtaking, and the sight of him steals my focus, broad shoulders, strong arms, the top button of his shirt undone revealing his sexy collarbone. His eyes gleam as they lock onto me. Eva. I force a polite smile. Sir. He smirks. Damn it. Clearing my throat, I step forward, holding out my notes. You wanted an update on my findings? He motions me closer. Have a seat. We have a lot to discuss. I settle into the chair across from him, ignoring the flicker of memory that surfaces of our night together. Dante leans against the desk, arms folded. Tell me what you've got. I inhale, flipping open my folder. Your existing system is robust, but it's geared towards standard threats such as ransomware and basic phishing attempts. That won't cut it if you face a persistent or top-tier threat. We need something more. I twirl my hand, looking for the right word. He cocks an eyebrow. Aggressive? I nod. That's one way to put it. For instance, we can embed spyware into bogus files, like decoy financial records. Hackers think they're stealing valuable data, but in reality, we're collecting their IP addresses, infiltration paths, and domain credentials. In other words, we're tracking them. He listens intently, brow furrowing. So basically we're laying a trap. Exactly. It's not unusual to deploy honeypots, but I'm taking it one step further by seeding real-looking data across the network. The second they grab it, we have them. Dante's expression is thoughtful. That's more than a typical defense posture. That's espionage. Not illegal, I point out. As long as we're not violating privacy laws or entrapment regulations. We'd simply be providing false files for unauthorized actors. And once we pinpoint them? I pause for a moment before responding. That's up to you. But if we do this, any retaliation must be on the right side of the law. My eyes narrow. If you start launching destructive attacks or doxing them, that puts the company at risk. I won't be a part of that. Silence falls between us. Dante's jaw twitches as the fading sunlight paints him in stark gold, making him appear like the statue of a dark god. Finally, he exhales. You're telling me to keep it legal. I am. A slow smile curves his mouth, dangerous and admiring all at once. The more I learn about you, Eva Smith, the more I despise the fact that we agreed on a one-time-only arrangement. My throat dries. I don't recall that arrangement being exactly mutual. His smile widens, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. You didn't protest. You said you didn't want to get in too deep. Too late. Heat coils in my gut as my body remembers how it felt to be pinned beneath him, how my heart thundered at the authority in his voice. The tension in the room crackles like static electricity. You're my boss now, I point out. He steps around the desk, moving closer with predatory grace. My pulse leaps. Yes, I am. And right now, I'm very impressed with your plan. I'm also very conflicted. Conflicted how? He stops just in front of me, his gaze dipping briefly to my parted lips. Conflicted between praising your brilliance or punishing you for driving me insane. A tremor runs through me. Punishing me? He leans in, and I catch the faint scent of his cologne, spiced wood, dark and potent. He murmurs. You knew exactly what you were doing when you walked in here, didn't you? With your ideas of embedding spyware, your no-nonsense approach. You're baiting me. I swallow hard. I'm not sure how. You're brilliant, Eva, but you've given me boundaries. No one gives Dante Bellicino boundaries. There's a first time for everything, I suppose. He chuckles softly, then lifts his hand to cut my chin. The contact sets off sparks. Does this bother you? It should. He's my boss. He's also the most dangerous man I've ever met. And yet, I'm leaning into his touch, my breath catching. He silences me with his mouth, pressing a slow, devastating kiss to my lips. My mind short-circuits, a rush of desire obliterating all rational thought. He slides his free hand around my waist, pulling me to my feet so I'm flush against him. My heart thunders, a moan escaping as his tongue slips past my lips, coaxing and demanding. The last rays of the sun blaze through the windows, painting us in molten light. I cling to his shoulders, remembering how good it felt last time. My body hums, desperate for more. Dante breaks the kiss, resting his forehead against mine. You drive me insane, he says, his voice husky. I'm breathing hard, my mind spinning. We can't do this, I murmur, even as I slide my hands over his broad chest, feeling the hard muscle beneath his shirt. He presses another kiss to my jaw, trailing a path down my throat. Don't say that if you don't mean it. I whimper, my head tilting back involuntarily. Dante. His fingers twist in my hair, tugging gently to expose my neck. A million warnings blare in my head, but my body is beyond caring. He nips the sensitive skin where neck meets shoulder and I gasp. His hand roams my waist, slipping down to the curve of my hip. The friction of his fingers against my suit is maddening, every nerve ablaze. I can't help but press closer, inhaling the electric tension. He walks away, flipping the small lock on the door, then draws the blinds with a remote switch. The gentle hum of mechanized shades lowering envelopes us in half-darkness. When he comes back, the hunger in his gaze makes my knees nearly buckle. I keep thinking about the way you sounded when you came apart, he whispers. I have been, ever since that night. My cheeks burn. It was only supposed to be that one night. Supposed to be, he agrees, stepping so close I'm practically caged between his body and the desk. But here we are. His mouth claims mine again, harder this time, and I melt against him. The desk edge digs into my backside, but I'm too caught up in the moment. He breaks the kiss just enough to growl near my ear, tell me you want this. Yes. The word roars in my mind, but I manage a breathless protest. We can't keep ignoring reality. He catches my lower lip between his teeth, sending a bolt of pure need through me. We'll deal with reality later. His hand drifts up my side, brushing the underside of my breast. Right now, I'm going to fuck you until you scream my name. A moan slides past my lips and my hands tangle in his hair, pulling him down for another kiss. This time, I'm the demanding one. I nibble at his lips, fueling the fire. He lets out a satisfied growl as he slides his hand beneath my blazer, palming the curve of my waist. Every brush of his fingers sets my skin on fire. I'm half aware of my surroundings, my notes. Any second, they could scatter to the floor if we aren't careful. He senses my hesitation. Worried about your brilliant strategy? I don't want to lose it. He grins against my lips, stepping back just enough to move the papers to the side with a quick motion, clearing space. Now you won't. His hands find the clasp of my pants and my body clenches with anticipation. He cups my chin, his eyes searching mine. We can stop if you want to. I stare at him, my breaths coming in shallow bursts. The memory of that night crashes over me, the exquisite high, the raw intimacy, the mind-blowing desire. Don't stop, I whisper. A pleased growl rumbles in his throat. He captures my mouth again, his tongue stroking mine in a dance that makes me dizzy. He presses me back against the desk, the edge digging into my thighs. I brace my hands on his shoulders, reveling in the hard muscle beneath my palms. His mouth leaves mine to trail hot, urgent kisses down my neck, nibbling at my collarbone. My blazer slides off in an instant, his hand slipping beneath my blouse, grazing bare skin. I gasp, arching into him. Eva. I tug at the buttons of his shirt, undoing enough of them so I can feel his chest beneath my palms. My pulse roars in my ears, every sense sharpened by the knowledge that we're in a high-powered corporate office. Anyone could knock on the door at any moment. We're crossing lines we can't uncross. But God, do I want this? He groans when my nails scrape lightly over his skin, and I feel him shudder against me. The sound causes something to stir within me, something primal, desperate. He pushes me back against the desk, but instead of giving in to the obvious demand of our bodies, Dante drops to his knees. My breath stutters. Dante. Shoo, his hands slide up the outside of my thighs, pushing my skirt up along with them. His mouth follows, placing slow, searing kisses along the skin above my knee, working his way higher. He hooks his thumbs into my panties, the smirk he gives when he tugs them down devastating. Already so wet for me, he murmurs. My fingers clench against the desk as he drags his tongue along the inside of my thigh, teasing, tormenting. I want to hear you, Eva. He nips at my skin, causing my body to jolt with anticipation. I want you to be loud for me. I don't get the chance to respond before he plunges his tongue into me. A broken moan rips from my throat, my head tilting back as pleasure lances through me. His tongue moves with devastating precision, flicking and circling, tasting me like he's savoring every second. He groans against me like I'm the most delicious thing he's ever tasted, the sound alone nearly causing me to come undone. My fingers fly to his hair, tugging, guiding, but he doesn't let me control the pace. He's determined to draw this out, to make me feel every stroke of his tongue, every hot breath against my slick heat. My thighs tremble around his shoulders, my body strung tight, every nerve focused on the relentless pleasure he's wringing from me. Dante. Oh my God. He growls against me as his grip tightens, his tongue pressing harder, his lips sealing around my clit and sucking just right, sending a shockwave through my core. My body arches off the desk, and I see stars as my orgasm crashes over me, pleasure spiraling out from where his mouth is still working me through it. I gasp his name, my nails digging into his scalp, legs shaking as he eases me down from the high with gentle, teasing licks. When I finally slump back against the desk, breathless and boneless, he chuckles softly, kissing my inner thigh before standing. His eyes burn with lust as he looks at me, his mouth glistening with my arousal. He wipes his thumb across his lower lip, then licks it, like he's savoring the taste. I'm not done with you yet. Chapter 10. Dante. 2 weeks later. You're impossible. A smirk tugs at my lips. Yet you keep coming back for more. She shoots me a glare that doesn't quite disguise her grin. I'm the head of cybersecurity, remember? I'm just doing my job. I laugh softly. This isn't your job. She slips her blazer from her shoulders, tossing it across a chair. Oh no. Well, apparently, it's about to be. I back up a step, sliding my tie off and tossing it on my desk. My shirt follows, revealing my torso, her hungry eyes raking over me. With one graceful movement, she sinks to her knees, hands moving to my belt buckle. I'm surprised by the action and my pulse hammers. Eva. She glances up through long lashes, a sly smile curving her lips. Yes, boss. Before I can formulate a witty reply, my belt is undone, the button and zipper of my pants following suit. The cool air hits my skin, and I can't help the groan that rumbles out as she frees me from the confines of my slacks and boxer briefs. Her lips hover near my length, her warm breath sending sparks of anticipation through my veins. The sight alone is enough to make me dizzy with lust. Eva, I say again. She doesn't answer. Instead, she leans forward and takes me into her mouth. The heat, the wet warmth, causes my head to tilt back, eyes squeezing shut as a growl tears from my throat. I bury my fingers in her hair, guiding her gently, my body shuddering each time she slides her tongue along my shaft. The slow, purposeful way she moves sends white-hot shivers along every nerve. Her fingers grip my thighs for leverage, and I fight the urge to thrust harder, deeper. She moves perfectly in tune with each ragged breath I take, and the tightness in my core coils. If I let her continue, I'll lose it too soon. Groaning, I push her back gently, lifting her chin. Her lips are swollen, her eyes gleaming with mischief, a small smirk on her face. You taste better than I imagined, she says. I laugh, hauling her to her feet. You'll kill me like that, woman. She smiles wide, but it fades when I crash my mouth onto hers, desperation fueling me. She kisses me back with equal hunger, her hands roaming up my chest to my shoulders, then around my neck. I guide her backward until the edge of the desk presses against her hips. I peel her blouse from her body, tossing it aside. She's wearing a sexy, silky bra underneath, the sight of which nearly robs me of breath. I slide my palm over her covered breast, feeling the top peek beneath the fabric. She gasps, arching into my touch. Dante, she whispers. I reach behind with my other hand, unhooking her bra and letting it fall away. She's so damn perfect. I dip my head and brush my mouth across her collarbone, trailing kisses down to her chest. She tangles her fingers in my hair, a shuddering moan escaping her lips as I taste her skin. I can't resist slipping a hand between her thighs. The slick warmth I find there sparks an uncontrollable wave of need. Her head falls back in pleasure, another soft moan filling the quiet. I need you, she breathes. I respond by cupping her more firmly, stroking until she whimpers, her hips grinding against my hand. Her nails dig into my shoulders, and I can tell she's at the edge already, the tension radiating off her in waves. She stands half-naked, trembling. I wrap an arm around her waist and turn her gently, pressing her forward so she's braced against the desk. She looks over her shoulder, eyes aflame with desire and mischief. I'm not fragile, you know, she murmurs, pressing her ass against me enticingly. Good, I say, because I'm not going to be gentle. She raises a brow and we share a knowing smile before I tuck her panties to the side and plunge into her with one swift thrust. She cries out in half surprise, half pleasure. The feeling of her enveloping me is almost too much, a nearly unbearable tightness that steals the breath from my lungs. Her hands grip the edge of the desk as I hold her hips, setting an insistent rhythm. Each thrust sends jolts of bliss up my spine. I growl as I watch the way her body responds to my cock vanishing deep inside. She's panting and gasping my name. I reach around her body and find her swollen clit, stroking it in time with our rhythm. Her entire body shudders, and I know she's close. Let go, I murmur, leaning in to press hot kisses to her shoulder. I want to feel you come all over my cock. Her reply is a long, husky moan. Within seconds, she stiffens, a sharp cry breaking from her lips as her pussy spasms around me. The sensation nearly blinds me, the tight pulsing around my length pushing me dangerously close to the brink. But I'm not done. I slow my movements, letting her ride out the wave, then gently guide her around to face me. Her cheeks are flushed, her breathing ragged. Our eyes lock as I lift her onto the desk. She wraps her legs around my waist, her arms around my neck, and our bodies become one again. This angle is more intimate, being face to face allows me to watch the flickers of emotion cross her features. She clings to me, nails raking lightly down my back, fueling the raw lust pounding in my veins. I start slow, drawing out every sensation. She moans, lips parting in a silent plea for more. I claim her mouth again, tangling my tongue with hers as I thrust deeper, each stroke sending pleasure through my body. She breaks the kiss, tilting her head back on a gasp. Dante. Oh God. Look at me, I order, voice taut with hunger and need. She forces her eyes open, meeting my gaze. I see a flash of vulnerability, and it ignites a fierce possessiveness inside me. I press my forehead to hers, our breaths mingling. My pace quickens, every thrust drawing a whimper from her. When I lower my hand between us, circling that tight bundle of nerves, she shatters again. Her cries echo in my ears, her body gripping me like a vice. The feel of her climax tears away my last thread of control. With a low groan, I let go, burying myself deep as I pulse inside her. My vision whites out for a moment, raw pleasure rippling through me in waves I can't contain. We collapse, damp skin pressed together, hearts galloping in tandem. For a long minute we stay that way, just breathing, basking in the afterglow. I gently ease out of her, pressing my forehead to hers once again. She closes her eyes, a trembling sigh leaving her lips. Wow, she whispers, a note of awe in her voice that makes me grin. I help her off the desk and we fumble for our clothes, sharing hushed laughter as we try to fix ourselves into something resembling professional attire. My shirt is wrinkled beyond saving and her hair is wild, but we do our best. Eventually, we slump onto the small couch and sit side by side. I wrap an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close, and she leans her head on my chest. For a while, we just lounge on the sofa, letting the adrenaline fade. But within a few minutes, my mind starts spinning again. The more time I spend with Eva, the more I wonder about her. There's a guarded edge to her, hinting at buried wounds from a past she doesn't share. Eva, I say quietly. Are you ever going to tell me more about yourself? She stiffens but doesn't move away. Why does it matter? Because I want to know you. And not just the brilliant tech genius or the woman who lights me on fire. I want to know all of you. Her silence stretches. I consider pressing, but I can sense this is a fragile subject. I don't like to talk about my past, she says at last, voice subdued. It's complicated. You've said that before. She draws a shaky breath. If I told you who I really am and what shaped me, it could put me at risk. A shaky laugh escapes. Or put you at risk. Hard to say. I tighten my arm around her. I handle risk for a living. Yeah, she murmurs, glancing at me with faint amusement. I know. We fall into silence again, my fingers absently stroking her arm while my mind races with questions. She's not an open book, that's for sure, but something about her draws me in deeper than I ever intended. It's not just the explosive physical chemistry either. It goes way beyond that. I realize with a start that I'm falling for this woman. A woman who should be off limits, given her history and my role. A woman who's so clearly complicated that she refuses to share anything about her past. Yet here we are, entangled on a couch in my corporate office, her warmth pressed against me, her heartbeat gradually slowing into a steady rhythm beneath my hand. She's quiet but doesn't pull away, clearly lost in her own thoughts. Eva, I say eventually, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. Whatever you're hiding, whatever you think might scare me off, trust me, I'm not a man who scares easily. She lets out a soft snort, lifting her head to peer at me. Well, you are a big bad mob boss. Right? I smirk. Something like that. She sits up, fingers fiddling with the collar of her blouse. We should, get ourselves together. We don't want anyone to suspect anything. Her cheeks bloom pink, and I grin, brushing her hair aside to plant a swift kiss on her lips. All right, I agree. But this conversation isn't over. I'm a stubborn man. She sighs. You always get what you want, eh? I retrieve my tie from where it fell. Usually. But I won't force it out of you, Eva. You can tell me when, and if, you're ready. Her shoulders relax slightly, eyes flicking up to meet mine. Thank you. As I watch her, an odd warmth spreads through my chest. I never intended on catching feelings, but it's too late to pretend I don't care about her. Every moment spent with her draws me further into her orbit. I'm enthralled by the vulnerability, sharp wit, and unwavering independence she embodies. So, she says quietly. We're keeping this a secret, right? I step forward, capturing her chin between my fingers. For now. But one day, I might want more than stolen moments. Her breath catches and she nods. One day. I let my hand drop, stepping back. We share a lingering look, a silent agreement that what just happened will remain behind locked doors. For now. Without another word, she turns and heads toward the door. I watch her until she slips out into the hallway, leaving me alone in the quiet of my office. With a long sigh, I rake a hand through my hair. This woman is going to be my undoing. Chapter 11. EVA. The light streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows is warm and golden when I slowly open my eyes. I blink a few times, taking in the unfamiliar silk sheets and the sleek lines of Dante's high-end penthouse. We've been staying over and sneaking around for about a month now. Every day, I tell myself it's getting too serious, that mixing my job with my feelings is risky. If anyone finds out, it'll put a target on my back. But every night, morning, or stolen lunch hour, I end up with him, unable to resist. I roll onto my side. Dante is already awake, leaning against the padded headboard, reading something on his tablet. He looks up the moment he senses me stir, a devilish grin forming on his lips. Morning, he says, setting the tablet aside. His voice is low, a beautiful baritone still husky from sleep. I stretch my arms overhead, arching my back with a soft sigh. Morning, I reply. He reaches out, brushing the back of his knuckles lightly along my cheek. Sleep well? I hum, closing my eyes at the gentle touch. Best sleep I've had in forever, I admit. Your bed is dangerous, it's too comfortable. He chuckles, pushing aside the covers. You're the one who's dangerous, gorgeous. He slides closer, causing heat to flare in me, my pussy clenching. It takes everything I have not to launch myself at him and risk being late to work, again. The passion between us is tempting enough that my thoughts linger on the possibility. My body aches for him, for pleasure only he can give me. He must sense it, because he dips his head, pressing a lazy, lingering kiss to my mouth. My stomach does a slow flip. I melt into him for a few heady seconds before I manage to break away, laughing breathlessly. Stop distracting me. I have to get to the office. You have to get to the office. He arches a brow. I believe I am the office. I roll my eyes, pulling the sheets around me as I slide off the bed. I stand corrected, Mr. CEO. He laughs, throwing his legs over the side of the bed. I admire the sculpted planes of his chest, the faint silver at his temples contrasting with the dark hair slightly tousled from sleep. My mind flashes back to images of him on top of me last night, my hands digging into his perfect ass, feeling it tense and flex as he drove deep into me over and over and over. Focus, Eva. I rifle through my clothes I keep in a neat little corner of his enormous closet. It's weird how quickly we fell into this arrangement, how a spare set of clothes became several outfits next to his designer suits and polished Oxfords, and a toothbrush became an entire facial regimen and makeup bag. After showering, we dress in companionable silence. Dante helps me with my zipper, pressing a warm kiss to the back of my neck that makes me shiver. Then we head to the modern, high-tech kitchen, where he pours both of us a steaming cup of coffee from the preset machine, a delicious pot waiting for us. I lean against the marble island, sipping cautiously. He regards me for a few moments, a look that says he can see right through me. What's on your mind? He asks. No sense denying it. It's kind of a dick move to think about. He laughs. If that was supposed to calm my curiosity, you failed miserably. Tell me. I release a sharp exhale, blowing on my cup. I still can't wrap my head around how a man like you produced such a jerk like Luca. His lips twitch, the faintest hint of a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. You've met Linda, haven't you? I wrinkle my nose. No. He never introduced me to her. Though it sounds like I should consider myself lucky for that. He sighs, looking away for a second. When Luca was born, Linda and I were in different worlds. I tried to guide him, be a mentor, but she had her own ideas. She wanted him to have the right connections, attend the right parties, be in the right social circles. Frankly, she raised him to see people as accessories. I shake my head. That sounds nothing like you. He shrugs. I had other influences. My parents had a certain brand of discipline. I learned never to mistake kindness for weakness, to be respectful and curious, that all actions have consequences. Linda's family never taught Luca anything about respect. She raised him to be entitled and spoiled, to believe he could get away with anything and mommy would fix it. I sip my coffee, absorbing his words. Sometimes, when I see the softer side of him, I forget he's more than just an intimidating mafia don or a powerhouse CEO. He reaches out, tugging me gently to stand between his legs as he leans back on a stool. I know you don't think Luca and I share much in common, he says, his voice quiet, and you're right. We're both stubborn, I guess, but his arrogance is pure Patterson. I'm sorry he hurt you. Warmth spreads in my chest. Don't apologize for him. He's ancient history. I'm not losing any sleep over it. Good, Dante murmurs, leaning in to brush his lips across mine. The kiss is brief but still sends little sparks zipping through my nerves. I sigh. I really do have to go. Me too, he says, finishing his coffee in one long gulp. Shall I have my driver drop you off? I roll my eyes. I'm trying not to broadcast that I'm involved with you. If I step out of your limo, that's about as subtle as a neon sign. I'll take an Uber. He nods, not pushing the point. All right. I'll see you at the office, Miss Smith. His tone is teasing when he says my name, a grin tugging at his lips. A soft thrill skitters through me. See you there, Mr. Bellacino. I call for an Uber, wincing at the morning surge pricing. Still, it's worth it to keep a low profile. By the time I reach the BKNC building, I'm juggling a half-eaten bagel and a travel mug of coffee, one I hastily poured before the Uber showed up. I notice my stomach feels off, a low-grade queasiness that started creeping in a few days ago. I chalk it up to stress. My job is pretty intense, my personal life is definitely intense, and I haven't exactly been sleeping all that much. I enter the staff kitchen for yet another caffeine fix, hoping to knock the lingering nausea on its head. I fill my travel mug with fresh coffee, stifling a yawn. The day is already packed with tasks for the new cyber defense system I've been designing, an integrated threat intelligence platform designed to identify attacks before they can infiltrate our main systems. No rest for the wicked. Footsteps sound behind me and I glance over my shoulder. Luca strides in, smug as ever, a cocky-ass grin plastered on his face. Great. Eva. He nods, going for the coffee pot. Didn't expect to see you here so early. Figured a big shot like yourself wouldn't roll in until noon. And I figured someone so used to skipping work might not show up at all. He chuckles, unfazed. Ha, good one. I'm turning over a new leaf, you know. Gotta prove I'm worthy to be a part of my dad's empire. I roll my eyes. We both know he doesn't have the backbone. He smirks, pouring himself a refill. So, how's the job treating you? Head of cybersecurity, that's quite the promotion from your college hackathons. His voice drips with condescension. I force a polite smile, stepping aside to let him pass. It's fine, thanks. Busy. He snorts, coming a fraction too close. You sure you're not missing the days when we used to hang out? He wiggles his eyebrows in a mock-suggestive manner. Every muscle in my body tenses. That's ancient history. True. He sets his mug down, leaning in like he's about to share a secret. But a guy wonders, you know? We had fun. He reaches for my waist, making my skin crawl. I step back before he can touch me. Don't do that, Luca. He's about to retort when a low, dangerous voice cuts in. Do what, exactly? Dante steps into the kitchen, the glare on his face making it evident he dislikes what he heard and what he sees, Luca standing too close to me, my obvious discomfort. In a split second, the tension in the room skyrockets. Luca clears his throat, taking a step back, feigning nonchalance. Dad. Didn't realize you were in. Dante's eyes are cold, fixed on his son. Clearly. His tone is curt, controlled fury simmering just beneath the surface. He turns to me, his gaze softening. Everything all right, Ms. Smith? I can't help the tiny rush of satisfaction that floods through me. All good, sir. I emphasize the last word, trying not to grin. Luca looks between us, frowning. Wait, what's going on here? Why are you two acting so weird? He glances at his father, his confusion mounting. Dante pins his gaze on Luca again. We're not acting weird. Eva and I are an item. For a beat, the world stops spinning. My stomach flutters with a mix of triumph and terror. We'd agreed to keep it quiet, but Dante just declared it loud and clear, in front of his son. Luca's mouth drops open, and he stares at us like we've grown two heads. You, what? Dante's expression is deadly calm as he slides a hand around my waist. The contact is calming, and I press my lips together, suppressing a giddy laugh. She's my girlfriend, he repeats. So I'd appreciate it if you kept your hands to yourself. Luca blinks multiple times as he looks back and forth between us. That's, you two are, he trails off, scrambling for words. Halsey would kill to see this. I clear my throat. Yes, we are. His confusion morphs into incredulity then anger, though he tries to mask it with a shaky laugh. Wow. So you're hooking up with my dad now? Dante's arm tightens around me. Watch your tone. There's a subtle warning underneath. Luca's eyes flick to me, then to Dante. He seems lost, like he can't process it. I half expect him to start sputtering nonsense. Instead, he sets his coffee cup down hard on the counter and mutters, "Whatever. Good luck with that," before storming out of the kitchen. As soon as he's gone, I release the breath I'd been holding. My heart hammers so hard I can barely hear my own thoughts. I look at Dante. I thought we were keeping it quiet. Dante sighs, running a hand through his hair. He crossed a line. I wasn't about to let him disrespect you in front of me. Or at all. My chest squeezes with emotion, gratitude, admiration, and a flicker of anxiety. So now what? He gives me a thin smile. Now, we handle the fallout. Chapter 12. Dante. I drum my fingers against the leather upholstery as my driver weaves through Manhattan traffic, frustration simmering beneath my calm exterior. 2 days of unanswered calls. 2 days of trying to handle things civilly. I offered Johnny Lombardi the chance to sit down and negotiate like men, keep blood off the streets. He ignored me. I take a deep breath and exhale slowly, rolling my shoulders in an effort to calm down. The old me, the one I've spent years tempering, would have handled this with a single bullet. But Eva's changed something in me. She makes me want to be better. She despises senseless violence, and I respect that. But I also can't let Johnny's actions go unpunished. He put innocent people in danger, including her. That demands retribution. As my driver pulls in front of my apartment building, a strange sense of intuition overcomes me, one I've learned over the years to trust. Go around the block. I'll call if I need you. You got it, boss. I open the door and step onto the sidewalk, inhaling the crisp, evening air as the distant hum of the city settles over me. As I pull my keys from my pocket, a flicker of movement off to the right catches my eye. Instinct kicks in and I shift my weight, subtly bracing myself. 2 men step from the shadows, one from behind a parked car nearby, the other emerging from the alley. My grip on my keys tightens. Another 2 flank me from the left. A well-orchestrated ambush, surrounding me in a way that looks to passers-by as if we're simply having a little chat. Evening, gentlemen. Should I assume Johnny sent you? The nearest one flexes his fingers, itching for a fight. Mr. Lombardi's not interested in your calls, Bellacino. I glance around, assessing the situation. 4 men, maybe more in the shadows. If they wanted me dead, they'd have killed me already. This is intimidation. They're here to send a message. Look, I begin, my tone measured. I'm trying to compromise, to talk this through. War doesn't benefit either of us. One of them steps closer. Old man Lombardi doesn't think you'll stick to talking. He wants to make sure you stay out of his business. Is that so? You do realize it was Johnny who hit my event, starting this whole thing, right? It was my son's wedding. I'd say he's the one who needs a lesson on staying out of other people's affairs. Doesn't matter. You come near the Lombardis again, we'll put you down. My jaw tightens. I could end this in seconds, but there are innocent people around, families, children. I can't risk a stray bullet. Fine, I say, taking a step back. Tell Johnny whatever happens next is on his head. Without warning, the man takes a swing. I pivot, his fist skimming my shoulder instead of my jaw. My patience evaporates. Grabbing his wrist, I twist sharply, yanking him off balance before slamming an elbow into his ribs. He chokes out a gasp, staggering. Damn it. I was trying to avoid this. So much for not drawing attention. A second man lunges. I meet him head-on, driving my fist into his gut. He doubles over, coughing. The other man recovers and charges again. We exchange blows, quick, brutal. I'm able to block most of his hits, but one lands against my ribs, the pain blooming hot and sharp. Gritting my teeth, I return the favor with a vicious hook to his jaw. He stumbles back, cursing. The few observers suddenly flee as a third man raises a gun. Shit. At that moment, a mother and 2 children step out of the lobby at the worst possible moment. The woman freezes, eyes going wide. The moment stretches out in a long, dangerous heartbeat. I cannot let this turn into a bloodbath. Get the hell back inside. I bark, my tone leaving no room for argument. The mother immediately grabs her children and bolts for the door, disappearing into the lobby. The moment I look back, there's a gun aimed at my chest. Move and I shoot, the man holding it says, a wide smirk on his face as if he's enjoying this. His partner, still wincing from the hit I landed earlier, chuckles. You're not so tough now, huh? He taunts. I look around, hands flexing at my sides. Every muscle in my body screams for action, but I hold still. The memory of Eva's face flashes through my mind. Another voice cuts through the tension. Low. Cold. Dangerous. Drop it. I snap my gaze to the curb where a black SUV is parked illegally, its back door wide open. Stepping out is none other than Lombardi's father, Vito. He moves slowly and deliberately, flanked by 2 men. Though he's passed the official leadership to his son, he's still the real power behind the Lombardi family. A man like him doesn't retire, he just operates from the shadows until he dies. There's a majestic air about him, the posture of someone who's commanded fear and respect for decades. His suit is impeccable, dark charcoal with a crisp white pocket square, wealth apparent in every detail, from the gleam of his signet ring to the polished leather of his shoes. Despite his age, there's no mistaking the danger in his sharp gaze. He's built his empire on blood, and he knows he has the upper hand. For now. Bellacino, he says in a calm voice. I warned you to stay away. Didn't think you'd be stupid enough to come sniffing around my boy after that wedding fiasco. My hands are loose, my stance controlled. I've been trying to talk to him. To settle this before innocent people get caught in the crossfire. He snorts. You're a snake, just like your father. Always preaching peace while plotting behind closed doors. I grit my teeth. You're taking advantage of the fact that we're surrounded by civilians right now, I remind him, voice low and cold. You wouldn't dare pull this in neutral territory. A slow, thin smile spreads across his face. You're right. I don't want more bloodshed, here. He nods toward the building's windows, where a couple of concerned and scared faces peer out. This is your turf, Bellacino. If we open fire, we'll look like the bad guys. You'll just look weak. My jaw clenches. He's right, letting them walk away without consequences would make me appear cowardly and powerless. But if I act now, I risk turning the sidewalk, my home, into the scene of a massacre. My fingers twitch. My gun is holstered beneath my jacket. I could draw, but I know I wouldn't be fast enough. Not against 5 men. Got to admire the balls on you, I say. Pulling what you did at my son's wedding, then threatening me on my own turf. He smiles broadly, as if pleased to hear of his own work. You don't get to where I am by being timid, Dante. I force myself to breathe, to think. You're playing with fire, old man. He chuckles. Stay the hell away from Johnny. No more calls. No more threats. Or next time, we won't be so concerned about bystanders. I bristle at the thought. If Johnny continues provoking me, I won't hold back, I warn. A sneer curls his lips. You talk big, Bellacino, but look around. He gestures at his men. One twitch, and you bleed out right here. The restraint it takes to not rip his throat out is monumental, but I can't risk it. Not with Eva in my life. Not when I promised myself I'd handle things differently this time. I already told you I'm not looking to start a war, Vito. Then consider this your only warning. Ice settles in my veins. I stare him down. This isn't over. His laughter is cold and unamused. Walk away, Bellacino. Take your pass. Slowly, I back away, calculating my odds one last time. They may have won this round, but Johnny will not get away with what he's done. My driver comes back from rounding the block. The moment he pulls up to the curb, I slide inside, slamming the door shut. Go, I bark. The tires screech as we pull away. We stay silent for several minutes. I keep my breathing even, my thoughts razor sharp. Boss, my driver finally says, his voice tight. What the hell just happened? I rub my temples where a dull ache is starting to form. Lombardi just declared war. His knuckles whiten on the steering wheel. What do you want to do? I stare out the window, watching the city go by in a blur. I tried to be civil. I tried to talk sense. But they've made it clear they see that as weakness. So be it. They took their shot, I murmur. Now it's my turn. I pull out my phone. A text from Eva lights up the screen. Probably something playful and sweet. I can't bring myself to open it yet. Because when she learns how close I came to killing those men, or being killed myself, she's going to look at me differently. I close my eyes, willing the fury to dissipate. I promised her I'd try to be better, to be the bigger man. But being the bigger man doesn't always equal survival in this world. At least, not for long. Chapter 13. Dante. You enter the quiet foyer of my mother's Long Island estate, the soft click of my dress shoes on polished marble echoing in the silence. I've spent most of the day tamping down my anger, scheming how best to retaliate against the Lombardis for last night's actions. Now, I need her perspective. A staff member leads me through the halls to the lavish sitting room where my mother waits with her usual unflappable grace. As I enter, she sets aside a porcelain teacup, fixing me with a level gaze. Dante, she says, motioning for me to sit beside her on a plush sofa. You look like you've been chewing nails. Come. I manage a tight smile as I slip out of my coat. Believe me, I've considered it. She arches a brow, gesturing for the staff member to pour me tea. I'd prefer whiskey, but I know better than to alter her hospitality. Tell me everything, she says simply. I tried to speak with Johnny Lombardi. Extend an olive branch, so to speak. His father intervened. They cornered me outside my apartment last night. She pales slightly, though her expression remains stern. How bad? I shrug, rolling a shoulder to test the bruise left by one of Johnny's goons. Nothing I can't handle. They threatened me. Held a gun to my head in front of innocent bystanders, kids, older folks, neighbors. Lombardi Sr. demanded I back off or he'd escalate. Her lips purse. Veto. That old bastard. I nod, my anger seething just below the surface. I was tempted to make an example of them right then, but there were too many civilians around. If I'd opened fire, it would have turned into a massacre. She frowns. The Lombardis knew you wouldn't risk collateral damage. They used the knowledge as leverage. Exactly. I recall how close it came to turning ugly. I want my pound of flesh, Mother. This is the second time they've insulted us, first the wedding, now ambushing me on my own turf. I've tried to keep it civil, but I'm running out of patience. She nods slowly, gathering her thoughts. I remember you telling me you'd attempt diplomacy for that girl's sake. Eva, is it? My chest tightens at the mention of Eva. Yes, but it's not just about her. I want this city stable. Eva hates bloodshed, and I promised her I'd try to be better than the savage rumors she's heard about me. She casts me a quick, knowing look. You do well to keep her trust, but you cannot appear weak. People like Lombardi see kindness as a sign of frailty. I need to retaliate, but in a way that avoids unnecessary bloodshed. I'm trying to avoid a war, but Lombardi is making it difficult. She sighs, picking up her teacup and taking a measured sip. I know the Lombardis. They're proud, but their finances are precarious. We've seen that over the years, haven't we? A ruthless smile tugs at my lips. We have. But old man Lombardi's cunning. He might find new investors if I start seizing his assets. Her expression hardens. Let me talk to him. Officially, we've been at peace for some time. If he hopes to maintain that, he'll at least listen. I lean back, unconvinced. And if he doesn't? Her eyes flash. Then we starve him. Financially, physically, mentally, whatever it takes. That man would rather see his entire family fall to ruin than admit he's lost. I'll show him he already has. I rub my jaw, tension creeping into my neck. I appreciate it, but in all honesty, I'm out for blood. Lombardi orchestrated the attack at the wedding. He had his men ambush me at my home. He's crossing lines. She sets down her teacup and reaches over to lay a hand on my knee. We're not in the days of the War of the Black Roses, Dante. You remember that time, you and I stood side by side, burying your father and your 2 brothers. We nearly burned the whole city down back then. Dark memories flash in my mind, the nights spent hunting our enemies, the endless funerals, the wave of guilt that never quite left my soul. You were the one who told me no mercy, Mother, I say quietly. She inhales sharply. And I stand by that for those who show none. But this is different. We have dominion over the syndicate, and the city's fragile equilibrium depends on us not turning every street corner into a war zone. If we want to keep our power, we need to be smarter. Smarter, I echo. Fine. But if the Lombardis push me one more time, you'll do what must be done, she finishes, voice clipped. But not until I speak to them. Understood? I give a curt nod. Understood. She relaxes a fraction, smoothing out her dress as she sits back in her chair. Good. We're going to handle this carefully, rationally. Besides, you have more going on in your life right now than the Lombardis. I tense, anticipating her next words. She never asks outright, but I see the curiosity burning in her eyes. Before anything else, I want to meet this Eva Smith. My chest tightens. Why? Her eyebrows arch because she's important to you, obviously. And I don't trust outsiders without assessing them myself. She's not part of our world, I say firmly. She doesn't need to be dragged into our politics. She gives me a pitying smile. Dante, if you're this invested in her, it's already too late. She's part of your life, which means she's involved in our world whether she likes it or not. Don't insult me by pretending otherwise. I blow out a breath, frustration mingling with a protectiveness for Eva. Fine. But don't interrogate her. She's not like Linda. She's got integrity. Nana laughs. Integrity, you say? You do love a contradiction, don't you? Is it wrong to want someone untainted by the worst of what we do, unaware of the horrors we've seen and committed? Her expression turns thoughtful. No, and I do understand. But I am curious about her. She works for you, but she's also your companion, yes? The question hits harder than I care to admit. Yes, I say quietly. And I trust her. She's brilliant with computers, hates senseless violence, and she keeps me grounded in ways I never expected. My mother's lips curve with something akin to pride. That might be exactly what you need, figlio mio. That's all the more reason for me to meet her. Invite her to dinner. It can be a cosa di famiglia. A family thing. That means Luca, Sarah, and Linda. Great. I hesitate. You sure it's wise to include Linda? She waves her hand through the air dismissively. Oh, I can handle Linda. My mother's stubbornness may be annoying at times, but it's also comforting. There's no one better at controlling a situation than her. All right. I'll talk to Eva. But if she's uncomfortable, I'll behave, she promises, though the mischievous glint in her eye belies the saintly tone. We'll have a nice family meal. You, me, and your Eva. If Luca and the rest decide to show up, so be it. A low growl escapes my throat. Luca's been a problem in his own right. She waves that off too. He's all bark right now. Let him sulk. If he decides to confront your new girlfriend, well, it doesn't sound like Eva's the type to roll over. A small smile tugs at my lips. Far from it. She doesn't tolerate nonsense. That's one of the reasons I catch myself before finishing the sentence. One of the reasons I love her. The words stay locked in my throat. My mother's gaze sharpens, missing nothing. She simply says, indeed. She doesn't press any further. Instead, she merely folds her hands in her lap before changing the subject. So, we have a plan, yes? I'll meet with Vito, see if I can't talk some sense into him before you blow him off the map. And you'll bring Eva to meet me. The rest, we handle as it comes. I nod, though my jaw still aches from clenching my teeth due to pent-up anger. Yes. Thank you, Mother. Don't thank me yet. You know how these things can go. The Lombardis have never been rational. I allow a slight chuckle. True. But I'll handle it. She stands and pats my cheek, an uncharacteristically affectionate gesture. Of course you will. You're my son, after all. Just remember to keep a clear head. We can't let old feuds cost us everything we've built. I stand up as well. I'll keep a clear head. In the back of my mind, though, I feel the vow I made to myself simmering. One more move, if they hurt me again, if they threaten Eva, if they so much as breathe wrong in her direction, I'll show them exactly what I'm capable of. As if sensing the violent thoughts swirling in my head, she rests a hand on my arm. Dante, you do realize your father and I once said the same about the Petrovs. It led to tragedy. A flash of remorse crosses her features. It's rare to see her unsettled. What happened with the Petrovs? Let's just say I carry those choices with me every day. I level her with a steady look. We both do. She breaks eye contact. Enough. We must be smarter now. And you must think of Eva, the promise you made to her. My heart lurches at the mention of Eva's name. I am. That's why I won't let the Lombardis run unchecked. Then we're settled. I'll arrange a meeting, see if old Vito is open to reason. You do your part, keep the violence on hold for now. A muscle in my jaw twitches. Fine. But if he's not open to reason? Her smile is thin, knowing. Then we proceed with a heavier hand. But not yet. I breathe deep, reining in my impulses. Not yet, I echo. For a few moments, we stand in silence. Finally, I run a hand through my hair, my gaze drifting to the ornate grandfather clock in the corner. The conversation's drained me. She picks up her teacup again, gesturing for the staff member to refill it. Stay for dinner? I shake my head. I have a prior engagement with Eva. Her eyes glint. As I said, invite her next time. I'd like to see this woman for myself. I resist the urge to sigh. I will. Soon. Good. She sits back down with the posture of a queen and waves me off. Go, then. And Dante? I pause, halfway to the door, glancing back. Yes? A rare softness in her expression. Don't lose yourself in anger. Remember, sometimes we catch more flies with honey. I smile softly. My jar of honey's run out, but I'll see if I can scrounge some up. She smirks, lifting the teacup to her lips. Just don't forget your stinger if that fails. As I exit the estate, a swirl of conflicting emotions tangles in my chest. The Lombardis have forced my hand more than once now, and I'm tired of playing nice. I know my mother is right, I need to wait for her to sit down with Vito before making a move. If an innocent bystander ends up taking a bullet because of my carelessness, I'll never forgive myself. And Eva would see me for the monster everyone thinks I am. I climb into my waiting car and nod to my driver. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I fish it out and see Eva's name flashing on the screen, and my chest tightens with a strange warmth. I answer on the second ring. Dante? Her voice is cautious, threaded with concern. Are you okay? I close my eyes for a second, letting the tension slip from my shoulders. I'm fine, Eva. Just coming back from a visit with my mother. She hesitates. Oh. Everything all right? I can't help the small laugh that escapes me. As all right as it gets in this line of work. She sighs. Guess that means you're not up for dinner then. I stare out the window, the city lights flickering by. Actually, dinner sounds great. If that's still an option. A beat of silence then, sure. My treat. I know a quiet place near the office. I picture her face, her brilliant smile, the focus she brings to everything she does. I'll meet you there in half an hour. We hang up. The driver glances at me in the rearview mirror, his expression politely unreadable. I lean back, letting out the breath I was holding. Isabella wants to meet Eva soon. I'll have to bring her into that tumultuous world. I wonder how she will handle it, meeting the woman who shaped me, the one who taught me to be ruthless yet regrets it every day. A small part of me wonders if I can keep the peace. If I'll be able to resolve this Lombardi fiasco without bodies piling up, proving to Eva I'm not just a cruel man in a suit. But if it comes down to it, if they threaten her safety. I clench my fists, ignoring the faint ache in my knuckles. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. For now, I'm going to enjoy dinner with Eva. A moment of normalcy, if I can lie to myself that the city around us isn't standing at the edge of war. I glance at my phone, reading her text, an address to a small bistro. A smile lifts my lips. We'll make do with the illusions we have. Take me downtown. I have a date, I say to my driver. I let my mind drift to Eva, her fierce intelligence, her warmth, the way she looks at me like she believes in me, believes I can overcome being the demon I've been. God help the Lombardis if they tried to take her away from me. Chapter 14. EVA. Breathe, he says, voice low enough that only I can hear. She's going to love you. Dante's warm palm presses gently against the small of my back, grounding me. I smooth my hands over my dress, ignoring the soft tremor in them. The mansion's front doors tower before me, carved mahogany polished to a flawless sheen. My heart thuds against my chest a little too fast. It's only dinner, I remind myself. Dante's wearing a tailored black suit with a crisp white shirt, no tie. God, he's sexy. The way he looks at me, calm and reassuring, settles some of the nerves. I'm trying, I whisper, attempting a shaky smile. Are you absolutely sure this is a good idea? He dips his head, lips brushing my ear. We'd have to do it eventually. Besides, my mother insisted. Just hearing the name of the formidable Isabella Bellaccino is enough to send a fresh wave of anxiety fluttering through me. She's the legendary matriarch, the quiet force behind the family's throne. She's the one who asked, more like demanded, I come tonight. When Dante told me, I felt the bottom drop out of my stomach. Sure, we've been together for a while now, but this is a lot. A butler opens the massive doors, the warmth of the foyer enveloping us. Marble floors gleam under the soft glow of chandeliers, and somewhere off in the distance, I catch a whiff of roasted garlic and herbs. My stomach grumbles, part hunger, part nerves. Dante leads me inside, his hand never leaving my back. A staff member appears to take our coats. We step forward into an ornate hallway lined with oil paintings, the muted sound of conversation echoing from the next room. Mr. Bellaccino, Miss Smith, the butler says with a deferential nod. Madam Isabella is expecting you. Ms. Smith. The formality makes me want to laugh, or maybe cry. I'm about to break bread with the Bellaccino clan, the city's most feared and respected family. Calling me Ms. Smith as if I'm a dignitary. I muster a polite nod and let Dante guide me toward the dining room. The space is grand, vaulted ceilings above a long mahogany table covered in immaculate silken linens, gleaming silver flanking fine china, fresh-cut flowers in crystal vases. The glow of the chandelier overhead highlights every polished surface. I squint as I enter the room, scanning the faces already gathered. My gaze immediately lands on Luca. Of course he's here, sitting stiffly near the far end, Sarah perched meekly beside him. She adjusts her strapless dress, tossing her shiny blonde hair with an air of self-satisfaction. Her eyes flick to me briefly before she glances away, and I catch the slightest hint of a smirk tugging at her lips. Standing near them is Luca's mother, Linda. She's striking, with meticulously styled honey-brown hair and a face that suggests more than a little help from modern cosmetic procedures. Her dress is chic, clinging to a figure that clearly belongs to someone used to expensive spa treatments and personal trainers. I can't help but wonder why she's here. She glances our way, lips tightening in a tilted grin that doesn't reach her eyes. Seated at the head of the table is Isabella herself. She sits with a poised regality that could put royalty to shame. Dressed in a flowing dark dress, her silver hair twisted into an elegant chignon, she radiates queenly authority. The second she sees Dante, her expression warms, and then her gaze shifts to me, keen and assessing. Dante's arm wraps gently around my waist, wordlessly reminding me I'm not alone. "Good evening, everyone," he says by way of greeting, his voice respectful. "Thank you for having us. Eva, this is my mother, Isabella." Isabella tilts her head, her piercing gaze staring into my soul. "Dante." "Eva." She says my name smoothly, like she's already tried it out a few times. "Welcome." I step forward, nerves strung tight. "Thank you, Mrs. Bellacino. I appreciate the invitation." Her eyes narrow slightly though kindly. "Isabella," she corrects with a smile. "We're famiglia tonight, are we not?" My cheeks warm. "Of course." "Isabella." Dante touches my elbow. "Shall we sit?" We move toward the table. Luca rises halfway, nodding stiffly at me. "Eva," he murmurs. His tone is polite enough, though I see the tension in his posture. Sarah plasters on her signature brittle smile, giving me a judgmental once-over before looking away. Suddenly, Luca's mother rises from her chair and crosses the room in a swish of expensive perfume, a bright, false grin on her face. "Dante, darling. It's been ages since we've all been under one roof. You look well." She leans in, air kissing near his cheek, and I can instantly sense his aversion as he endures it. He steps back smoothly, clearing his throat. "Linda." She turns to me, the fake grin fading. "It's nice to finally meet you, Eva. I've heard so much." She doesn't specify what. I match her gaze with carefully cultivated politeness. "Lovely to meet you." She eyes me for a split second, and I sense the unspoken question lingering. Who is this curvy upstart sharing my ex-husband's bed? But instead she says, "Charmed, I'm sure." Isabella clears her throat as she waves a hand over the table, signifying for us to sit. "Shall we? The first course should be ready." Dante pulls out a chair for me near Isabella, then takes the seat next to mine and we settle in. Across the table, Luca and Sarah eye me with varying degrees of discomfort. Linda seats herself beside Sarah, smoothing her dress and shooting me tight smiles whenever our gazes cross. Within minutes, the staff appears with an array of appetizers, prosciutto-wrapped figs, tomato bruschetta, marinated olives. The conversation starts with polite small talk about the weather, the city's upcoming social events, and a new charity gala. I do my best to keep up, though I can feel Linda's eyes flicking my way every so often. "You look lovely tonight, Eva," Sarah says at one point, her tone dripping with false sweetness. "That color is so flattering on you. It really balances out everything." She gives me a smirk, her implication clear. I grip my fork a little tighter, willing my pulse to stay steady as irritation quickly rises up. Isabella watches the exchange in silence. It's almost as if she's testing me, waiting to see how I handle the unspoken insults. I meet Sarah's smug gaze head-on and smile sweetly. "Thank you." Some of us have assets worth accentuating while others rely on their last name and hope no one notices their lack of substance. I glance at Luca, his smirk tightening, his jaw twitching ever so slightly. Sarah coughs into her hand, while Linda's eyes narrow in displeasure. Luca opens his mouth to speak, but Dante shuts it down. Say something, Luca, Dante goads him, the tone of his voice carrying a lethal edge. See how well that works out for you. Luca wisely shuts his mouth, his fingers tightening around his knife. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Isabella reach for her wine, taking a slow sip as a feint, knowing smile curves her lips. She interjects, poised and proper, as she says, honestly, a woman's figure is her virtue. In our family, childbearing hips are prized, are they not? Her eyes look to Sarah, and Sarah's cheeks redden, her hand moving self-consciously to her slender waist. Indeed, Dante adds, reaching over to squeeze my hand under the table. The warmth of his touch calms me. I find Eva perfect just the way she is. My cheeks warm and my heart squeezes with gratitude. Despite the tension, I feel an odd sense of belonging as Dante defends me. Linda, however, decides to stir the pot. She flips her hair, letting out a dismissive, fake laugh. Oh, that's all well and good, Isabella, but in this day and age, we all know beauty is about more than childbearing capacities. One must keep up appearances. Everything sags eventually if you're not careful. And the more you have, the more there is to sag. She casts a pointed glance at me, her bright smile full of condescension. My spine stiffens, but before I can respond, Isabella's voice slices through the air like a steel blade wrapped in velvet. Not everyone is desperately spending what little they have trying to outpace Father Time, Linda. The subtext is clear. Linda withdraws, lips pressing into a thin line. I watch, fascinated, as Isabella and Linda lock eyes in a silent duel. I gather Linda expected to waltz in here and overshadow everyone, but Isabella is clearly the reigning queen in this domain, and Linda's show of bravado is falling flat. Seizing the lull, a staff member begins serving the next course, fresh pasta in a light sauce, the aroma rich and mouth-watering. Silverware clinks softly as everyone settles into an awkward silence, enjoying the delicious pasta. Luca clears his throat, attempting small talk. I heard that new rooftop lounge in Midtown is impossible to get into. Oh, please, Linda interjects smoothly, waving a manicured hand. That place is already passé. If you want exclusivity, go to the Solace Club. Luca's mouth shuts with a near-audible click. Sarah, either enjoying his discomfort or trying to impress her new mother-in-law, jumps in. Exactly. The crowd at those places matters more than the location itself. I sip my wine, amused despite myself. So much for Luca trying to be relevant. Eventually, attention turns to me. And what is it you do again, Eva? Linda asks, eyes gleaming with barely concealed judgment. Something in computers? Yes, I answer smoothly, setting my glass down. Cybersecurity. Sarah's brows lift. Oh, how modern. You must be very busy, then. I am, I reply, my expression neutral. I handle a lot of high-priority cases. Linda hums, tilting her head. Cybersecurity. That's such a broad term these days, isn't it? So much behind-the-scenes work. Must be exhausting, all that sitting in front of a screen. I know what she's doing. It's a sideways jab, a backhanded way of implying I don't have the kind of lifestyle that would keep me refined like she so obviously considers herself. Oh, it's more active than you think, I say, smiling sweetly. A good defense is an aggressive one, after all. You'd be surprised how much control I have over the situation from behind a screen. Dante chuckles, the sound low and appreciative. She's being modest, he says, draping an arm across the back of my chair. Eva runs circles around the best in the industry. I'd trust her to keep my empire secure before I'd trust the FBI. The flicker of irritation in Linda's expression is priceless. An awkward smile forms on Sarah's face as Luca shifts uncomfortably in his chair, stabbing at his pasta a little too hard. Isabella's sharp gaze lands on me, and I can't shake the feeling that she sees straight through every carefully chosen word. But she doesn't press. She merely observes, a knowing smile curving her lips whenever Linda or Sarah try to back me into a corner. Eventually, the main course arrives, perfectly seared lamb chops with rosemary potatoes. The tension eases slightly as the focus drifts to the food. Dante takes the opportunity to turn to me and ask, "How was your day?" A simple, harmless question. I exhale, the knot of tension in my chest starting to loosen. "Productive," I say, grateful for the reprieve. "Made good progress on the system updates." Linda rolls her eyes. "Dante, you always did have a soft spot for workaholics." Dante doesn't even spare her a glance. "I have a soft spot for competence." That gets a small smile from Isabella. Silence falls over the table once more, and for a brief moment, it feels like we might actually get through the evening without any more hostility. Then Linda pipes up again. "I swear, maintaining oneself is practically a full-time job these days," she laments, lifting her glass with a practiced sigh. "The treatments, the personal trainers, the endless effort. And yet some women just give up so easily. It's a shame, really." Her gaze flicks to me for the briefest moment before she takes a slow sip of her wine. Sarah hums in agreement. "True. Some people just don't prioritize taking care of themselves. And by the time they realize it, it's too late." I don't miss the way Luca bites back a grin, eyes darting in my direction before down at his plate. "Oh, I don't know," I say lightly. "Some women have more important things to do than spend their entire lives waging war against nature. Especially when they have way more than just looks to offer the world." Linda's expression flickers with irritation, but before she can fire back, Isabella sets her knife down with a deliberate clink. The tension is a living, breathing thing by the time dessert is served. Luca stares at his plate, gnawing on the inside of his cheek. Sarah pretends not to notice the awkwardness, focusing on her phone whenever she thinks no one's looking. Linda sips her wine, silent but visibly irritated that she can't dominate the table. Once the meal is finished and espressos are served, Isabella folds her linen napkin neatly and places it on the table. She looks at Dante. "Son, would you join me in my study for a moment?" Her tone leaves no room for argument. Dante's hand brushes my shoulder briefly as he stands. "Of course." My stomach tightens. I feel his absence the moment he steps away. He casts me a warning look that says, "Don't let them rattle you." I nod once, letting the silent message pass between us. In a rustle of expensive fabric, Isabella glides out of the dining room, Dante following in her wake, leaving me at the table with Linda, Luca, and Sarah. Instantly, the atmosphere shifts. Linda leans back in her chair with a smug look on her face, Sarah fidgets with her glass, and Luca looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. "Stay poised, Eva," I remind myself. "Keep your guard up and don't let them get to you." I brace myself, feeling the weight of their stares, knowing I won't like whatever they are about to say to me. Because something tells me without Dante or Isabella to buffer, I'm about to face the hardest test of all. Chapter 15. Dante. I follow my mother out of the dining room. The quiet of the manor's corridors feels heavier after the tension at the table, where I left Eva to hold her own against Linda. My jaw tightens. I trust Eva to handle herself, but leaving her alone with that viper doesn't sit right with me. But when Isabella Bellacino beckons, even I don't argue. She glides past oil paintings of long-dead ancestors, her dress whispering over the marble floor. At the end of the hall, a pair of ornate double doors stand open, leading to her private study. She enters first and I follow, shutting the doors behind us. Instantly, the atmosphere becomes more intimate, more relaxed. She moves behind her hand-carved mahogany desk, gesturing for me to sit in a high-backed chair opposite. I look to the imposing portrait of my late father behind her as I take my seat. His stern expression, frozen in time with practiced brushstrokes, still seems to watch over these meetings. My mother settles into her leather chair, fingers steepled beneath her chin. The warm desk lamp softens the fine lines of age on her face, but her eyes remain sharp, keen and calculating, untouched by time or grief. "You're uneasy, Dante," she observes. I roll my shoulders, trying to shake off the tension. "You know why," I reply. "Eva's in there on her own." She smiles warmly, and I know that look all too well. It hits me instantly, this was intentional. She left Eva with Linda, Luca, and Sarah on purpose. I sigh, dragging a hand down my face. You're testing her. Of course I am, she says calmly, as if it's the most natural thing in the world. I want to see how she handles herself. I shake my head. I get it, but it doesn't mean I like it. I didn't ask you to join me to talk about the little spat that happened back there. I want to talk about the Lombardis. I fall silent, bracing for whatever she's about to say. She leans forward, her eyes sharp. I told you I was going to dig deeper into the Lombardis' affairs, and I have. You're aware they come from the old country, but they've never grown as powerful as our family has, until they made certain alliances during the war. Her voice drops, reflecting on those violent days. They lost quite a few men. So did we. She continues, Vito Lombardi has never been as ruthless as some of our other rivals, but he's cunning and smart. And always underestimated. After the war, he tried to go legit, but with limited success. Johnny, however, seems determined to push boundaries in a bid for greater power. I nod. He's made that much clear. The look in her eyes turns to pity. Yes, well, apparently Johnny thinks humiliating you in public or forcing you to stand down is his path to glory. Meanwhile, Vito is backing him, if only to keep up appearances, as a reminder that the Lombardis aren't weak. I think of Vito threatening me in front of my apartment and my jaw tightens. They nearly started a war right there in my neighborhood. They didn't give a damn who got hurt. A shadow crosses her face. I know. I've arranged a private meeting with Vito. On our turf, of course. He'll come to me. If he's half as smart as I suspect, he'll keep Johnny on a leash for the evening. My stomach clenches. I'm not comfortable letting you face Lombardi alone. He's proven he'll resort to anything. A small, wry smile tugs at her lips. I'm well aware. But rest assured, I won't be alone. Our best security detail will be accompanying me, and the meeting is set in one of our safest locations. She lifts a hand when I open my mouth to argue. I'm not asking for your permission, Dante. I'm telling you. This is what must be done. I press my lips together, not trusting myself to speak. She knows me all too well. Her voice softens. Dante, you've told me more than once you're tired of the violence. That it's a new age and you want to keep blood off the streets. That's what you need to focus on. That's easier said than done. Johnny's irrational and out of control. They're pushing me. Hard. She nods. Which is why I will talk to his father. The old man has his pride, but he's no fool. He knows he can't win an all-out war against the Bellasinos. We'll appeal to whatever sense he has left. And if that fails, she lets the words fade, the implication clear. I let out a frustrated sigh. If that fails, we do what we have to. She nods solemnly, acknowledging the dark truth. Yes. For a moment, neither of us speaks. The only sound is the faint tick of the grandfather clock in the corner. Eventually, she taps a polished fingernail against the desk. Dante, I need you to trust me on this. Support is crucial. If our family sees I'm endorsing a less violent approach, they'll follow suit, at least for now. But you must keep your anger in check. I can do that, I say through gritted teeth. She studies me a moment. You'd better. Because we have bigger battles to fight, and if we waste our energy on petty feuds, we'll risk losing everything we've built. My stomach knots. She's right. As much as I want to crush Lombardi, risking open war would destabilize our family. The older I get, the more I realize how delicate our empire is. One wrong move could topple it. I can't let that happen. My mother leans back in her chair, folding her arms elegantly. Now, let's talk about what else you brought home tonight. I blink. Meaning? Her brow lifts, a slight smirk on her lips. I saw the way you clung to Eva at dinner. And how fiercely you defended her when they all tried to undermine her. I may be old, but I'm not blind. My chest warms at the mention of Eva. It's different this time, Mother. She's different. You saw for yourself. She's nothing like Linda. She raises a palm. Oh, I know that. Linda was a conniving, gold-digging nightmare from the start, as I recall. What surprises me is how suspicious you become whenever I mention Eva. Suspicious? I just don't like having her under a microscope. That's precisely why I'm suspicious, she says. But suspicious in a curious way. She's bright, she's composed, and she clearly cares for you. I admire that. Yet she's very evasive about who she really is. I press my lips together. She's told me some things. She's an orphan, her parents were killed when she was young. She's been working in cybersecurity since she was a teenager, freelancing, hacking, breaking up phishing scams, you name it. But she hasn't opened up much about anything else. My mother's expression is unreadable. I defended Eva at the table because I like what I see so far. But something about her still sets off my intuition. You may recall I had a similar intuition with Linda. I warned you, and you ignored me. Because Linda wasn't half as genuine as Eva. She shrugs. Still, I'm your mother. I reserve the right to be wary. Any woman who enters into this family should do so with eyes wide open and a clear conscience. No secrets. I straighten my shoulders. I won't let you chase Eva off because of rumors or if she doesn't pass your tests. She's not Linda. Her gaze holds mine, unwavering. You sound awfully certain. I am certain. She's smart, kind, determined, and she doesn't want the spotlight or the money. She's with me because I trail off, not wanting to bare my soul in front of my mother, no matter how close we are. Because you fascinate her? Because she wants a piece of your power? I scowl. No. Because we make sense together, in ways I can't fully explain. She sees the version of me I want to become. A brief silence follows. All right. I believe you. Just remember, even Linda managed to fool you for a time. Don't be too trusting until that trust is earned. Annoyance prickles at the back of my neck. You were fierce in defending Eva earlier. Now you're questioning her motives? She waves her hand dismissively. I can do both, Dante. I defended her because Linda and Sarah were making insipid comments about her body, and I won't tolerate that. But that doesn't mean I won't keep an eye on her until I'm satisfied she is who she claims to be. I grind my teeth but hold my tongue. She rises gracefully, signaling the conversation is nearing an end. Now, trust me about the Lombardis. Let me talk to them. If that fails, we'll do it your way. Understood? I stand as well, giving a curt nod. Understood. She steps around the desk, stopping in front of me, affection in her eyes. I want you to succeed, Dante. This is a new age, like you said. I want you to reign over a peaceful kingdom, if that's even possible. Grief rises in my chest as I recall the father and brothers I lost, the nights I spent cleaning blood from my hands. Thank you. She gives me a small smile then turns toward the door. I suspect you want to get back to your Eva before Linda eats her alive. The corners of my mouth twitch in a wry smile. She can handle Linda. But I'd better get back to keep them from clawing each other's eyes out. See that you do. She reaches for the doorknob, pausing to glance back at me. And Dante, trust your instincts, but don't let them blind you. Sometimes we see only what we want, not what is. I'll keep that in mind. Chapter 16. EVA. You must have been so surprised to be invited tonight, Eva, Linda says smoothly, lifting her wine glass. I mean, family dinners like these are usually reserved for family only. I'm not sure what's worse, the subtle barbs and smirks, or the judging glances and false compliments. It's been a while since Dante headed off with Isabella for a private word, and I've been holding my own, more or less, against Linda, Luca, and Sarah. The second he was out of earshot, it was as if they sensed their chance, evil grins widening like sharks circling their prey. Sarah, practically buzzing from Linda's goading, chimes in, "Oh, but she and Dante are just so close, aren't they?" She tilts her head at me, mock concern on her face. "Although I do have to say, you're kind of an unexpected choice for him. I mean, Dante's always been such a refined man, always had a particular taste." Her eyes flick over me, the insult barely concealed. I smile. I suppose some men prefer a woman with a mind of her own rather than a Barbie doll who's been raised to be nothing but a trophy. Luca snorts, and Sarah's face tightens. Linda smiles thinly, swirling her wine. "Eva, some women simply fit certain roles better than others. It's all about keeping up appearances, maintaining a certain status." She sighs dramatically, her eyes narrowing at me. However, that can be difficult for some women, especially when genetics aren't in their favor. I take a deep breath and let it out slowly, forcing the ache in my chest to recede. "Don't lash out. Don't let them see they're getting to you." Luca chuckles, barely glancing up from espresso. "Come on, Mom. Eva's always been comfortable in her own skin. Nothing wrong with being, what's the word?" He taps a finger against his lip. "Soft." Sarah giggles into her champagne glass. "At least I'm not spineless," I say sweetly, turning my gaze directly onto Luca. "I mean, it's impressive how little integrity you have, considering who your father is. I would have thought some of it would have rubbed off." Luca's smirk falters just slightly. Linda huffs. "Oh, dear. Someone's feeling defensive." I open my mouth to fire back, but before I can, a shadow looms behind Linda's shoulder. I see him before anyone else, his eyes flashing with barely contained fury. He steps around her, predatory-like, clearing his throat in a way that halts her mid-sentence. The air shifts, heavy with a sudden tension. Linda's posture stiffens, and Luca's expression immediately becomes more neutral, though I don't miss the way his shoulders subtly lock up. Dante's voice is quiet, but there's a lethal edge underneath. "Am I interrupting something?" Linda freezes, turning to face him. The smug smile on her face falters. "Dante," she says, forcing false civility. "We were just chatting." Dante's gaze slides to me. "About what?" "Oh, just about how important it is to keep up certain appearances in this family," Linda replies casually. I lift my chin, offering him a small, weary smile. He looks from me to Linda, then at Luca and Sarah, a flash of disapproval in his eyes. Luca clears his throat and Sarah leans back, crossing her arms. The tension in the room is almost suffocating. There's nowhere for Linda to hide, so she hurries to defend herself. I was simply pointing out that some of us are more vigilant about our appearances, while others can remain comfortably indifferent. I look at Dante. I can't read his expression, but I see his jaw tightening. "Linda," he says quietly, "don't you think your commentary on appearances is growing old? We're all aware of your dedication to vanity." Linda's cheeks redden as she lets out a weak laugh. Still, the damage is done. My stomach knots, and I can't shake the growing certainty that this is all too much. Trying to hold my own in a family of wolves, to remain composed under constant attack is exhausting. Dante sets his hand gently on my arm, concern in his gaze. "Eva?" I force a smile, but my words come out tight. "I'm fine." He frowns, well aware that's a lie. "Are you sure?" Linda arches a brow, her voice dipping into false sympathy. "Yes, dear, you do look rather tired." "Long day?" I close my eyes for a beat, fighting the urge to say something I might regret. Instead, I swallow the anger and humiliation, and push my chair away from the table. "Excuse me," I manage. "I need some air." Sarah and Luca exchange a smug glance, and Linda's scarlet lips quirk up in a slight smile, as though she's just won a prize. It takes everything I have not to run from the room. Dante's hand lingers on my arm as I stand. "Eva," he starts. I shake my head, forcing a false grin. "I'll be right back." "Promise." Turning on my heel, I exit the dining room. The corridor outside feels like a refuge, the cool marble offering respite from the stifling heat I just came from. My mind still reels with the echo of Linda's barbs, Sarah's cruel giggles, and Luca's sneers. Why am I putting myself through this? Just seconds after I reach the foyer, Dante appears behind me. I brace myself, expecting him to ask me to return, to pretend everything's fine. But instead, his voice is gentle as he says, "Eva, talk to me." I spin, arms crossed protectively over my chest. The expression on his face is pure concern, and that only makes the knot in my stomach twist tighter. "Dante, I can't keep doing this, I confess. Your mother has been kind enough. But Linda, Sarah, Luca, they're impossible. And they're your family." He takes a slow step toward me, his brow creasing. "You don't have to deal with them, Eva." I shake my head. "Luca is your son. Sarah is his wife. And even though you're divorced from Linda, she's still Luca's mother. She's not going anywhere, that's clear. This is your life and they are all a part of it." He exhales in frustration. "I never said it wasn't complicated. But you're not alone." My throat constricts as I weigh the balance of what we have versus the misery of being targeted by his family. I stood my ground as best I could, but it's exhausting to have to keep defending myself, something I shouldn't have to do in the first place. He moves closer, taking my hand and gently squeezing it. "We can leave if you want," he says softly, though I can sense his reluctance. He might be willing to do it, but the message it sends is another matter. Retreating in front of Linda and Luca might be seen as yielding to them. Still, I appreciate his offer. "I'd like to go, but you should stay. I'll just call myself an Uber." His eyes widen with surprise. "Are you sure?" I nod, tears threatening. I hate how emotional I feel, but the onslaught of insults and the pressure to fit into a circle that despises me is too much. "I need space, Dante. This whole dinner has been," I break off, pulling in a shaky inhale. "They were so horrible. Linda just wouldn't stop. Luca egged her on, and Sarah giggled at every barb. I can't do it." He looks stricken, guilt warring with anger. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left you alone with them." I blink back the tears, stepping away. "It's not your fault. You were with your mom. But I just don't think I can be with someone who has such a cruel family. I'm sorry." The words burn my throat as they spill out. I see the flash of pain in his eyes, but I can't take it back. It's the truth, or at least how I feel in the moment, trapped, cornered, humiliated. "Eva, wait," he says, reaching for me. I pull away, swallowing the lump in my throat. "No, I need to go." A flicker of raw hurt takes over his features. Then he blows out a long exhale and nods. "Let me at least walk you outside." Relief and heartbreak merge as Dante guides me out the massive front doors. I pause on the wide stone steps, trying to steady my breathing. The manicured garden lies below on either side, discreetly lit. Turmoil fills my heart. "I'm sorry, Dante," I say after several seconds. "I know you're different from them, but," I gesture at the mansion. "I don't know if I can handle that world without losing my mind, or myself." For the first time since I've met him, Dante looks defeated. "I won't force you to be with me if you don't want to, Eva. I just need time." Pain flashes in his eyes again, but he acquiesces. "Take all the time you need." I slowly walk down the steps, my heels clicking against the stone. By the time I reach the driveway, I'm fumbling for my phone, tears threatening to spill. One final glance over my shoulder reveals Dante, still at the top of the stairs, hands clenched at his sides, face etched with regret and longing. Moments later, the Uber arrives. I slip inside, my throat tight. I glimpse Dante's silhouette one last time as we pull away. Only then do I let out a choked sob. Chapter 17. EVA. They say time heals all wounds, but so far, all time has done is sharpen the ache I'm carrying around. I throw myself into my job, living up to everyone's expectations, no, exceeding them, if the buzz around the office is anything to go by. Executives smile when they see me, managers nod in approval, and my small cybersecurity team practically worships the ground I walk on. It's both satisfying and draining, because each success reminds me who I'm not sharing it with anymore. I demanded that Dante and I keep our distance, and he's honored that demand. I see him in the corridor sometimes, a flash of his suit disappearing around the corner, or I'll catch a glimpse of him in a meeting through the glass window of a conference room. Every time, my heart tightens. I can sense the tension in his posture, the barely contained storm in his eyes when they chance upon me. It's mutual. When I feel his gaze from across the hall, my pulse hammers so fiercely I can hardly think. But we stay away from one another, an unwanted necessity that weighs on both of us. Because it's what I asked for, what I need. I cling to the solace of being busy and good at my job. With each passing week, I refine the company's cybersecurity, plugging holes, upgrading firewalls, and implementing advanced threat detection. It's exhilarating, in a way, like playing a massive game of high-stakes chess against the world's hackers. My victories pile up, bringing me accolades and fueling the office gossip mill. Meanwhile, Luca is thrilled about my split with Dante. It's painfully obvious, from the smug curve of his mouth whenever we cross paths to the little remarks he drops in meetings about how some people need to understand their place in the company. Usually, I ignore him or shut him down with a snide comment of my own. He's not worth a confrontation. This morning, however, I feel too queasy to spare him the mental energy. I slip into the lounge with a carefully curated smile, hugging a steaming cup of ginger tea. My stomach has been acting up since dawn, churning with a mix of anxiety and something else I can't quite name. I'm half convinced it's just stress, but a tiny, niggling fear in the back of my mind suggests otherwise. Morning, Ms. Smith. Ethan, one of the junior analysts, greets me, giving a shy wave. You feeling okay? You look a little pale. I force a reassuring nod. I'm fine. Just super busy. He gives a sympathetic smile and goes back to his conversation with a colleague, leaving me to my seat by the window. I breathe deeply, hoping the tea will soothe my roiling stomach. Luca saunters in, all self-important swagger. The atmosphere instantly changes, people suddenly remembering they have somewhere else to be. Luca's arrogance has that effect. He spots me immediately and makes a beeline in my direction, wearing a grin that sets my entire body on edge. Well, good morning, he says with mock cheer. How's life treating you these days? He grabs the coffee pot and fills a mug, not bothering to hide his smirk. I lift my teacup to my lips. Busy. Some of us have real work to do. Ouch. He presses a hand against his chest in mock offense. You know, my schedule's packed too. Just finished a meeting with Dad about a potential new partnership. He turns, letting his emphasis on the word partnership dangle like a taunt. I roll my eyes, then take another sip of tea. Good for you. He shrugs, stepping close enough to make me feel claustrophobic. The office rumor mill says you've been killing it lately. Cyber Queen status. Congratulations. I eye him warily. Thank you. He leans in, voice dropping an octave. But let's be honest. All the success in the world doesn't change the fact that Dad's lost interest, does it? His tone is light, but the jab is vicious. You had your little fling, but he's moved on. That has to burn. My pulse spikes with anger and a pang of hurt I refuse to show. I set my cup down slowly, rising to face him. You're right about one thing. Your dad has moved on from you, Luca. Because let's be real, you're irrelevant in this company. Everyone knows he only keeps you on the payroll out of familial pity, not because you've earned a damn thing. His smirk drops, jaw tightening, but he tries to laugh it off. I wouldn't talk about earning anything, considering you. Considering I'm running circles around you, I cut him off, my voice cold. At least my position isn't based on nepotism. Now, if you'll excuse me. I pivot on my heel, leaving him standing there, speechless. I let the lounge door swing shut behind me. The heat of my rage, along with the swirl of nausea, threatens to choke me. I stomp back to my office, frustration pounding in my skull. Before I can even settle at my desk, my phone buzzes with a text message from the corporate assistant. Need you in Dante's office to clarify the new security measure. ASAP. My heart does an annoying little flutter at the thought of stepping into his office again. I gather my files, pressing a hand to my queasy stomach, and head to his office. The moment I step into the hall, I see Linda. She's standing just outside Dante's door, wearing a tailored sheath dress and ridiculously high heels, flipping her shiny, honey-brown hair in a practiced gesture. She's chatting with Janine, his executive assistant. Though chatting might be generous, it looks more like Linda's haughtily demanding something while Janine nods stiffly. I pause, a new wave of nausea taking over. Linda's visits have grown alarmingly frequent, each one unsettling me more. She casts a glance over her shoulder, and our eyes meet. A triumphant little smile touches her lips. I bristle. What is she doing here again? I want to march over to demand answers, but common sense wins out. She'd love the confrontation. Instead, I go around the corner, feigning an important phone call. From there, I watch Linda sashay into Dante's office. My stomach clenches. Is she? Are they? I slam the door on that thought. Dante might have ties to Linda as the mother of his son, but I know he can't stand her. So what is she up to? I hate how the possibility of her being back in his life makes my chest ache. Like a betrayal I have no right to feel, given I was the one who ended things. Clutching my files, I stride away, ignoring the staffers who glance at me curiously. My vision blurs with a strong wave of nausea, and I barely make it into a restroom before I'm forced to lean over the sink, sweating and breathing hard. My cheeks burn with embarrassment as two women from accounting pat my back in concern. I brush them off, offering a strained smile. Too much stress and not enough sleep. I'm fine. Am I? Because as I splash water on my face, I notice my reflection, pale skin, eyes wide with fear. Something is wrong. My body's sending me signals I can't ignore any longer. The little plastic stick with the digital screen looks harmless enough, but that screen might as well be a crystal ball, showing me a future I never saw coming. I sit on the edge of the bathtub, heart pounding so hard it drowns out everything else. The instructions were simple enough, but my hands shook the entire time, every step making it more real, more impossible to ignore. Now, I wait. As the seconds crawl by, I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. My hair's a mess, my face white as a ghost. The stress, the exhaustion, the heartbreak, it's all there, plain as day. A faint beep. I force myself to look. A plus sign. That tiny little symbol hits me like a freight train. My stomach drops. My throat is dry. I press a shaky hand to my stomach, as if willing it to magically disappear. I'm pregnant. A million emotions slam into me all at once: fear, shock, hope, happiness, uncertainty, but mostly, sheer panic. I always wanted a family, just not like this. Not when I'm living under a fake name, tangled in secrets that could get me killed. I pushed Dante away. What now? My vision blurs, and I tighten my grip on the test, like holding it harder will somehow change the result. What the hell am I supposed to do? Should I tell Dante? The idea of hiding this from him makes me sick, but the alternative of facing him, telling him he's about to be a father, scares me just as much. Dante isn't just some guy. He's Dante Bellacino. Mafia Don. CEO of the company I work for. Father to a grown son, Luca, my ex-boyfriend, who, along with his new wife, is hellbent on making my life miserable. Ex-partner to Linda Patterson, mother of said ex-boyfriend, who would love nothing more than to watch me crash and burn. And me? I'm Eva Petrova, the daughter of a murdered Bratva lieutenant. I'm also now a walking, talking time bomb because if anyone finds out the truth, if they realize a Petrov is carrying a Bellacino baby. I squeeze my eyes shut as a tear slips down my cheek. Damn it. I could call Halsey. She'd tell me to run. Hell, she'd probably book the plane ticket herself. She's always been the voice of reason, the one reminding me that mob life is a one-way ticket to disaster. But this isn't just about the mob. This is about Dante. The man who made me feel safe. The man who looked at me like I was his whole world. The man whose touch I still crave, despite everything. The man who is the father of my child. I gripped the cold edge of the bathtub, forcing myself to take slow, steady breaths. One step at a time. No one knows yet. I have time to think, to figure this out, to decide if there's a way forward that doesn't end in complete disaster. But no matter what I do, one thing is clear. I'm carrying Dante Bellacino's child. And sooner or later, he's going to find out. I squeeze my eyes shut, exhaustion pulling at me. This changes everything, my new identity, my job, all the lies I've built my life on. 1,000 thoughts swirl through my head, one standing out from the rest. I can't do this alone. The only person who could truly help me is the one I've been keeping at arm's length. Tears slip free, silent and unrestrained. I wash my face, then pat it dry with a soft towel. The test sits on the counter, the plus sign staring back at me like a silent judge. With shaking hands, I tuck it away in a drawer. Out of sight, but not out of mind. I grab my phone as I collapse onto the bed, clutching it against my chest. There are 100 texts I could send, 1,000 calls I could make. But I can't dial even one. Maybe in the morning. I close my eyes, letting exhaustion pull me under. 1,000,000 plus signs flash behind my eyelids. I have no idea where to go from here. Chapter 18. Dante. 2 days later. I glare at the clock on my office wall, counting down the minutes until Linda arrives for yet another discussion. God only knows what her angle is this time. Maybe she just wants to stir the pot some more. Whatever it is, I'm dreading the conversation. A knock at the door sets my jaw. My assistant peeks in, face pinched with that anxious look she always gets whenever Linda shows up. She's here, sir. I give a curt nod, rising from behind my desk. Send her in. Janine retreats. Seconds later, Linda sweeps inside like she owns the place. She's in a fitted designer dress that screams money and vanity, her expensive and overpowering perfume hitting me seconds after she enters, a fake smile plastered on her face. Dante, she says lightly. You look busy. Her gaze flits around my office, searching for any sign of vulnerability, any clue about my personal life. I cross my arms over my chest, leaning against the edge of my desk. I'm always busy. You have 5 minutes. Linda's scarlet lips form a pout. So brusque. You used to be more welcoming. No, I really wasn't. I don't bother hiding my impatience. What do you want, Linda? She tosses her hair, stepping closer. I need some money. She sets her designer purse on the nearest chair and arches a brow. I have expenses. Responsibilities. Expenses? A dark laugh spills from my throat. Linda, your family already has enough money to live like royalty. If you can't manage the budget they've put you on, that's on you. She frowns. Don't patronize me. You know how much it costs to maintain my reputation in the city. You mean to keep up appearances? I interrupt, annoyance in my voice. Your words, not mine. Keeping up your reputation is not my problem. I provided child support to Luca throughout his entire life, but he's grown and married now. Hell, I even gave him a damn job here to ensure his financial security. And you, I shake my head. You used every cent you could for spa treatments and cosmetic tweaks and still had the nerve to come back to me for more money. Linda lifts her chin, arms crossed in that imperious way she's mastered over the years. I'm entitled to my share, Dante. After everything that happened between us. You left me to raise Luca alone. Your share? I paid you above and beyond what was fair in child support. I slam my palm against the desk. And don't you dare try to rewrite history when it comes to Luca. Old anger rises just beneath the surface. I asked you to leave with me. To run away. I was willing to give up everything for you, but your greed wouldn't allow you to abandon your father's fortune. Her lips part as if she wants to say something, but I don't let her. You made a decision, Linda. You chose money over us. She exhales sharply, her eyes flashing. What did you expect me to do? Live in exile? Your father would have disowned you if you married me without his blessing. My father would have cut me off entirely from marrying a man associated with the mob. Her voice rises, her composure slipping. You think I was going to throw away my entire life for love? I let out a bitter laugh. Is that what you told yourself back then? That love wasn't worth the sacrifice? I shake my head. You didn't just walk away from me, Linda. You took our son, and made damn sure Luca was raised as a Patterson. You went out of your way to guarantee I'd always be on the outside looking in. She flinches, a small flicker of emotion flashing before the mask snaps back into place. You were on the outside. Because your father never liked me. He thought I was too opinionated, too independent. A humorless smirk touches her lips. And Isabella? She hated me on sight. I take a deep breath, trying to calm down as my fingers tighten into a fist. You spent years keeping me at arm's length, using Luca as a pawn whenever it suited you. And when the Patterson empire crumbled, leaving you with nothing, suddenly I was useful again. Her eyes narrow. I needed help. We were broke back then. You had the means to support us. I scoff. Support you, you mean? I made sure Luca never wanted for anything. But you, I tilt my head, assessing her with the kind of scrutiny I once wasted on her long ago. Tell me, Linda. What did you do with the money I gave you? Her nostrils flare, her posture stiffening. I used it to maintain some dignity. To ensure Luca wasn't treated like some cast-off. Do you have any idea how humiliating it was? To go from being a powerful Patterson to nothing? People whispering behind my back, waiting for me to fail again? A cold smirk tugs at my lips. So that's what this is really about. Not Luca. You. Your pride. Your vanity. I let my gaze drag over her, taking in the carefully preserved facade, the flawless makeup, the couture dress, the way she clings to luxury as if it defines her. Maybe if you valued real connections over your bank account, you wouldn't be here begging for another handout. Her eyes blaze with fury, but I see the truth in them. I've stripped her down to the raw core of what she really is, a woman who once had everything and now has nothing. And she knows it's her own fault. She lifts her chin, defiant. Luca deserved more. I level her with a look so cold it could shatter stone. Luca had everything. A father who was ready to be there. A chance to be raised as a Bellicino, to have real power behind his name. But you made damn sure he stayed a Patterson until there was nothing left of the Pattersons to cling to. Her lip trembles, but she recovers, her voice sharp. I made choices based on what was best for him. No, I push off my desk, circling her like a predator sizing up prey. You made choices based on what was best for you. I pause, letting the weight of my words settle. And look where it got you. She sucks in a breath, but she has nothing left to say. I step back, my voice calm and final. You made your choices, Linda. Live with them. I need money. No. Her eyes blaze. Dante, don't be foolish. If you force my hand, You'll what? I arch a brow, challenging her. Run to your lawyers? Slander me in society circles? Attempt to blackmail me? She hesitates, glancing away, and I know she has no real leverage. She's tried it before. My money is clean on the books, and any attempt to drag me into court would expose her financial mismanagement, not mine. Take the money you already get from your family and be grateful. Now get the fuck out of my office. Linda's cheeks burn red. For a moment, she looks like she might retort, but instead she snatches her purse off the chair, letting out a dramatic huff. This isn't over. I shake my head. It never is with you. My assistant will see you out. I turn my back on her. She sighs in disgust, turns on her heel, and strides to the door. I don't relax until I hear it slam shut behind her. God, she drains me. The only solace is knowing she left empty-handed, but she's always been cunning. I'm sure she'll come up with another attempt to get money. Let her try, I think darkly. I've handled Linda before, and I can do it again. Only this time, I have experience and wisdom on my side. An hour or so later, I'm settled back at my desk, still seething from Linda's demands. But there's no time to brood. A different kind of problem demands my attention. I need to uncover whatever Eva's hiding. My mind keeps replaying questionable moments spent with her. The way her guard would instantly go up the moment I mentioned her past, a cold, distant look in her eye, a downright refusal to talk about it. My instincts, honed from a lifetime of dealing with shady characters, scream she's hiding something. Something big. I pull out my phone and scroll through my contacts. One friend in the local precinct owes me favors. I dial his number. He picks up on the second ring, caution in his voice. Bellacino. Jameson, I say. Need a quick background check. Quietly. He sighs. You know I can't keep doing you these personal favors, man. The department's cracking down. I chuckle. You said that last time. But I believe we have an arrangement. Right. Fine. Give me the details. I glance at the door, ensuring it's locked. Eva Smith. That's what she goes by, at least. I have her info from her employment forms. Sending it over now. A moment of silence. All right, got it. You suspect it's not her real name? I suspect she's not who she says she is. I need whatever you can find. Address history, employment history, birth certificate, family members, all of it. And I need it soon. He mumbles something indecipherable. Fine. But if this draws attention, I'm out. It won't. And if it does, I got you. He lets out an unamused grunt. Sure. The line goes dead. I let out a slow breath, placing the phone on the desk. Guilt gnaws at me for the violation of trust, but I need to know more. I can't just let her go. Less than an hour later, my phone rings, a call from an unknown number. My heart thuds as I answer. Yes? It's Jameson, he says in a low voice. We need to be quick. I took a cursory look at your Ms. Smith. Nothing matches up with official records from the last decade. The data on her social is patchy. It's like someone wiped out her past and created a new identity for her. My pulse spikes. So she's a ghost? Jameson coughs. In a sense. She has minimal documentation prior to a few years ago. I'm doing a deeper dive on some flagged addresses and cross-referencing with older case files. If she's in witness protection, or if she's forging documents, it'll take time to confirm. I grip the arm of my chair, knuckles whitening. Keep digging. I don't care what it takes. She's important and I need the truth. A pause. I'm risking a lot here, Bellacino. If someone finds out. They won't. I drag a hand over my face, forcing a calmer tone. Do this for me, and I'll square your debt for good. He gasps with surprise. For good? Okay. I'll keep looking. I'll call if I find anything else. The line cuts off. I toss my phone aside, staring at it with a mix of triumph and dread. Eva, who the hell are you? I sink into my chair, letting the adrenaline settle. My mind churns through the possibilities. She could be part of a rival family, or perhaps she has a criminal past. I can handle criminals, but can I handle it if Eva's been lying to me about everything? With a groan, I lean back, massaging the tense muscles in my neck. My day started with Linda's demands, and it's ending with the revelation that the woman I'm falling hard for might be an imposter. The irony isn't lost on me. My life has always been about controlling every situation, but now I'm spinning. I take a deep breath, steeling myself. If she's lied, I'll handle it. But I won't jump to conclusions until I see the evidence. If her secrets endanger me, or her, I'll figure out how to protect us both, even if it means burning a few bridges. As I gather my things and prepare to head home, I can't shake the flicker of hope that Eva's reasons for lying won't destroy us. Maybe the truth behind her fears is something we can confront together. I just need to know what I'm dealing with. For now, I'm going to keep this revelation to myself and let her think I'm still giving her space. Because if she is in danger, or if she's put me in danger, I need the upper hand. I exit my office, instructing my assistant to cancel any remaining appointments. My footsteps echo through the dim hall as I leave business behind for the night. Outside, the city lights glow brightly, reminding me that wars can be fought anywhere, on the streets, in the boardrooms, even in the hearts of people I love. I slide into my sedan, telling my driver to head uptown. It's time to plan the next move. If the Lombardi's efforts at taking me out and Linda's attempts at extortion don't break me, then nothing will, except maybe the truth about Eva Smith. And I intend to uncover that truth, at any cost. Chapter 19. Dante. I can't remember the last time I felt this close to losing control. My blood roars in my ears, anger and guilt swirling in equal measure as I step out of the car. The Petrov mansion looms before me, though it's not Petrov property anymore. The Abramovic family snatched it up after the war. The gate is locked, though they are expecting me. It wasn't easy to convince Galina Abramovic to take my call, let alone agree to a meeting. It took more than a few favors and a carefully worded promise that I wasn't coming to stir up old blood feuds. The heavy iron gates creak open, the guard on duty leveling me with a hard stare, his fingers twitching near the weapon at his hip. He doesn't say a word, but his hostility is clear. If it were up to him, I'd still be standing outside. Fair enough. The people that live in this place have every reason to hate me and my name. But I have to do this. I have to see the place Eva once called home. Days ago, I discovered the truth. Eva isn't really Eva Smith. She's the daughter of a Bratva lieutenant killed in the same war between the Russians and Italians that took my father and brothers. The knowledge sits like a rock in my gut, reminding me of the role I played in the events that claimed so many lives. I knew she was hiding something. I just never imagined it would be this. My footsteps crunch on the gravel drive. The mansion's facade is grand but marred by signs of neglect. Paint peeling here and there, windows that need attention. The Abramovics probably keep it as a spare property, not their primary residence. Even so, its aura remains heavy, steeped in old blood. I knock on the front door. A moment later, a slender woman answers, an aging caretaker if I had to guess. Her face pales the second I give her my name. I'm here to see the matriarch. I understand she has the Petrov archives. The caretaker hesitates. Yes, but, she glances over her shoulder, then sighs in resignation. Fine. Come in. I follow her through halls filled with ghosts from the past. Photographs line the walls, none of which are the Petrovs. Still, I sense the echoes of a time when they walked these corridors. Eva's father. Her mother. Eva herself. A child with bright eyes and a future stolen by bullets in the shadows. The caretaker leads me into a dimly lit study. Behind a massive desk sits an older woman, poised, regal, and etched with the kind of lines that come from a life of violence and hard-won survival. She looks up, eyes narrowing with immediate recognition. I am Galina Abramovic, she says, her voice low and guarded. You have nerve, Bellacino. Showing your face here. I'm not here to fight. I just need answers. She studies me for a beat, then nods to a nearby chair, signaling for me to sit. I stay standing. The caretaker slips out, quietly shutting the door behind her. Answers, Galina repeats with a humorless smile. Your family cost the Petrovs everything. We owe you nothing. My chest tightens. I know. I'm here about Eva Petrova. A flicker of recognition crosses her face before quickly vanishing. Eva Petrova is dead. That's the official story, I say, but it's not true. She's alive. She changed her name to Eva Smith. Galena's mouth flattens into a thin line. She doesn't say a word. Instead, she slowly rises and moves to a tall cabinet. She unlocks it, shuffling through a few boxes before lifting out a worn file. I kept these from the old days. The Abramovics inherited the Petrov estate, but most of their things were destroyed. She sets the file on the desk and opens it carefully. Faded photographs spill out, my breath catching when I see a small blonde girl with wide eyes and a bright smile, definitely Eva. Maybe 6 or 7 years old, clinging to a man I assume is her father. Another picture of Eva with her mother's arms wrapped around her, both beaming at the camera. She was bright, that one, Galena says, wistfully. Rumor had it she vanished during the war, and vanish she did. My throat tightens. Officially, she was declared dead, but many suspected she survived. Now, here you are, telling me she's alive and using a new name. She was declared dead, but the body was never found, I say, more to myself than Galena. For a moment, all I can do is stare at the photos. My Eva. Younger, innocent. We ruined her life and she's probably carried that knowledge for years. Galena's expression hardens as she gathers the images and slides them back into the file. You can look, but you can't take them. That's fine. I glance up. So she's the only surviving Petrov? She nods grimly. Seems so. Her eyes narrow. Why do you care, Bellacino? Why are you here, asking all these questions? Because I love her. The words appear in my mind unbidden. I can't tell you why, I just needed to know, is all I can manage. We lock eyes for a tense second, then Galena waves me off. Take your answers and go. We have nothing left to discuss. She's right. My head is pounding, my heart thudding in my chest. Thank you, I say, before turning to leave. My conscience is shattered. I can't breathe. Eva is the daughter of a man my family helped kill. I was there. I can't even process the weight of it. My staff must notice my turmoil because nobody meets my gaze as I walk down the corridor to my office. They sense I'm in a mood and make it a point to avoid me. Good. I don't wish to be bothered. Finally, I reach my office and slam the door shut. My phone's been buzzing with messages, some of them from my men, others from business associates. I ignore them all. I punch the intercom. Janine, have Miss Smith come to my office. Immediately. My assistant starts to say something about Eva's schedule, but I interrupt her. I said now. I'm pacing my office, heart pounding in my ears when Eva steps in. She looks tense, her brow furrowed. There's a flush to her cheeks, a fragility to her I've never seen before. It tugs at me, but anger and betrayal override my concern. Dante, she starts. Close the door. I cut her off, my tone icy. Her eyes flash, but she does as I say, quietly sealing us in. What's going on? She asks. You sound furious. I am furious, Eva Smith, I snap, stepping around my desk. Or is it Petrov? She pales, staggering backward. How did I find out? I have connections. I've suspected something was off for a while now, and I just came from the Abramovic estate. I saw the pictures. I know you're Eva Petrova. She stands rigid, hands trembling at her sides. Surprise and fear flicker in her eyes before being replaced by resignation. Dante, I never meant. To lie to me? To use me? No. She almost shouts the word, tears brimming. My family died. We lost everything. I had to hide, Dante. I had no choice. I throw my arms wide. Until when? Until you met me and decided to get your revenge? Her face contorts, tears spilling freely now. Revenge? I never wanted revenge. I just wanted to survive, to build a life away from all the pain and loss. The heartbreak in her voice nearly cracks my fury, but I cling to it, needing answers. So you ended up working for me. Did you think it was poetic justice, gaining access to my systems? She shudders, pressing a hand to her stomach. You're twisting it. I'm here because I needed a job, because I'm good at what I do, and because you what? I demand, stepping closer. Did you hope to bring the Bellasinos down from the inside? She looks at me in horror. No. She staggers a bit as her eyes roll back, her face even paler than before. Alarm jolts through me. Eva? I catch her as her knees buckle. She's clammy with sweat. Dante, she breathes, her voice faint. When her knees give out entirely, I lower her to the floor, my pulse racing. I run to the intercom, consumed with worry. Janine. Get an ambulance. No, Eva protests weakly, reaching out for me. Her eyes flutter open, panic in them. Don't, no hospitals. You need to see a doctor. You nearly passed out. She shakes her head. I'm pregnant. My stomach free falls. You're what? She pulls away, face crumpling. Pregnant. With your child. Tears slip down her cheeks. In a flash of motion, she rights herself and bolts for the door. I quit, she says, her voice cracking. I can't do this anymore. Eva, wait. I scramble to my feet, but she's already yanking the door open. I quit, Dante, she says again. Then she's gone, fleeing down the corridor before I can form a coherent response. For a moment, I just stand there, chest heaving. Pregnant. The word pounds in my skull. The last few months whirl by as a blur in my mind, the passion, the arguments, the secrets. I force my legs to move, tempted to chase after her. But after a couple of steps, an invisible chain holds me in place. My mind is locked in shock, swirling with questions, fear, and guilt. For the first time in ages, I have no idea what to do. Chapter 20. EVA. My gaze is locked on the sidewalk, arms crossed, head down, concentrating on putting one foot in front of the other. The BKNC building looms behind me, getting smaller with every step. I'm still seething with anger, even as the cool, early evening air tries to take the edge off. I don't even know where I'm going. My phone's in my purse, but I'm too rattled to dig for it, too wound up to think straight. All I know is I need to get as far away as possible from that building and Dante. I finally stop at an intersection about a block away. My hand drifts to my stomach. It's almost instinct at this point. Eva. I startle at the sound of my name, spinning around to see Dante's limo pulling up to the curb. The tinted window rolls down, the dim glow from inside casting sharp shadows on his face, nothing but concern in his eyes. I hesitate, my first instinct telling me to keep walking. But my feet stay rooted in place. Get in, Dante says quietly. Please. The last word gives me pause. He doesn't say it often. I sigh, my shoulders sagging as I glance back at the office building. Going back is out of the question, but walking around aimlessly isn't exactly a solid plan either. Finally, I step off the curb. The driver opens the door, and I slide into the seat across from Dante, the soft leather warm and cozy. Neither of us speaks at first. The driver re-enters the car, the hum of the engine filling the silence between us. I keep my hands clasped in my lap, staring at them like they hold some kind of answer. I get why you ran, he says after a beat. I put you on the spot, and that was never my intention. But I couldn't pretend anymore, Eva. I had to know the truth. I press myself against the seat, as if hoping it will swallow me whole and take me away from this. My pulse is still racing from everything that just happened, his accusations, my confession, the life-changing revelations. You didn't just put me on the spot, Dante. You backed me into a damn corner. His jaw tenses and he looks away, rubbing a hand over his face. I know I did. But I wanted to hear it from you. I shake my head, staring out the window. You dug into my background. You went behind my back. You were never going to tell me, though I asked you about your past several times, he counters, voice edged with frustration. And don't act like I didn't have a right to know. He leans forward, elbows on his knees, gaze pinning me in place. You're Eva Petrova. And now, you're carrying my child. I flinch. I didn't plan this, I whisper. I didn't want it to happen this way. His eyes darken. Yet here we are. A lump lodges in my throat. I didn't tell you because I wasn't sure what to do. I was scared. And because. Because what? I let out a shaky breath. Because I don't know if I can be part of your world. I grew up in this life. I've been running from it for almost a decade. I don't think I can raise a child like that. You don't have to decide everything tonight. But you're not doing this alone, Eva. I scoff, not sure if I'm mad at him or just mad at the universe. I've been doing everything alone for years. I know, he says, quieter this time. And I'm telling you, you don't have to anymore. The sincerity in his voice fills me with warmth. I'm not sure if it's the hormones or just the weight of everything coming down on me at once, but my throat tightens, and I have to look away before I completely lose it. Let's drive around for a bit, he says, his voice gentler. So we can talk. I swallow hard. Okay. Please, just drive anywhere, he says to the driver who nods before Dante presses a button, the partition sliding up and sealing us off. Talk. The word feels so heavy, but a part of me is relieved. I'm tired of hiding things, tired of burying who I truly am. Maybe it's time we lay our cards on the table. Dante rubs his palms together nervously, something I haven't seen him do before. He looks uncertain, which is strange, because Dante Bellacino rarely looks anything but confident. Eva, he begins, I want you in my life. I know we have a lot stacked against us. My family. Your family. Your reservations about what I do, who I am. He hesitates for a second before continuing. But I can't just let you walk away without trying. My eyes sting, fighting back tears. Dante, I whisper, my heart twisting at the sincerity in his tone. I don't think it's as simple as me wanting or not wanting you in my life. You saw how your family treated me. He closes his eyes, nodding. I did. And I'm sorry. I won't pretend they're suddenly going to turn into saints. But I can and I will protect you from them. But can you protect me from all of it? My voice trembles. From Linda's cruel comments, from Luca's belittling and Sarah's condescension, from the entire mafia spotlight that might catch on to who I really am. I stop myself, heart pounding. You still don't know everything about me. He meets my gaze, a fierce protectiveness in his eyes. I know enough to realize you're in danger if the wrong people find out you're still alive. My throat tightens. I know he's right. That's not the only reason I tried to leave. I rest a hand over my abdomen. I'm also still trying to process this pregnancy. Dante leans closer. It's my child too, Eva. He swallows hard. And I swear to you, I'll do whatever it takes to keep you both safe. Tears threaten to fall, but I blink them away, lifting my chin. You keep saying that, Dante, and I believe you, but what does that even look like? He leans back, exhaling sharply. I don't have all the answers yet, but I promise you, I will figure it out. It's just so complicated. This goes way beyond boss knocks up employee. This is about who I really am and what it means. A Petrov having a Bellacino baby. He nods grimly. We'll deal with that. My mother, ironically, might be an ally there. She has her regrets about the war. If we keep your identity under wraps throughout the pregnancy, by the time anyone suspects, you'll already be under my protection, our protection. I study his face. He's always so powerful, so unstoppable, but now he seems vulnerable and raw, offering me a choice. Finally, I clear my throat. You're asking me to trust that you'll keep me and our baby safe, no matter what. Am I correct? He meets my gaze, unwavering. That's exactly what I'm asking. And the best way to start the process is for you to move in with me. I let out a shaky breath. My mind reels at the thought of living in his penthouse. But the alternative, running away pregnant and alone, terrifies me more than anything. I have to admit, a part of me wants to be near Dante, especially now. I can't deny how I feel about him, how my heart aches when he's not around. I brush a tear off my cheek. Okay, I say softly. I'll do it. But I'm not promising anything beyond that. We'll see how this goes, day by day. Relief flashes across his features. That's all I ask. A chance. He moves and sits beside me, lightly brushing his fingers against my arm. One more thing. I can't promise everything will be perfect. It won't be. We'll have fights. My mother will meddle. Linda will pop up like a bad rash. But I can promise I'll do whatever it takes to protect you and our child. Warmth spreads through me at the way he says our child. I rest my head on his shoulder, just for a moment, letting the tension ease. I never expected this, you know. I didn't plan on, well, any of it. His arm wraps around me gently. Me either, he admits. But here we are. And I'm not going to let you face it alone. I close my eyes, a swirl of anxiety, relief, and something dangerously close to happiness rushing through me. Thank you, I whisper. Seriously. He drops a soft kiss on the top of my head. We'll figure it out. Together. Eventually, the limo slows, pulling up to my apartment building. I blink, realizing how late it is and how exhausted I am. Dante looks at me. Do you want me to come up? We can talk more or I can wait. I shake my head. No, it's okay. I'll need to start gathering my things soon for your place. Might as well get some rest tonight. We can start making plans tomorrow. His lips curl into a smile. Tomorrow, then. Before I lose my nerve, I lean forward and press a gentle kiss to his cheek. Thank you. You're welcome. Stepping out of the limo, I pause on the sidewalk, the evening air brisk. I watch him through the open door, his eyes full of promise. Good night, Eva, he says. The door closes. I stand on the sidewalk with my arms wrapped around myself as I watch the limo pull away. My heart throbs with an odd mixture of nerves and cautious hope. I'm not alone anymore. I head inside, thoughts spinning about the enormous step I'm about to take. Moving in with Dante and continuing to work for him, all while pregnant with his child and harboring the biggest secret of my life is terrifying. But for the first time in a long time, it doesn't feel impossible. Dante has promised to protect me and our child from his dark world. That has to count for something. Chapter 21. EVA. You enter my apartment building, a modest 3-floor walk-up. Under normal circumstances, I'd appreciate the charm and the neighbors who mostly mind their own business, but my mind's still spinning from the limo conversation with Dante. Lost in thought, I'm halfway up the last flight of stairs when something feels off. The hair on the back of my neck stands up, a silent warning. My heart kicks up a notch, but I keep going, cautious but determined to get inside and lock the door behind me. When I reach my apartment, my pulse spikes. The lock has been broken. There's jagged metal around the keyhole, like it's been pried open. My stomach twists in dread. I know better than to go inside, but my feet carry me forward anyway. Slowly, I nudge the door open with my shoulder, bracing myself for whatever I'm about to see. I'm expecting the place to be trashed, ransacked beyond recognition. But to my surprise, everything is exactly how I left it, right down to the half-read true crime novel on the coffee table. No furniture overturned, no broken glass. Nothing has been disturbed. It's unsettling. I tiptoe further in, looking around nervously with every inch. Hello? The kitchen counters gleam under the dull overhead light. Something catches my eye, a single, folded piece of paper on the counter. Next to it lies a bullet. My heart hammering, I approach the note, forcing my shaking hand to reach out and grab it. The bullet itself is small, but it might as well be a grenade. I swallow hard as I read the typed words. You'll never be safe. Ice shoots through my veins and I drop it. I need to check the rest of my apartment, so I slowly creep down the short hallway to my room. My bed is untouched except for the knife buried in one of my pillows, the handle sticking out like some twisted decoration. The knife was jammed through so forcefully it's pinned to the mattress. Another bullet sits on the nightstand like an exclamation point finalizing the message. My limbs shake as I fumble through my purse for my phone. I frantically scroll through, managing to hit the call button for Dante. He picks up on the second ring. Eva? You okay? I try to steady myself. No. Someone broke into my apartment. I hear him mutter a curse under his breath. Talk to me. Are they still there? I don't think so, I whisper, my eyes scanning the room. The place is spotless. But there's a note. And a bullet. A bullet? His voice goes cold, lethal. You need to get out of there. Right now. Yeah, I know. I swallow hard. They stuck a knife in my pillow, too. Dante's tone darkens. God damn it. Grab essential stuff, but don't waste time. Anything you need, we can get for you. You have to leave, get somewhere public. My knees threaten to buckle. Okay, I manage. Where are you? Just crossed into the city, but we're turning around right now. A beat of silence. Stay on the line with me? I hate how needy I sound. Of course, he replies. It feels like a fever dream as I toss clothes, bathroom essentials, my laptop, phone charger, and some personal documents into a duffel. My hands are shaking so bad I drop things twice. Okay, leaving now. Finally, I race out the door, duffel slung over my shoulder. I turn to lock up out of habit on the way out before remembering that the damn thing is broken. I run down the stairs and head outside. Where are you now? Dante asks. Outside my building, I tell him, scanning the dark street. I'll head to the little coffee shop on the corner. It's open late. Good. Stay there. I'm close. He hesitates, then adds, stay in public view. Got it. I hurry down the 2 blocks, heart pounding the entire way. I duck inside, the barista eyeing me suspiciously as I throw my duffel onto a table and sink into the chair, phone clutched to my chest. Dante? I say, ignoring the odd looks from the few patrons around me. 2 minutes away, he says. His calm, controlled tone is all that's keeping me from completely falling apart. I bury my face against the bag, trying to focus on my breathing. I repeat the words I'm safe over and over in my head, but my mind still races with questions. How did they find me? Will they come back? Am I on borrowed time? Time feels warped, but soon headlights wash over the cafe's windows. I look up and see Dante stepping out of his limo, scanning the street before stepping inside. The second I see him, I lose whatever composure I had left. He crosses the tiny space in 2 strides. When he kneels next to me, I practically collapse against him. They left me a bullet, I choke out, repeating the words, the tears finally spilling over. 2, actually. Shoo, he says as he helps me stand, guiding me toward the door. It's okay. I've got you. He gestures for his driver to grab my bag, holding me tight against his side as we head to the car. We're getting out of here. He opens the door and we slip inside. The driver places my bag in the trunk, then quickly pulls away. I sob quietly against Dante's shoulder, the fear, the shock, and the overwhelming sense of helplessness crashing down. He wraps his arms around me, one hand stroking my hair. "You're okay," he whispers. "I promise." After a moment, I pull back, wiping my eyes. "I'm sorry. I can't believe this is happening." His jaw clenches. "They're just trying to scare you. It could have been the Lombardis, could have been someone from your past, or maybe someone else who hates me. Either way, you're not going back to your apartment." When we pull up to his high-rise, everything appears deceptively normal. The doorman greets us with a polite nod as we head straight to the private elevator and up to the penthouse floor, his hand tightly holding mine the whole way. He opens the door with his keycard and we step into the quiet of the penthouse, Dante turning on lights as he goes. It seems all is well until we enter the kitchen and Dante stops cold. "What the hell?" he mutters. My eyes follow his gaze. On the kitchen counter sits a bullet. Next to it, a folded piece of paper. I feel the blood drain from my face. Dante strides over, snatching up the paper. I watch his jaw work as he reads the single word aloud. "Gotcha." I wrap my arms around myself in an attempt to ease the chill running through my body. "How did they get in?" "You said your apartment had top-of-the-line security." "It does." He crumples the note in his fist. "Which means they either bypassed it or someone let them in." My heart kicks against my ribs. "What now?" He turns to me, his eyes dark. "We're not staying here tonight. We're going to my mother's estate." "Your mother's?" He nods. More guards, more layers of security. Eyes everywhere. No one's getting in without an army. I fight back another round of tears. "I'm pregnant, Dante. I can't keep running." He takes my hand and squeezes it gently. "You won't have to," he assures me. "Whoever's behind this, we're going to find them and deal with them. You and our baby will be protected. I swear to you on my life." Despite the dread coiling in my stomach, his words soothe me. Back in the car, I nestle against him as the driver heads east, out of the city. Chapter 22. EVA. Isabella is waiting at the top of the stone steps when we arrive. She stands poised, wearing a sleek black dress, instantly making me feel too casual in my comfy jeans and sweater. She offers me a reserved nod. "Eva," she says, polite but cool. "Welcome." Dante stands beside me, placing a reassuring hand on the small of my back. "Mother," he greets. "Eva and I will be staying here until things die down, as we discussed. I trust our room is ready." "Of course," Isabella replies, gesturing for us to follow her inside. "I've had the staff prepare a suite in the East Wing." "I assume that's acceptable?" Dante give a curt nod. I'd been so nervous the night of the dinner that I hadn't really been able to take in the sight of the Bellicino mansion. It's magnificent. We head up a sweeping staircase, portraits of stern-faced ancestors along the wall. Vases filled with fresh flowers sit on marble stands along the corridor. "This is your room," Isabella announces as she stops outside a set of polished wooden doors leading into a large, elegant suite. There's a sitting area with a fireplace, a four-poster king bed covered in silken linens, an ensuite, and a balcony overlooking a sprawling garden lit up with evening lighting. "It's beautiful," I whisper. Isabella gives a gracious nod, her eyes flicking briefly to my midsection. I tense, wondering if her mother's intuition senses my pregnancy. I wait for her to say something, but she doesn't. Instead, she turns to Dante. "There's a family meeting in the main dining room in an hour. We expect your presence." "And Eva's," she adds with a cool finality that suggests it isn't really a request. Dante nods. "Understood." She turns and leaves the room, her footsteps echoing down the hall. "She's intense." He smiles wryly. "That's one way to put it. You'll be fine here." He steps closer, lowering his voice. "Text me if you need anything. I'll be in my office making some calls before the meeting. The staff will bring up our bags. In the meantime, try to relax and get some rest. I try to muster a smile as he gives my arm a gentle squeeze before walking away. I'm left alone in an unfamiliar yet luxurious room, feeling a strange mixture of safety and uneasiness. The knock at my door an hour later is soft but insistent, dragging me away from the small amount of clothes I'm half-heartedly attempting to unpack. One of the staff members informs me the family meeting is about to start. Fantastic. I smooth down my sweater and sigh. If I'd known I'd be crashing a royal court session, I might have packed something less casual and more professional, perhaps with a slight intimidation factor. Welcome to the lion's den, I mutter to myself as I follow the staff member down the hall. The long mahogany table stares at me as I enter the dining room as if it could seat a UN delegation, causing me to feel like the meeting I'm about to partake in may not be that far off. Dante stands near the head of the table, deep in conversation with Luca, who shoots me a look the second he notices me, equal parts annoyance and petty boyish scorn. Sarah's perched beside him like a decorative statue, wearing a tight, brittle smile that's supposed to pass as polite but lands somewhere between smug and constipated. Linda sits near the middle, legs crossed, hair perfect, makeup expertly applied. She taps on her phone looking bored, like this entire ordeal is beneath her. At the other end sits Isabella, regal as ever, spine straight, gaze unreadable. She's flanked by two silver-haired men in sleek suits, Dante's uncles, if I had to guess, the younger one looking like he just stepped out of an Armani catalog. The room hushes the second I step inside. Dante catches my eye and gives me a subtle, grounding smile. Then he addresses the entire room, saying, "Everyone, I believe you already know Eva, but I want to make things official." His hand reaches for mine, warm and steady. "She's my partner." Oh. That lands with a weight I wasn't quite ready for. I feel it settle into my chest like an anchor, and also, strangely, like a parachute. Not quite girlfriend but partner. Something in between, something more undefined. The undefined part is what feels oddly freeing. I glance around the table, noting everyone's reaction. Isabella is as calm as ever, hands folded on the table, chin slightly lifted like she already knew this was coming. Classic poker face. Luca's jaw is clenched so tight it could crack concrete. Good. Sarah's eyes are wide, but she maintains her default look of mild boredom. Points for effort. Linda actually snorts, so loudly the sound ricochets across the table like a bullet. "Partner, huh?" she says, inspecting her manicured nails. "Don't you think you're jumping the gun, Dante? We had one family dinner together." I'd say that hardly constitutes her earning the title. Dante's eyes flash with anger. "She's here because she's an important part of my life. The only reason you're here is because we have a son together. Otherwise, you could parade yourself down Broadway for all I fucking care." Linda surprisingly appears rattled by his words. Dante turns to the rest of the group. "Given recent events in the city, it's crucial that everyone in this house is under the same roof. Safe. That includes Eva." Luca frowns. "Really? Exactly how important is she?" Dante narrows his gaze. "Important enough to be here. I owe you no other explanation." The older of Dante's uncles clears his throat. "We've heard rumors, Dante. Something's brewing among the syndicates. The Russians, the Lombardis, maybe others. They've noticed your interest in certain expansions." Dante nods, eyes flicking to me and then back to the table. "We suspect a power shift. Somebody is orchestrating hits and sending messages. I'm not sure Luca is ready to step in if things escalate." Luca frowns. "Why wouldn't I be? I'm your son." Linda lifts her chin. "Dante, you have no choice but to let Luca lead in the future. He's your only heir. Might as well bring him into the fold sooner rather than later." Dante's gaze darkens. Luca has much to prove before I can trust him to lead or be involved in any crucial matters. Linda scoffs, flipping her hair. "That's ridiculous. He's your heir, whether you like it or not. Before Dante can snap back, Isabella steps in. Patience, Linda. You forget I have a say in this family's leadership, too. She glances at Luca with cool assessment. So far, my grandson has shown little backbone. Not only where it concerns what Dante just mentioned, but in many aspects of his life. Linda starts to retort, but Isabella silences her with a raised palm. She turns her gaze to me and makes an abrupt announcement. We also have reason to believe that Eva will soon provide Dante with another heir. My heart lodges in my throat. Did she just announce my pregnancy? The room falls silent. Linda's face twists in shock then outrage. Luca's eyes widen as Sarah's mouth drops open. Dante stiffens beside me, anger radiating from him as he levels a furious glare at his mother. I swallow hard, feeling my cheeks burn. Luca recovers first. Wait, you got my ex-girlfriend pregnant? He practically chokes on the words. You've got to be kidding me. Sarah's eyes dart between Dante and me, her mouth still wide open. Linda sneers, letting out an acidic laugh. Well, isn't that convenient? She's really making sure she secures her place here, isn't she? She couldn't satisfy Luca, so she hopped into bed with his father. Before I can say a word, Dante shoots back, you will do well to watch your mouth or that stroll down Broadway can be arranged. Linda recoils and leans back in her chair, a smug grin on her face. Shots fired. Dante turns to his mother. Mother, that was not your secret to share. Isabella raises an eyebrow. Such secrets only breed more chaos in a family already feuding with animosity. Better to put it all out on the table. A chill runs down my spine. What am I getting into? Linda rises from the table and storms off, her stilettos clacking against the marble like gunfire. Luca and Sarah exchange a glance before Luca mutters, I need some air. He gets up and follows his mother, a blank expression on his face. Sarah hesitates, watching me with a flicker of disdain, or perhaps pity, then silently slips after them. Dante's uncles also rise, each murmuring their own excuses. In seconds, the table empties, leaving me alone with Dante and Isabella. My chest feels tight, like I've just gone through an emotional spin cycle. Dante's jaw is still set, furious. Isabella looks almost bored by the drama, resting her hands gently on the table. You can thank me later, she says dryly. Thank you? Dante growls. You blindsided us. Isabella lifts a shoulder. You were going to keep it a secret. That only invites rumors. Better to deal with it head-on, no matter how messy. She glances at me, her expression softer. I apologize if this caused you distress, Eva. But it's for the best. I'm too stunned to respond. I manage a nod, my heart hammering in my chest. Isabella stands, smoothing her dress. We'll talk about business later. For now, do yourselves a favor and get some rest. You're both under a lot of stress. She sweeps out, leaving Dante and me alone in the now suffocating dining room. He exhales sharply, raking a hand through his hair. I'm sorry, he mutters. My mother does what she wants. I let out a shaky laugh. Yeah, I'm gathering that. I glance at the door Linda stormed through. They're all going to hate me. Even more than they already do. His eyes fill with concern. I'm sorry, he repeats, stepping closer. I never wanted you to feel attacked, or for them to find out this way. I try to muster a reassuring smile. I appreciate that, I do. Maybe it's better that it's in the open now. No more secrets, right? Dante looks at me as if to say, well, maybe just the one, then reaches for my hand, squeezing it gently. Let's get you back to the room. You need to rest. We'll deal with Linda and Luca later. I agree. I think I've hit my drama quota for the day. He offers a faint smirk. Welcome to the family, Eva. As we walk, I can't help noticing the tension in Dante's posture, the protective way he keeps me close to his side. My thoughts tumble like laundry, Linda's scorn, Isabella's meddling, Luca's hostility. But also, Dante's determination to shield me from all of it. I cling to that, because as much as I feel out of place in this mansion, surrounded by a family that sees me as an intruder, I'm still carrying Dante's child. That alone ties me to him, whether I'm ready or not. My heart thrums with a mix of fear and fragile hope. When we reach our suite, Dante lingers in the doorway. You sure you'll be okay if I go get some work done? I take a deep breath, letting the tension drain from my shoulders. I'll be fine. I might just call it a night and pray that tomorrow doesn't throw even bigger bombs at us. He grins before leaning in to press a tender kiss to my temple. If you need me, you know where I am. I watch him go, the echo of his footsteps on the marble gradually fading away. Then I step into our room, my new home, for better or worse, and close the door behind me. The quiet envelopes me, and I finally allow myself to relax. Sinking onto the edge of the lavish bed, I rest my hand over my belly. A surge of protectiveness wells up. I'm going to keep you safe, little one, no matter what Linda or Luca or anyone else says. I'm not going to let this family scare me off. With that thought, I lie back against the pillows, letting exhaustion take over. Chapter 23. EVA. The wake is short while later when I hear the door opening and see Dante stepping in. You okay? He asks as he walks over to the bed. He shed his suit jacket and tie, leaving him in a partially unbuttoned, crisp white shirt, sleeves rolled up. I sit up and nod, rubbing my eyes. About as okay as I can be, considering. He brushes the back of his hand gently against my cheek, flicking his gaze to my belly. Are you feeling all right? Any nausea? I shake my head. No nausea, thankfully. I'm actually kind of craving something sweet, but that's nothing new. I'll be right back. I blink. What? Where are you going? I forgot something, he says, striding toward the door. I get up and wander over to the window, the cool glass beneath my fingertips as I lean forward and look out over the sprawling estate. The moonlight hits the dimly lit garden just right, bathing everything in silver and soft shadows. It's breathtaking. After a few moments, the door opens again. I turn to see Dante holding a bowl, a silver fork resting neatly on top. I'd know that creamy, coffee-scented goodness anywhere. Tiramisu? I raise a brow. Seriously? My mother always keeps a stash, he tells me with a smile. Thank you, I reply. It looks delicious. Dig in. I grin and sink onto the bed, taking the fork and diving in. The first bite hits my tongue and I moan, full-on foodgasm style. Oh my god. This is so good it feels like a crime. We can get you anything you want, he says, stepping closer, making my pulse skip. Ice cream, pastries, pickles. Even if it's 3 a.m. You name it, it's yours. I glance up at him, my heart melting. Careful, Bellacino. You're gonna make me fall harder. He doesn't flinch. Good. The sweetness of it hits me harder than the tiramisu. I lean into him, resting my cheek against his chest. His heartbeat thuds steadily beneath my ear, strong and grounding. We sit in silence for a moment, and for the first time in a long time, I feel like I can truly breathe. Thank you, I whisper, letting my eyes drift shut. For letting me stay here. For keeping me safe. For everything. His breath stutters as he tucks his chin over the top of my head. I'd do anything for you, Eva. His voice is quiet but resolute. For both of you. My throat tightens at the reference to our baby. You keep saying that, but I still can't quite believe it. He pulls back slightly, his gaze locking onto mine, intense and unwavering. Let me prove it to you every day. His eyes flick over my face, searching. I know you're scared, but I won't let anyone hurt you. He takes the bowl from my hands and sets it on the nightstand, then dips his head and kisses me. It's soft and tentative at first, feeling almost like an apology. But then it deepens, turning into something I can't resist, something that melts me every time. I exhale against his mouth, sliding my arms up around his neck. He tastes of lingering whiskey. He must have had some to calm his nerves, and something inherently him. My pulse speeds up, the day's stress morphing into a sudden, desperate need to be closer to him, to lose myself in him. He seems to sense it, guiding me backward until I'm laying down. We break apart for the briefest moment, my breath catching as I stare into his eyes. They're dark and hungry, reflecting the same longing I feel pounding through my veins. "You sure?" he murmurs, fingers trailing down my arm. "After everything." I nod, swallowing hard. "I want this." "I want you," I admit, cheeks flushing at my own candor. I need to forget about Linda, Luca, the bullet, the break-ins, and everything else. If only for a little while. He smiles softly, understanding written plainly across his features. "Then forget," he whispers. "I'll help you." His hands slide under the hem of my sweater, skimming over my skin. A rush of warmth follows his touch, and I let out a longing sigh. He moves over me, bracing on his forearms, careful not to place too much pressure on my body, both of us aware I'm carrying something priceless. I pull him down for another kiss, this time more urgent. My fingers slip through his hair, curling around the nape of his neck, and he groans softly, lips parting against mine. Each brush of his mouth sets off sparks beneath my skin, a reminder of how perfectly we fit together. He shifts his weight, and I feel the gentle press of his body against mine. It's reassuring and electric all at once, a spark that travels from my toes up through every nerve in my body. Our kisses grow more heated, more frantic, as though we're both trying to burn away the stress of the day. Soon, our clothes are in a haphazard pile on the floor. Pillows go flying as we shift toward the center, our bodies entangled in a fury of kisses and frantic touches. He takes his time exploring my skin, trailing kisses down my neck and across my collarbone, making my breath hitch and my nails dig into his shoulders. I don't hold back when his mouth finds a particularly sensitive spot near my collarbone. He glances up, lips curved in a satisfied smile. "Relax," he whispers. "Let me take care of you." He captures my mouth in another deep kiss. My legs part instinctively, welcoming the warm press of him. Each brush of his lips sparks a sweet ache between my thighs, the one only he can satisfy. My nails graze his back, the tension in me coiling tighter with every passing second. Tell me if I'm going too deep or too fast. If anything hurts. I grin. I'll let you know. A lustful groan escapes him as he drops kisses along my throat, down to the slope of my breast. The sensation makes me gasp, and I arch into him. He pulls down my bra, bringing his mouth to my nipple, gently sucking and licking it. I help him out, reaching back and undoing the clasp, then pulling the straps down my shoulders. He takes his time, his hands exploring every curve, every softness. At first, his touch is almost too gentle, like he's afraid I'll break. But I patiently guide him, moaning and encouraging him. The tension builds into a slow burn, and my fingers grip the sheets tightly. His kisses begin to head southward, and my entire body shivers in anticipation, every nerve ending alive and waiting. His lips skim the inside of my thigh, and my breath catches. "Dante," I murmur, "stop teasing." His smile is dark and wolf-like. "You like bossing me around now?" "Only when you deserve it." He laughs softly, then shifts lower, his hands spreading my lips. I can feel the heat of his breath before his mouth touches me, and when it does... "Oh, God," I gasp, head tipping back. He's patient but thorough, like he's memorizing me all over again. Tongue soft and teasing at first, then firm, steady strokes. My fingers slide into his hair in an attempt to guide him, but one of his hands slides up, holding me in place, firm and possessive. His tongue dances over my clit, a finger sliding into me and curling in the way that drives me wild. I'm soaked, bucking my hips against his mouth. I moan, low and helpless, and his response mirrors mine, dark and hungry. The sound vibrates against me, sending sparks down my spine. I don't hold back. I grind my pussy into his face, fingers buried in his hair, hips rocking shamelessly as the pressure builds. The coil inside me tightens until I breathe his name. Dante. My voice is husky and desperate. He doesn't stop until I'm writhing in an attempt to get away from his mouth, crying out his name in a hoarse, broken gasp. He kisses the inside of my thigh, slow and intentional, then looks up at me like I'm his religion. You taste like fucking heaven. I laugh breathlessly, dragging him up to kiss me. I need you inside me. I hook a leg around his waist, drawing him closer, feeling the solid warmth of his cock pressing into me. Our eyes meet, full of love. Maybe. We haven't said it out loud, but it hovers in the background like a secret waiting to be confessed. He finally eases into me. Oh, fuck. He starts slow, mindful of every movement, every breath. I bite my lower lip, nails digging lightly into his biceps, urging him on. He takes the cue, building a steady rhythm that draws tiny gasps from me with each thrust. My mind blanks, every sense focused on the slick heat of him moving inside my pussy, the sound of his breathing, our bodies rubbing together in a poetic motion. Pressure builds within, an electric tension coiling tighter and tighter. My world narrows to the friction between us, the way each stroke sends a pulse of pleasure up my spine. Sweat beads on my forehead, mixing with the faint perfume of the night air drifting in through the window. Dante's voice is low and ragged near my ear. You feel so, goddamn, Eva. His words send a fresh pulse of heat through me, and I answer with a breathless moan, tilting my hips just right to take him in deeper. He groans, gripping my waist as if grounding himself. I watch as he plunges into me over and over. Deeper, I whisper, biting my lip. I want to feel all of you. Without missing a beat, he slides off to the side and moves behind me, pulling me back against him. His chest is pressed to my back, one arm slipping around my shoulders, the other gripping my thigh. The change is quick and deliberate, and when he thrusts again, it's deeper, hotter. More intimate. I whimper, clutching his forearm, the angle sending pleasure shooting through me in waves. You like that? He murmurs, lips brushing the shell of my ear. Yes, I gasp, my voice needy. Don't stop. Please, Dante, don't stop. His pace is unhurried but powerful, every roll of his hips making me tremble. One hand drifts down, fingers brushing my clit with just enough pressure to make me gasp his name. I arch back against him, completely lost in the heat and rhythm, and the way he seems to know exactly how to touch me, how to make me come undone. I love how you fall apart for me, he growls, kissing my shoulder. I'll never get enough of you. I intertwine my fingers through his, squeezing tightly as the tension builds to a breaking point. I'm almost. I'm right there. I've got you, he whispers. Come with me. A cry rips from my throat as pleasure crashes through me, white-hot and all-consuming. He groans against my neck, his own orgasm following a heartbeat later, intensifying mine. His entire body shudders behind me as he releases deep inside. For a long moment, we remain entwined, trembling, breathless. His arm curls tighter around me, his chest rising and falling against my back. You okay? I smile, utterly spent. I'm more than okay. He kisses the top of my shoulder. That's true because you're perfect. I turn my head just enough to meet his eyes, dark and tender. Even when I'm bossy in bed? He chuckles. Especially then. We laugh and I close my eyes, breathing in the scent of him, letting the warmth of his skin and the beat of his heart soothe me as we bask in the afterglow. The night air brushes our damp skin, quite a contrast to the heat we just unleashed. He shifts, tugging the covers up over us, then turns me to face him, propping his head up on one hand. I manage a tired smile. Thank you. That was exactly what I needed. He glances over his shoulder at the barely touched tiramisu. Almost. He grabs the bowl and fork and hands them to me. Sex and dessert. I ask. Seems too decadent. Get used to it. I lean in and kiss him. He smirks. Glad to be of service. His free hand drifts over my belly, gently resting his palm there. You're okay? Really? I sit up and take a bite of the tiramisu. I nod, pressing my palm over his. I'm good. Amazing, actually. I notice a slight furrow in his brow. Hey, what's that look for? He sighs, glancing away for a moment. Nothing. Just got a lot on my mind. A mix of curiosity and apprehension flutters through me. We can talk about it, I say gently. I know there's still a big bombshell hanging over us, but we can talk about anything. He hesitates for a second, his thumb absently stroking my skin. It's not just that. I'm also dealing with a lot of family shit. My father's old alliances, Linda being a constant nightmare, Luca being Luca. He forces a small laugh, then shakes his head. But none of that is your burden. I won't let it be. A pang of guilt slices through me. He's so determined to shield me, yet I'm still carrying secrets that could destroy everything if he found out how it all connects. I push the thought away for tonight. We both deserve this moment. I appreciate that, I say softly, leaning in to rest my forehead against his. But you know, I'm not made of glass. You can talk to me if you need to. His arms tighten around me. I will, eventually, he murmurs. Just not now. I don't want to spoil this. My heart twists with a blend of relief and worry. Maybe he's just anxious about the shifting mob alliances. I wish he'd let me in, but I can't exactly blame him for being guarded. We both have plenty of scars. We lapse into a comfortable silence. I finish my dessert and he takes the bowl, returning it to the nightstand. I scoot down and lay my head on his chest, the steady thrum of his heartbeat instantly calming my worry. He presses a kiss to my temple. I know it's not simple or expected, but we work, Eva, he says softly. I can't explain it. You bring out the best in me, and I'm not exactly used to that. A tired grin curls my lips. You keep me safe. You make me feel beautiful, even when I'm freaking out about everything, especially my body. He tightens his hold, voice low and reassuring. You are beautiful. Never doubt that. Warmth flows through me, and I hum in sleepy agreement. Tomorrow will likely bring more drama, Linda swooping in with another insult, Luca sneering, Isabella revealing something else we're not ready for. But tonight, it's just us in this darkened room, the gentle, perfumed breeze coming in from the garden, and the knowledge we share something worth fighting for. Good night, Dante, I mumble, half asleep. He kisses the top of my head. Good night, Eva. I drift off, safe in the circle of his arms, grateful for the moment of peace in a world that keeps trying to tear us apart. No matter how complicated things become, we have this moment and we have each other, and right now, that's enough to keep me going. Chapter 24. Dante. I didn't bother hiding how much I hate these dinners. Old school bullshit. All ceremony, no teeth. But they still matter just enough that skipping one would send the wrong message. So I show up and make sure they remember who owns the table. The restaurant choice tonight is someplace in Red Hook called Manja. It's gaudy as hell, decked out like it's 1972 with red and white checkered tablecloths, black and white photos lining the walls, 70s-style candle holders on the tables. Even the silverware, plates, and glasses scream 70s. The whole place has been reserved for the evening, every low-level shark in the city hanging around the edges, waiting for a crumb of power to fall their way. I walk in late, Eva on my arm. She's wearing a deep burgundy dress that hugs every curve just right. Simple, yet elegant. Her chin is up, her eyes steady. I know she's nervous, but she doesn't show it. That's what matters. To everyone here, she's Eva Smith. That's the name they will be given. The truth's a weapon, and I'm not willing to hand it to just anyone. The room quiets when we enter. Eyes track us as we move, some curious, some hostile. I nod once to anyone I make eye contact with. My hand covers hers and I keep her close. One of DeLucci's rats scurries over to show us to the main table. I don't look at him. I don't need to. I can feel the heat coming off the stairs from the Russians. They are too interested in her, and it makes me nervous. I pull a chair out for her, taking the one beside her. Let them stare. Let them whisper. She's mine. When the room settles, I speak. This is Eva Smith. She's with me. My tone is firm and final, leaving no room for confusion. She is my partner. That gets a few reactions and I analyze all of them. Linda is sitting across the room with her claws dug into Luca's arm, dressed like she's auditioning for a Mob Queen revival. She scowls when I look her way. I don't break eye contact, and neither does she. During dinner, I let an old Ricci dinosaur drone on about port delays, but I'm only half listening, my mind elsewhere. Eva scans the room, sharp as ever. She's cataloging faces, noting posture, watching the way the Russians lean in too close. She's quiet, but she's not blind. Linda peels herself off Luca like gum off a shoe, pretending to chat up one of the Russian juniors. But I see her angle. I know the game. She's aiming straight for me. Eva steps away for a moment, off to greet someone near the bar. Linda's smile is wicked as she appears at my side. Dante, she purrs, batting her fake lashes. It's been ages since we've spoken. Properly, I mean. She drapes a hand over my forearm, her nails digging in just enough to irritate. I level her with a cold stare, lowering my voice so we don't draw too much attention. Save it, Linda. We have nothing to talk about. She arches a brow, feigning hurt. Oh, I think we do. I'm just looking out for Luca, the real heir to the Bellacino name. He deserves better than to see his father flaunt some random woman in these circles. You're humiliating him, Dante. I fight the urge to laugh. Luca's humiliation is his own doing. Maybe if he spent half the effort working instead of whining about his birthright, we wouldn't be having this conversation. And need I remind you, his legal name is Patterson. You made certain of that. Her face flickers with anger, but she pastes on a saccharine grin, adjusting the fur wrap she's wearing. I don't blame him for being upset. He lost your attention to that, girl. You should remember who truly represents this family, you, me, and Luca. We have history. I lean back, crossing my arms. You don't represent shit. You are here as a courtesy as Luca's mother, nothing else. You have no power here or any other place where my family is concerned. You do well to remember that, Linda. As a matter of fact, this is the last time I'm going to remind you of it. You'll regret this. Luca needs his status, and you need a legitimate heir, someone recognized by all the families. Eva can't give you that, despite the little bastard she has growing inside her. She cocks her head, a smug curve to her lips. My fists clench and my nostrils flare at the nerve of her. I glance around, noticing a small cluster of Italian and Russian associates within earshot. Perfect. Let them witness me shutting Linda down once and for all. My voice raises slightly, so they can't mistake what they're about to hear. I've tolerated your bullshit long enough, Linda. You are not a Bellacino matriarch. You are nothing but a gold digger who saw me as an opportunity to manipulate and use for your own personal gain. A hush falls over our immediate area. Linda's cheeks flush red, her eyes flicking nervously to the onlookers. She tries to regain some composure. Oh, Dante, please, don't be so dramatic. You know I only speak out of concern. Concern for your own image, maybe, I retort. You're bouncing from conversation to conversation, trying to leech off my name. Let me make this clear for everyone here tonight, Linda Patterson has zero influence in my decisions, personal or otherwise. I let my gaze sweep over the small group gathered, ensuring they got the message. Linda's face twists, her composure finally cracking. She hisses under her breath, "You bastard. You think humiliating me in front of these people is wise? They may end up wondering why you're so eager to cling to that girl instead of your real family. What do you think will happen when they start digging a little deeper?" I scoff. I'm not humiliating you, Linda. You managed that all on your own. How many times do I need to tell you that you are not my family? You're Luca's mother. That's it. Now get out of my sight. She just stands there, mouth agape, eyes wide with shock. The room's dead quiet for a beat, smirks breaking out among the onlookers. A few of the Russians lean back in their chairs, clearly enjoying the show. Some of the Italians trade glances, whispering just loud enough to be noticed. Linda looks around, realizing she's officially lost the room. She storms back to Luca like a woman on fire, whispering something in his ear. He flushes with anger or embarrassment, probably both, refusing to look my way. Good. I've had enough of both of them tonight. Eva returns from across the room, brows raised as she catches the tail end of Linda's tantrum. What did I miss? She asks, grabbing her water glass. I just put Linda in her place. Oh. Everything all good? I shrug. As good as it's going to be in a room full of mobsters with grudges. My hand settles on the small of her back. Come on. We've made the rounds. It's time to have some fun. Chapter 25. EVA. The restaurant is filled with powerful people dressed in tailored tuxes and luxurious gowns, the tension so thick it hovers like a dark cloud above. Family dinners are the mob version of prom night. I'm perched on a velvet stool sipping my second mocktail, my jaw sore from the smile I've been faking all night long. I swirl my drink, eyes drifting toward the show across the room. Linda is trying to save face, floundering like a fish out of water, all designer sparkle and fake indignation. Watching her struggle is worth every awkward handshake I've had to survive tonight. A thick Russian accent cuts in behind me. Vodka. Neat. I glance sideways. He's tall with broad shoulders, dressed in a black suit with sharp lines. His eyes are blank and cold. Definitely bratva. He raises his drink at me. Good evening. I don't believe we've met. I give him a smooth smile. Eva Smith. Smith, he echoes, suspicious. You look very familiar. My stomach knots and I laugh lightly, nodding at his suit. I think I'd remember a guy who wears Armani like it's stitched into his DNA, I say, trying to play it off. He chuckles. Flattery coming from a woman like you is always dangerous. I nod and take a sip of my drink, holding his gaze defiantly. His smile fades as he says, "These are strange times. Peace came at a cost. Doesn't it always?" Dante appears, his hand sliding around my waist like a silent claim. The Russian nods. Bellacino. Volkov. Dante's voice is pure steel. Volkov dips his head and disappears into the crowd. Dante watches him go, his jaw set. What was that about? I ask. Ghosts from the past, he mutters. Then, without warning, he pulls me into a kiss that leaves everyone around us staring. It's fierce and possessive. The kind of kiss meant to deliver a statement. I melt into it, a spark of liquid heat pooling between my thighs. You're mine, he whispers into my ear. You think so? His gaze sharpens, a small smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I know so. His intensity tugs at something deep inside me. But tonight, after all the drama, and Linda's public unraveling, I want control. A wicked idea sparks. I press a hand to his chest as I murmur, I'm calling the shots tonight. A flicker of desire lights up in his eyes. He grins. Let's get out of here. We arrive at the estate and rush up the spiral staircase. We enter our suite, closing the massive double doors with a soft click, allowing the soft hush of the mansion to wrap around us like a velvet curtain. Moonlight pours in through the tall windows, bathing the room in a sensuous silver glow. I approach him seductively, pushing off his suit jacket and tossing it aside before reaching for his belt. Undoing it slowly, I open his slacks, yanking them down and letting them fall to the floor. I unbutton his shirt quickly and shove it off his shoulders, revealing his gorgeous torso. Trailing soft kisses along his chest, I work my way down his torso until I reach the waistband of his boxer briefs. I tug at it with my teeth, my insinuation clear, then lick my way back up his stomach until I reach his mouth, nibbling on his bottom lip for a brief second. Lie back on the bed, I purr as I pull down the straps of my gown, letting it drop to the floor, revealing the black, lacy satin bra and matching panties underneath. It's time you see what this girl can do. He yanks down his underwear, his enormous erection standing at attention, then strides over to the bed. He reclines against the pillows, arms overhead, his eyes looking me up and down in pure delight. The sight of his delicious cock, rock hard and just for me, makes my pussy ache with need. You think I don't already know what you can do? You haven't seen anything yet. I'm fueled by adrenaline, power, and a bit of a need for revenge. Tonight, I want him at my mercy, just for a little while. I unhook my bra, my breasts tumbling out as it falls to the floor. I'll climb onto the bed and straddle his thighs. He watches me intently, heated desire blazing in his eyes, his chest rising and falling quicker with excitement. I plant my palms on his chest, feeling the firm muscle beneath. He mimics the move by placing his hands over my breasts and teasing my nipples, and a thrill races up my spine. I lower my head, pressing a soft kiss to the hollow of his throat. Still think you're in charge? I whisper as I sit upright. His hands slide to my hips, fingers digging in possessively. Prove me wrong, he dares. The raw hunger in his gaze sends a rush of need through me. With every breath, my confidence grows. I lean forward again, kissing him hard, devouring the low groan vibrating in his throat. I pull back, grinning at him. Ready? Always. I move up and straddle his hips, teasing myself against him for a moment, the friction between the satin of the panties and his hard cock sparking delicious jolts of sensation. I pull them aside and slowly slide down, my soaked pussy taking him in deep and easy, all the way to the hilt. The pleasure is instantaneous, rolling through me and making me gasp. My head falls forward and I close my eyes, hair tumbling over my shoulders as I start to rock my hips. Dante's fingers grip my thighs. Christ, he mutters. You feel so fucking good. I pick up the pace, setting a deliberate rhythm that makes my nerves sing. My hands rest on his chest for balance, nails scraping lightly, leaving faint red marks as I ride him. Each thrust sends waves of heat radiating through me, building a tension in my belly that demands more. He hisses in pleasure, trying to steady me, but I push his hands away. I say breathlessly, smirking down at him. I'm in control tonight. The corners of his mouth twitch into a knowing grin. You're killing me, he says, but he relents, letting me set the pace. I grind deeper, faster, chasing the pulsing sensation coiling in my core. My mind blanks with pure ecstasy, my moans echoing off the walls from the sensation of his hands when he can't resist touching me. My thighs quiver with the effort, but the mounting pleasure is too addictive to slow down. He groans. Eva, you're so damn perfect. Keep talking, I tease, drawing a breathless laugh from him. He growls as his fingers dig into my hips. Fuck these, he says, then grasps my panties and rips them off. I gasp in surprise, the move turning me on even more. His hands back on my hips, I let him guide me as I grind against him, my body pulsing. He reaches around, grabbing my ass and squeezing hard before giving it a firm slap. The tension in me tightens like a wire, strung to the breaking point. My head tilts back, a cry escaping my lips as the pleasure slams through me in a sudden, blinding wave. I ride out the orgasm, legs shaking, hands fisted in the sheets. Stars dance behind my closed eyelids. Dante follows seconds later, letting out a harsh groan that vibrates through my bones. I watch him unravel beneath me, his eyes squeezed shut, raw pleasure etched into every line of his face. His cock throbs as he drains himself inside, his warmth spreading through me. Seeing Dante Bellicino come undone beneath me is nothing short of intoxicating. We collapse onto the bed, a tangled mess of limbs and sweat-slicked skin. My lungs burn, heart thudding like I've just sprinted a marathon. He pulls me against his chest, his arms wrapping around me in the most intimate way, making me feel protected and cared for. I rest my cheek on his shoulder, smiling. So, I manage between panting breaths, who's in charge now? He laughs, low and satisfied. I'll let you think it's you tonight. He presses a soft kiss to my temple. You're something else. For a while, we just lay there, the quiet hum of the night surrounding us. My nerves still tingle, aftershocks pulsing through my muscles. He shifts, and I wince at the lingering ache in my thighs, but it's the best kind of ache, reminding me how alive I feel with him. I dare to break the silence. You know, we keep talking about how complicated everything is. But in moments like this, it feels worth it. My tone is light and laced with affection. He sighs, satisfied, tucking a stray hair behind my ear. It is worth it. Even if I still want to lock you away so no one can discover your background, your father's legacy. I take a deep breath. The truth of my real identity, the Petrov name, weighs heavy. But I push it aside. We'll handle it if it comes to that, I say, surprising myself with the confidence in my voice. He studies me for a moment, then smiles softly, pressing a kiss to my forehead. Yeah. We will. Our bodies relax into the mattress, exhaustion pulling at both of us. The day was long, the night was intense. I'm wrapped in Dante's arms, his skin warm against mine, the familiar scent of his cologne mixed with the heady trace of sex. My eyes drift shut, and I let the steady drum of his heartbeat lull me to sleep. Chapter 26. EVA. Girl, get over here, Halsey calls, waving at me. She's standing near a display of baby blankets, each one covered in the cutest patterns, tiny elephants, bears, foxes. Tell me these aren't the most adorable things you've ever seen. They're definitely adorable, I agree, picking up a blanket with little giraffes on it. But I can't seem to wrap my head around actually needing them. I glance at my belly under my oversized hoodie. It still feels unreal. Halsey's smile softens. But it is real, my friend. We meander further into the store, Halsey rattling off half a dozen must-haves she read about on some mommy blog. My mind drifts to Dante, currently out of town on business, apparently putting out some fires caused by the Lombardis. He keeps me in the loop, but only so much, which I'm fine with. I'm not exactly dying to know every detail of his mafia negotiations. I glance back at the two hulking guards trying to look inconspicuous and stifle a laugh. They look absolutely miserable. Okay, so spill, Halsey brings me back into the moment. How are things going with you and Mr. Mafia Don these days? And please tell me you've done something about that vulture Linda. I snort. Oh, yeah. He humiliated her in front of several key mob members a few nights ago. It was magical. Halsey's eyes light up. Damn, I wish I could have been there. Any video? I'd pay to see Linda's meltdown. I laugh. No recorded evidence, sorry. But trust me, it was amazing. We continue strolling through the aisles, picking out cute baby outfits and packages of onesies. I find myself rubbing my belly unconsciously, torn between excitement and lingering anxiety. The break-ins at my apartment in Dante's penthouse, the swirl of secrets about my father's death. It's a lot to handle. A figure suddenly slips up behind me. I sense the presence before I see it. Halsey's busy cooing at a set of plush toys so she doesn't notice. I turn slightly, catching a glimpse of a large man dressed in dark clothing, not the typical customer you'd find in a baby store. He looks Russian based on his features. My heart rate kicks up, sensing something is not right. I frantically look around for the guards. He sidles past me, subtly brushing my arm. In a low, heavily accented voice, he mutters, "For you," before slipping something into the pocket of my hoodie. I recoil at the intrusion. I'm about to say something, but he gives me a sharp look and darts away, hurrying past a display of baby carriers. I spot one of the guards at the store's entrance, scanning the crowd. The Russian glances his way before bolting for the side exit, slipping out before the guard notices him. I slip a hand into my hoodie pocket and feel a folded piece of paper. What the hell? My pulse spikes. Hey, Halls, I say, trying to sound normal, I'm gonna pop into the bathroom real quick. Be right back, okay? Sure, I'll be here, fawning over these microchecks. Can you imagine a baby in Chuck Taylors? So damn cute. I hurry to the bathroom, locking the door behind me, my breaths coming hard and fast. I opened the note and read. After baby shopping, Halsey and I grab a quick lunch before saying our goodbyes and embracing tightly. The guards and I get into our waiting car, the ride back to the estate spent in silence. After taking a hot shower, to calm my nerves more than anything else, I dress in dark jeans and a black oversized sweater, then tie my hair up into a messy bun. I head out of the mansion, keys in hand, certain no one saw me leave, until I hear the crunch of footsteps on gravel behind me. Shit. I glance over my shoulder, spotting one of the guards Dante assigned me following me to the garage. I was hoping to slip in and out unnoticed. Need a ride? He asks. No sense in trying to bluff my way out of this. Yeah, to Hell's Kitchen, I say casually. For, some pickles. And gelato. They have this great little store there that sells homemade pickles in various flavored brines, and I've been craving them. He gives me a questionable look. That's kind of far for a snack run. What's really in Hell's Kitchen? Can't a girl keep a secret? His response comes as a raised eyebrow while crossing his arms over his chest. All right, fine. I'm picking up a personal item. He frowns. A personal item? I sigh dramatically. Fine. I'll tell you, but you have to promise not to get awkward about it. He rolls his eyes. Just tell me. I'm picking up something lacy. I wink. A custom-made romantic surprise for Dante. Okay then. He clears his throat, visibly uncomfortable. I'll just, wait in the car. Good call, I say with a smirk. Men. So easy. I'm tense on the drive to Hell's Kitchen, my mind racing with what I might find. To my surprise, and unexpected luck, I see an intimates store near the library. Right here. The guard blushes slightly, then pulls the car into an open parking spot along the curb, not saying a word. You don't need to come in. I need to try it on, and I want to shop around a little, so give me a bit. Got it. I'll wait right here. I get out and casually head into the store. Once inside, I dart directly out the back door and down the block toward my real destination. The library is a stately old building, with cathedral ceilings and creaking floors. A bored librarian barely glances my way when I enter. I walk around, searching for the reserved book's location. I spot it and head over, scanning the numbers on the spines until I find the book I'm looking for. It's a bulky reference book on old restaurants in New York. I yank it off the shelf, my heart thumping. At first, it appears nondescript. Then I find a small envelope taped to the inside cover. I glance around to make sure no one's watching, then take the book and duck into a quiet corner. I pluck the envelope free and open it. Inside is a USB stick. My chest constricts with dread, but I'm already in too deep. I can't run to Dante, he'd probably be angry at me for coming here alone and for keeping the baby store incident from him. I have to see what's on it first. I look around and spot a row of computers. Only one is free, so I plant myself in front of it. My pulse roars in my ears as I insert the USB. A single file labeled restaurant cctv.mp4 appears on the screen. I double-click on it. The footage is grainy, time-stamped from years ago, 2 nights before my father was killed, if I recall the date right. My stomach plummets at the realization. The camera angle covers a dimly lit restaurant interior with patrons milling about. My eyes skim across their faces, dread building with each second. Then I see them. My heart lurches. A younger Dante Bellacino sits at a small table wearing a tailored suit. He's leaning over, talking intently to a man I recognize, the man who shot my father. The man I've only seen in my nightmares and scattered photos. He gestures animatedly as he speaks, Dante nodding along. My blood runs cold. I watch as the two of them speak for a full minute, exchanging what looks like heated words before the killer stands, slaps some cash on the table, and storms off. Dante remains, his mouth set in a straight line. The footage ends soon after. My heart feels like it might shatter into 1,000 pieces. We always suspected an Italian ordered the hit, but I never considered that Dante could have been involved. Tears burn my eyes. Has he been lying to me all these months, staying by my side, comforting me, knowing he had a part in my father's death? No wonder he was so desperate to find out about my background. I yanked the USB from the computer, my hands shaking. A wave of nausea hits me, but I manage to keep it together, stuffing the USB into my purse. I have to get out of here before I lose it in front of everyone. Outside, night has enveloped Hell's Kitchen in an eerie glow. I run back through the lingerie store and out the front. The guard gets out of the car and opens the passenger door. "Miss Smith? Everything all right? You don't have any bags." "Shit." I force a tight smile. "Yeah, just feeling a little queasy. Let's head back, please." He shrugs as I slide in, heart still pounding, brain on a full-blown spiral. That footage, could it not be what it looks like? But the pit in my stomach tells me differently. I press a hand to my belly, trying to ground myself. The man whose child I'm carrying, sleeping beside, trusting with my damn life, might have sat down with the guy who murdered my father. Maybe he even ordered it. Or knew it was coming. Or... God, I don't even know what's possible anymore. I just know it hurts like hell to even think it. By the time we pull up to the gates, I've got my poker face on. I can't let anyone see the crack in my armor, not until I've figured out what the hell I'm actually dealing with. Because right now, all I've got is a USB with possible evidence that the man I'm falling in love with was involved in my father's murder, and a heart trying not to break. The guard drops me near the front steps. I mumble a thanks and head straight for my room. Inside the suite, I toss my purse on the bed, lock the door, and take a deep breath. One look in the mirror tells me I'm a mess, eyes glassy, face pale, hands trembling. I feel like I've just been hit by grief, the death of a man still alive that I thought I knew. Nausea hits me like a tidal wave. I sit on the bed, head between my knees, until it passes. I cradle my stomach, whispering to the little life inside me. I can't let myself spiral. I need answers. Real ones. Maybe there's context I'm unaware of. Maybe that conversation wasn't what it looked like. Or maybe I've been sleeping with the villain in my story this entire time. Chapter 27. EVA. Change of plans. I have to go. Staying here, pretending everything's fine while my brain replays that CCTV footage on a loop is not happening. I won't be able to even look at Dante without the image of him interacting with the man who killed my father burning behind my eyes. Maybe he knew, maybe he didn't. But I can't stay here waiting for answers I'm not even sure he'll give me. I start packing. I toss a few days' worth of clothes into a duffel along with the USB drive and some personal essentials. It's almost midnight, the mansion hushed and still. I crack open my suite door, peering out into the hallway. No guards. No movement. Just the soft glow of a wall sconce and the sound of my own heartbeat in my ears. I creep down the hall, constantly looking over my shoulder. There's a stairwell near the west wing that leads to a side entrance by the garage. If I can make it there, I'm golden. My plan is to head straight to Halsey's. She's out of town, but I've got her keypad combo. At the top of the stairs, I pause. No voices. No footsteps. Just the thrum of adrenaline pumping through my veins. I press a hand to my stomach. Just hang tight, little one. We're almost free. Halfway down the staircase, I hear a muffled sniffling coming from the landing below. My first instinct is to freeze then backtrack. But curiosity, or stupidity, wins out. I crane my neck and peer around the banister. My stomach twists when I see Sarah, of all people, sitting on the steps, hugging her knees, shoulders shaking with quiet sobs. I hesitate, torn between ignoring her and sneaking out. But she looks so broken. With a resigned sigh, I adjust my bag and step around the corner. "Sarah?" I whisper. "Are you okay?" She jumps, nearly tumbling off the step, eyes wide and puffy. "Eva?" She sniffles, quickly wiping her face with the back of her hand. "What the hell are you doing sneaking around this late?" I shift uncomfortably. I could ask you the same. I glance at her tear-streaked cheeks, guilt warring with urgency. You've been crying. She laughs humorlessly. Brilliant observation. Next you'll ask if I'm upset. Her voice is shaky, undercutting the sarcasm. I'm sorry. I just didn't expect anyone to see me like this. I bite my lip, torn between wanting to flee and wanting to help. What's going on? Sarah looks away, fiddling with the belt of her silky robe. It's stupid, she mumbles. This marriage, it's not what I signed up for. I blink, recalling how she clings to Luca like a prized possession. What changed? She lets out a hollow laugh. What didn't change? The second the ring was on my finger, Linda swooped in, determined to keep Luca under her control. I'm basically living with my mother-in-law, who treats me like an accessory, and a husband who doesn't even, her voice cracks. He barely looks at me unless he's showing me off to some friend of the family or business associate. A pang of sympathy hits me. I know Sarah's been catty, but it's not hard to see how Linda dominates everything in her life. I'm sorry, I say quietly. That must be difficult to deal with. Sarah sniffles, brushing her hair from her face. I feel like a third wheel, to his mother. She's forcing being a Bellacino heir down his throat and it's consuming him. So much so that he and his mom are practically one unit. I feel like nothing more than the pretty blonde on the side. She meets my gaze, her voice trembling. I was such a fool. I shift my weight, the bag digging into my shoulder. Look, Sarah, that sucks. I won't lie. Luca and Linda's relationship has always been intense. Understatement of the century. But you're not a fool for wanting to be a part of the family. People do crazy things when they're in love. Her eyes glisten. Luca's a glorified mama's boy. I guess I thought being married and becoming his wife would elevate me somehow, make me his number one. But Linda's overshadowing me at every turn. She crosses her arms defensively. Why am I even telling you this? I offer a wry smile. Because I happen to be sneaking out at the same time you're having a meltdown, I guess. My heart clenches. Anyway, you're not worthless, Sarah. Linda's just Linda. She overshadowed me too, tried to at least. You can't let her. Sarah gives a shaky nod, then looks at my duffel, realization dawning in her eyes. Wait, you're leaving? She says it as if she just realized what I meant by sneaking out. I tense, searching her face. Yeah. I've got some stuff to handle elsewhere. It's complicated. I don't elaborate any further. Does Dante know? Where are you going? She stands and hugs herself, wrapping the robe tight around her. I blow out a breath. It's better if no one knows. Honestly, I just need some space to figure things out. I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone. Especially Luca or Linda. They'd blow it out of proportion. My tone is sharper than I intend, but my nerves are shot. Sarah's lips twist, bitterness creeping back in. Don't worry, I'm not Linda's messenger. Besides, she's too busy controlling Luca to care what I do or say. He's more interested in you than me, he's made that painfully obvious. Why would I help them now? Another pang of guilt tugs at me. I'm sorry about that. I never meant. She cuts me off with a dismissive wave. Save it. You can't control who Luca fixates on. Apparently, he's intrigued by you simply because his father has you. She gives a short, humorless laugh. Men. They're all idiots. I can't argue with that. So you won't say anything? She shakes her head, eyes shadowed with her own sorrow. No. Not to them, anyway. I'm not that vindictive. Relief floods through me. Thank you, I whisper, pressing a hand to my chest. I appreciate it. Sarah gives a weak smile before turning away. Good luck with whatever. Believe it or not, I don't hate you. I just hate my life right now. I bite my lip, then gently squeeze her arm. Take care of yourself, okay? She nods, lips pursed as she puts on a brave face. I'll be fine. She looks to my belly, a flicker of something, envy, sadness, regret, crossing her features. She heads up the stairs, disappearing down the corridor without saying another word. Quietly, I continue downward, my footsteps feather light. The mansion is eerily silent at this hour. I can't help imagining Linda or Luca jumping out from a hidden doorway, demanding to know what I'm up to, but no one appears. At the side entrance, I pause, listening for any sign of movement. Nothing. Just the hushed night air and my own hammering pulse. With a final breath, I push open the door and slip outside. The crisp night air hits me like a shock. I glance around, my breath misting under a faint moon. A row of cars is parked in a small lot next to the garage, Dante's staff vehicles. I thought about taking one of his cars parked in the garage. The keys are on the wall, but I know he has GPS trackers on all of them and he'll quickly track me down. I hurry toward the property's gates. If they're locked, I'll climb over. I'm determined, and my adrenaline is working overtime. Luck is with me. The gate stands slightly ajar, perhaps left open by a guard or caretaker. I slip through, my heart racing. The road beyond is dark and quiet, a passing car only every few minutes. I fish my phone out, checking the time. It's midnight. Perfect. I call for an Uber, shooting a nervous glance over my shoulder at the looming silhouette of the mansion. Anxiety curdles in my gut. The phone's app pings that a driver is 5 minutes away. The minutes crawl as I wait at the side of the road. Every sound, rustling leaves, a distant dog bark, makes me jump. I keep expecting one of Dante's guards to walk up, or for Linda to come out screeching into the night. But nothing happens. The only drama is inside my own head, swirling with fear and heartbreak. Finally, headlights crest the bend. A small, dark blue Nissan pulls up, the driver leaning out of the window. You Eva? I nod, throwing my bag in the back seat and sliding in after it. The driver glances at me in the rearview mirror, a curious expression on his face. I give him a tight smile as I say, West 50th and 9th please. Relief bleeds into my muscles as he pulls away from the curb. I did it. I left. No drama, no shouting, no confrontation. I stare out the window as the car meanders through the dark empty streets, each passing street lamp illuminating suburban calm. My phone vibrates in my pocket, but I can't bear to check it, so I power it off, letting the screen go dark. The driver tries small talk. I respond with one-syllable answers until he gives up, leaving me to my tornado of thoughts. I rest a hand on my abdomen. It's you and me now, baby. We'll figure this out. We'll find out the truth about your father, whether he's a monster or just a pawn in a twisted game. And if he's guilty. God, I can't even stomach the thought. My eyes burn with unshed tears, but I blink them back, pressing my palm harder against my belly. I'll keep you safe, no matter what. The Nissan merges onto another road, neon signs glowing in the distance. Soon, Halsey's neighborhood looms, the familiar old brownstones and late-night diners giving me a spark of comfort. The driver pulls up to the curb. I grab my bag and step out, thanking him quietly. The building's lobby is dim, a single overhead light buzzing. I enter the code and the door buzzes, granting me access. My footsteps echo in the quiet stairwell as I climb the 2 flights to Halsey's floor. The lingering smell of someone's late-night dinner hangs in the air. It feels almost normal, like I belong here. In front of her door, I fish out the spare key from under a potted plant. A wave of guilty relief hits me. I'm safe here, at least temporarily. I'll be able to plan my next steps in peace and quiet. I unlock the door and step inside the dark apartment, flipping a lamp on. The living room is cozy and minimal, Halsey's collection of quirky art prints dotting the walls. My shoulders slump with exhaustion. Setting my duffel down, I kick off my sneakers. I brace a hand on the couch, struggling to keep the tears at bay. Taking a shaky breath, I grab a blanket off the back of the sofa and wrap it around me, sinking into a worn armchair. Tonight, I need some rest. Tomorrow, the real fight begins. Chapter 28. Dante. It took a red-eye flight home, and I'm exhausted. The second my car pulls up beneath the mansion's porte-cochere, I know something's wrong. No staff at the door. No movement. Nothing but stillness. I step out, my jaw tight, senses on high alert. Inside, the halls are dim. Empty. My steps echo through the corridor like a warning bell. I head straight for our suite. I left Eva here safe, surrounded by guards. I shouldn't be feeling this way. I open the door. The bed's untouched, her bag's gone. No note. No trace. My stomach drops. I check the closet. Her clothes are missing though her scent still lingers. The room feels hollow, stripped of warmth. I yank out my phone and call her. Straight to voicemail. Again. Same thing. Fury flashes like lightning behind my eyes. I'm about to call one of my men when a knock sounds at the door. Dante, my mother's voice. I turn. What? It's Lombardi. He backed out of the meeting and won't return my calls. His people are stonewalling. Something's brewing. Let it brew, I grit out. I'll burn his house down and salt the earth. Her tone sharpens with distaste. Dante. No, I step toward her. He wants to play games while I'm gone. He's done. I'm done. No more diplomacy. She purses her lips then says, we have another problem. There are Russians downstairs. My eyes narrow. I came up the back staircase and did not see them. Abramovics? She nods. They say it's about Eva. Only they didn't say Eva Smith. They said Eva Petrova. I stopped dead in my tracks. They saw her with you and now they can't reach her. They're here for answers. I clench my jaw. They don't get to make demands in my house. Her voice drops. Dante. Did you know? I don't answer at first. I take a deep breath in an attempt to calm down. She's gone, I snap. She left. And yes, I know she's Eva Petrova. Apparently, the whole damn city knows now, too. For once, my mother is speechless. I don't know where she is, I say, my chest tightening with worry and fear. We can't ignore the Russians, she says quietly. No, I agree. We'll deal with them first. Then I'm going to find Lombardi. After I'm done with him, I will find Eva. I stalk out before she can say another word, my fury trailing behind me like smoke. If anyone hurts her, they won't live to regret it. I storm into the study, every stride fueled by anger. 3 Abramovics, 2 men, 1 woman, stand against the wall in perfectly tailored suits. Their postures stiff, their eyes cold. As soon as they see me, dark seriousness clouds their features. The woman steps forward, chin lifted. Mr. Bellacino. We've been waiting. I cross my arms, no intention of being polite. I hear you want to talk about Eva Petrova. My voice could ice over a volcano. They exchange glances, then the older man clears his throat. Duh. We heard she was with you, under your protection, yet now she's vanished. We want to know where she is. My jaw clenches. I don't answer to you. I glance toward my mother, hovering nearby, tense. If Eva left, that's her decision. She's not your prisoner. The woman's stare hardens. She's not yours either. My temper surges. I never claimed ownership, just protection, I correct. What do you want with her? One of the men steps forward, his brow furrowed. She's a Petrov. The Abramovics and Petrovs have deep ties, family, territories, alliances. We thought she was dead, but then we saw her, recognized her. We've been tracking her, but now she's missing. That's concerning. Do the Belacinos plan to harm her? Use her? I let out a short, bitter laugh. Belacinos don't harm women. She came and went as she pleased. The woman narrows her eyes. Then where is she? We tried contacting her to no avail. Some believe your family's holding her hostage. Or worse. I take a menacing step forward. Watch your accusations. Eva chose to be with me. Guilt stabs deep, but I bury it under the fury. Trust me, I want her found more than anyone. The older man glances at Isabella. She's vanished, and nobody knows where. That's a problem. The Abramovic leadership is nervous about a potential war. If you've harmed her. I cut him off with a snarl. Why the hell would I harm her? She's pregnant with my child. The words tumble out before I can think about them, shock sweeping across their faces. I'd kill to protect her. Silence fills the room briefly until my mother mumbles something about spilling secrets. I ignore her. The Abramovics mutter amongst themselves in Russian, probably rethinking every assumption. Eva Petrova is pregnant by a Bellicino. Finally, the younger man speaks, grudging respect in his tone. We want her safe as well. The Bratva won't risk a war with the Italians unless forced. But if she's been harmed... I grind my teeth. Nobody's touched her. She left on her own, from what I can tell. I intend to find her. I will find her. My voice drops to a lethal tone. But if any of your people even think about using her as leverage... Leverage? No. The woman's eyes flash. We respect the Bellicino name. We simply question your motives. My temper soars. My motive is to keep her safe. She took off alone, perhaps something spooked her. If the Abramovics want to help find her, great. Otherwise, don't come in here barking orders. I don't work for you. My mother cuts in, cool and composed. We all want Eva safe. Let's not escalate. If you have any leads, please share them. We aren't hiding her. They exchange another round of tense glances. The older man finally nods. We'll report back. Both sides have a stake in finding her. The younger man throws me one last look. Be careful, Bellicino. If she ends up in the wrong hands, he leaves the threat trailing. The other two offer curt farewells. They file out, leaving me seething. Why did you tell them about the baby? She demands. Now the Russians know. I glare at her. I'm done with secrets. Eva's alone, pregnant, and unguarded. Abramovics, Lombardis, everyone wants a piece of her. I'll kill them if they try. She exhales, rubbing her temples. The Lombardis are dodging us, the Russians think we're hiding Eva, and you just lit a fuse by announcing her pregnancy. Dio mio, Dante. A bitter laugh escapes me. I don't care. She's carrying my child. I'll burn this damn city down to find her. She closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. We need a plan. Eva might have left on her own. She's capable and she's smart. I clench my fists, anger threatening to spill over. Then why vanish without a word? Unless she discovered something that made her bolt, though speculating gets us nowhere. I'm going after her. She grabs my arm. And do what? Bust down every door until someone talks? You'll confirm every rumor that you're on a warpath. I yank free, my voice cold. Then let them fear me. Let them be forced to remember who this city belongs to. Without waiting for her comeback, I stalk out. Eva's gone. The Russians are circling. Lombardi's laughing somewhere, thinking he's outsmarted me. My own men, idiots, let this happen. Maybe she did outsmart them. Damn it, Eva. I know there's a missing piece here, something made her run. As I stride toward the front hall, a swirl of conflicting emotions nearly chokes me. My mind's on worst-case scenarios, kidnappers, Lombardi's men, the Abramovics' motives. None of them will get to her. Over my dead body. I dial my top lieutenants, summoning them like hounds. We're on the hunt. I'll tear this city apart if I have to. Losing her is not an option. Chapter 29. Dante. Sir. The guard snaps me out of the seething and immobilizing anger threatening to take over. He's standing rigid under the weight of my glare. I did some digging on the woman Eva was with the other day. Her friend, Halsey. I stand in the security room, a repurposed office tucked away on the mansion's ground floor, staring at the bank of monitors like they might cough up Eva's location on the spot. They don't, of course. The only images we have are from our own estate's cameras, showing empty hallways and late-night staff from 2 nights ago, right around the time she snuck out. I narrow my eyes. And? She works in media. I pulled her address, figured it might give us a lead. Then I found CCTV footage from outside of a storefront near Halsey's place. Play it, I order. He opens his tablet and pulls up the footage, grainy, low-res street cam, but it's clearly Eva. Hoodie pulled low, duffel slung over her shoulder. My chest tightens at the sight of her. That's her walking toward the subway entrance near Halsey's building. Timestamp checks out, the guard says, tapping the screen. I move closer. Zoom in. He moves through the footage slowly, frame by frame. Eva pauses on the sidewalk at one point, talking to a man. His face is partially obscured. My jaw clenches. Stop. Who the hell is that? Still working on an ID, he says. Could be useful, could be nothing. I sigh heavily. So she was meeting someone. Or someone met her. After she left, I ran a trace on her phone. It pinged briefly near Halsey's building, then nothing. Halsey appears to be out of town. I go still. You're telling me that Eva's gone dark and there's no sign of this Halsey? Yes, sir. So far, no sign of either one of them since the footage. I stare at the screen, the frozen image of Eva burning into my vision. Something isn't adding up. Play it again. A man steps into the frame. He's tall and broad, wearing a long coat with the collar up. He brushes past her, but I notice the smallest sleight of hand. Eva pauses after he walks past, her hand slipping into her pocket. Back it up, I order. He rewinds the footage, slowing it down. There, I say, pointing. See that? He dropped something into her pocket. That's not just some stranger. Exactly what I thought, the guard agrees as he freezes the footage. I couldn't get facial recognition to lock in on him. The shadows are too heavy. I stare at the image, heart pounding. The posture. The profile of his face. The squared shoulders. Suddenly it clicks. Felix Sokolov. A name I haven't heard in years. Yuri Petrov's closest friend. The man who vanished right after the Petrovs were wiped out. I exhale slowly, the rage inside going nuclear. We need to find out what he gave her. The guard nods grimly. I know. We've captured nothing else since. My mind is racing. If Felix found her, it means the Bratva is sniffing around. Which also means... I closed the tablet with a snap. She didn't mention any of this to me. My blood runs cold. What the hell is he doing with Eva? I step back, pacing the room. That was Felix, I'm sure of it. The guard glances at me. Felix Sokolov? Yes. That bastard shouldn't even be in this city. I rub my jaw. He must have told her something, something that made her run. I'm going to find out what it was. It doesn't take long to track Felix Sokolov down, not when I still have friends in the NYPD and ties to the old neighborhood. Turns out, he's been keeping a low profile in a quiet, unassuming apartment building in Brighton Beach. Nothing flashy, nothing suspicious. Just nice enough to blend in without drawing attention. The kind of place with manicured hedges, a doorman who doesn't ask questions, and tenants who mind their own business. I bring a small crew with me, just enough muscle to keep things calm if Felix decides to get clever. We roll up in tinted SUVs, parking discreetly down the block, not drawing a single curious glance in this part of town, where privacy is the unspoken rule. The breeze carries the scent of the ocean, briny and cool. Young moms stroll by with strollers, families play on the beach, a couple of old men involved in an intense game of chess nearby. It's almost laughable how normal it all looks. Then I see him. Felix slips out of the building's side entrance, clutching a brown paper bag like he's just picked up lunch from the corner deli. He's wearing a nondescript jacket, ball cap pulled low. He lifts his head and our eyes lock. There's an instant flicker of recognition, then panic. Good. He knows exactly who I am. And he damn well knows what I'm capable of. Stop him. I bark to my men, stepping out of the SUV. Felix bolts, but my guys split up, two of them taking hold of him as he tries to run in the opposite direction, pulling him into a nearby alley and forcing him on his knees. I stride over, motioning for them to haul him up. He tries to shrug them off, but they grip his arms tight, forcing him to face me. Bellacino, Felix snarls, breathing hard. I figured you'd find me eventually. I tilt my head, voice ice cold. You engaged in contact with Eva Petrova. What did you tell her? His eyes dart around, looking for an escape. All you need to hear is she knows the truth now. Rage burns within, but I keep my composure. The truth? You mean your twisted version that pins her father's death on me? He spits on the ground near my feet. Not twisted. She saw the footage. She knows you met with her father's killer right before the hit. My jaw clenches. That's not the whole story and you know it. Felix lets out a bitter laugh. Do I? All I know is I told her to watch her back and she ran. He glares at me and raises his chin, defiance etched on his face. You won't be able to keep her as your trophy if she despises you. My men tighten their hold, but I raise a hand, signaling for them to ease off. I step closer, dropping my voice. Listen carefully, Felix. Eva doesn't know everything. She saw one piece of footage that could easily mislead her. My chest tightens as I think about what she must be going through. I never gave the order to kill Yuri Petrov. That was out of my hands. Felix barks out a laugh. You expect me to believe you? You Bellacino heirs were all too eager to clean up the Petrovs. A storm of guilt churns in my gut, and I grit my teeth. Believe what you want, but Eva's carrying my child. If you truly cared about her, you'd help me find her before she does something rash or gets hurt. His eyes narrow. She's pregnant? My men shift uneasily, but I stand firm. Yes. And now she's out there alone because you scared her off with half-truths. Felix looks away, a fleeting flicker of regret. She has a right to know what happened, he mutters. Her father was shot down, and I know a Bellacino was behind it. Maybe not you personally, but... Exactly. Not me, personally, I cut him off. I was part of that war, yes. But I didn't kill Yuri, and I didn't condone it either once I knew the facts. He scowls. She'll never believe you. Not after seeing that meeting on camera. I glare back at him. We'll see. In the meantime, you have one chance to help me find her. Who else knows she's a Petrov and who else might come after her? Felix hesitates, clearly torn. Finally, he exhales, sagging in my men's grip. There are a few. The Abramovics suspect some Russians in the old Petrov territory. They're the ones who gave me the footage, told me to make sure she sees it. A fresh wave of anger sears through me. You delivered their message, so they control you now? He doesn't deny it. Times are hard. They pay well. Said it was for justice. I scoff. Justice or revenge? He lifts a shoulder, defeated. What's the difference in this city? I stare at him, silent. God, Eva, what have we done to push you away? I motion to my men. Let him go. They blink, surprised, but release Felix's arms. He sways and rubs his wrists, eyes flicking between me and my men like he's debating whether to bolt or beg. I step closer, my voice dropping to a threat-laced whisper. If you want Eva safe, you keep your mouth shut about her location. If you find out anything else, you come to me first. Understand? Felix's jaw clenches, his eyes burning with defiance and fear. Fine, he snaps. But you have no idea how deep this goes, Bellacino. They're out for blood. I'm used to it, I growl. Now get out of here. I watch him vanish around the corner, shoulders hunched, tail tucked. My crew waits for direction. We're done here, I say. But keep an eye on him. If he tries to run or talks to anyone with Bratva ties, I want to know yesterday. Yes, boss. I linger a moment longer, staring down the quiet street as the sea breeze curls through the alley. Out for blood. They're about to learn mine doesn't spill easy. Chapter 30. EVA. I've been camped at Halsey's for a few days while she's out of town on a work trip. I'm trying not to think about how I walked away from Dante, and, well, everything. I pace the living room, phone in hand, scanning the local news on the off chance there's a story about my disappearance. Nothing so far, but I'm not about to let my guard down. If Dante is half as cunning as I know he is, he's probably checking traffic cams, building security feeds, anything he can to track me down. Which is why I've been extra careful. There's a shop across the street from Halsey's building with a well-placed security camera. If Dante pulls a few strings or just pays off the right people, he'll be able to grab that footage and ID me, narrowing down my location. So I've been using the back entrance instead, with a busted overhead light and 0 cameras. I flop onto Halsey's couch with a groan. The cushions are worn and sagging in the middle, but it's still comfortable. I'm half a city away from Dante, yet his presence lingers, as if he's right next to me. The heartbreak's real because I thought he might be the man I could finally trust. Until I saw that damned footage. My father was gunned down, possibly on Dante's orders, or at least with his knowledge. Maybe I'm jumping to conclusions and it's all a misunderstanding, but how can I bet my life, my child's life on that? The baby gives a small flutter, a gentle reminder I'm not alone in this body anymore. I press a hand to my belly, swallowing the knot in my throat. We'll figure it out, I mentally promise. But how? A knock sounds at the apartment's old wooden door and my heart jumps. If it's just a package, the mailman usually buzzes and walks away. Dante wouldn't knock politely, he'd bust in with an army or something equally dramatic. Who the hell could it be? I creep to the peephole. It's Luca, of all people. My pulse thunders as I experience half panic, half annoyance, but I'm not about to cower in the bathroom. Face it, Eva. You've handled scarier than Luca. Gritting my teeth, I hesitantly unlock the door and pull it open an inch, chain still on. He lifts his hands in a gesture of surrender. Hey. I'm not here to fight. No, you're just creeping around my friend's apartment building. I glare at him. How'd you find me and what do you want? He huffs out a breath. I saw you slip away that night and I put 2 and 2 together. Figured Halsey might be your safe harbor. I staked out the block, saw you duck in the back. Listen, I just want to talk. I roll my eyes. So talk. He glances around the dingy hallway like it's beneath him, then looks back at me. You gonna let me in? I lean against the door frame, crossing my arms. Luca, to be perfectly honest, I trust you. He clenches his jaw, frustration clear. 5 minutes, please. I'm unarmed and alone. I swear. I study him for a moment, disheveled hair, dark circles under his eyes. He looks miserable, nothing like the smug jerk I remember. With a sigh, I slide the chain free and open the door wide enough for him to enter. Fine, but keep your hands visible. He steps inside, glancing around at Halsey's cramped living room. So this is where you've been hiding. I shut the door. Hiding is a strong word. More like regrouping. Luca nods, shuffling his feet. Sure. Regrouping. Right. He gives me a doubtful look, then fishes a slip of paper out of his pocket, offering it to me. I eye it suspiciously. What's this? I ask. Address and phone number of a guy who can hook you up with a new ID, new name, legit documents. If you're planning on skipping town, you'll need it. But there's a catch, it has to happen tonight. I stare at him. Why? Because if you vanish, Dad names me sole heir to the Bellicino Empire. Which means I get what I want, and you get away from us for good. It's a win-win. My stomach flips. At least he's honest about it. You sure you don't have some other angle? He shrugs, a hollow laugh escaping. That is the angle. You and my dad clearly share something special. If you were to disappear for good, that changes everything for me. A bitter taste coats my tongue. He wants me out of the picture so he can ensure there is no competition for his inheritance, no other heir for Dante to award the title of becoming the next boss. He knows he doesn't have what it takes. But ironically, we do have the same short-term goal, me getting out of the Bellicino orbit. Wow, I say softly, you never learned how to be subtle, did you? He barks a sardonic laugh. Subtlety is for people who can afford it. You and me? We're nothing but pawns in this messed up game. At least I'm giving you an out. He shifts closer, a hint of the old Luca swagger returning. Eva, I won't lie. I always thought we had something unique. If you just... Don't, I snap, stepping back. My blood pressure spikes. That ship sailed. Actually, it never left the harbor. Let's not pretend. His jaw tightens. I'm just saying, my father isn't the only Bellicino you can turn to. Just because you'd be leaving town doesn't mean we can't stay in touch. I bristle at the thought, jabbing a finger at his chest. You had your chance, remember? And you blew it. If your father hadn't shown me what an actual relationship looks like, how a woman is supposed to be treated, I stop, swallowing hard, letting the words trail off. Focus, Eva. I'm pregnant with his child, so don't try to pitch me some triangle fantasy. He narrows his eyes at me for a moment, a flicker of resentment flashing. Fine, he mutters. Just get a new ID and go. Or you'll never have peace. These people will help you disappear. No questions asked. I snatch the slip of paper from his hand, glancing at the address. Someplace in Queens, from the looks of it. It could be a trap, or it could be my ticket out. Sure, I say curtly, folding the address and shoving it into my pocket. Thanks. He exhales dramatically, relief warring with bitterness on his face. So, we good? I cross my arms over my chest. We'll never be good, Luca. But for now, this is convenient for both of us. Now get out. He gives me a half-hearted nod. I guess that's fair. He steps to the door, turning at the threshold. Look, I know you hate me. But I'm not the real enemy here. Think about that. I shrug, my expression flat. Save the speech. Just leave. He slips out into the hallway, a defeated and miserable look on his face. Remember, he says before closing the door, you have to go see them tonight. You don't show, offers off the table. He pulls the creaking door shut behind him, leaving me standing there, my mind spinning. I sink onto Halsey's couch, pressing the heels of my palms to my eyes. Should I take his offer? Flee New York and start fresh under a new identity? Again? My mind reels with the possibilities. I've done it before, but could I do it now, with a baby on the way? My hand goes to my belly. This isn't just about me anymore. This could be a trap. Luca could be sending me into a viper's nest for all I know. Starting over means zero ties to Dante, Halsey, and everything else I've built in my New York life. But staying means learning the truth about Dante's involvement in my father's murder and accepting the possibility that he's as dark and cruel as the footage suggests. I don't know if I can handle that type of betrayal. A headache throbs at my temples. Damn you, Luca. Damn you, Dante. The entire Bellicino family is a swirl of secrets and I'm caught in the middle. I pull out the piece of paper and stare at the address like it's a magic number. I'm sure the place is shady as hell, but if Luca's actually telling the truth for once in his greasy little life, it might be my shot at real freedom. No more mafia life. No Linda with her Botox scowl. No Dante with his beautiful lies. Of course, leaving would also mean no closure. No answers. No chance to corner Dante and make him explain why he was getting cozy with my father's killer. Just poof, gone. Everything I've bled for over the last year all for nothing. My stomach growls. I head to Halsey's fridge, which looks like a crime scene of expired condiments. I settle on leftover Chinese from the other day and toss it in the microwave, my gaze drifting back to the address sitting on the coffee table. I plop back onto the couch, phone in one hand, paper in the other. I could call this guy and get the vanishing act rolling. Be nothing more than a memory by Monday. I look around, frowning, and see Halsey's baby magazines on the shelf, her idea of prepping after I told her. I rest my hand on my belly. You and me, kid, we've got options. I stare at my phone. My thumb hovers. I could dial and disappear or I could talk to Dante. Demand the truth. Swallow it, no matter how bitter. Either way, something's going down tonight. Chapter 31. EVA. I'm making a mistake the second my boots hit the subway platform. I place my gloved palm against the grimy subway beam like it might talk me out of it, just as the train screeches into the station, belching out a blast of stale air that smells like old cigarettes. Charming. I step on because clearly, common sense and I are on a break. My foot hovers over the threshold, the last sane part of me whispering, "Don't do this, Eva." Finally, I move my foot, the door slamming closed with a metallic clunk, and just like that, I'm locked in with my bad decision. I slide into one of the sticky plastic seats and rest a hand over my belly, something I keep doing without even thinking, like I can shield the baby from the insanity of my life. A fatherless baby. At least that's what I'll be giving this little one if I keep running. The train jolts forward, the windows smeared with graffiti and God knows what else. Across the way, a woman sits in faded scrubs, offering me a soft, sympathetic smile. I nod politely. She probably thinks I'm just another overworked New Yorker riding the late train home. God, I wish that were true. Instead, I'm sitting here haunted by images of hazel eyes that could burn right through me, Dante Bellicino, in all his complicated, maddening glory. I swear, one look from him makes me feel like I could either take on the world or crumble like a sugar cookie. The image of Dante shaking hands with the man who fired the bullet that killed my father plays over and over in my brain on repeat. It's burned into my mind like a scar. Anger boils up sharp and sudden. My fingers curl around the edge of the seat like I could dig my way back to sanity if I just hold tight enough. You're doing the right thing, I tell myself for the 100th time. But it doesn't feel right, it just feels necessary, like it's the only way forward. This baby deserves more than growing up in mafia violence and backroom deals. That alone should be enough to justify me walking away. My phone buzzes in my coat pocket, dragging me out of my mental spiral. Halsey again. God love her, she's relentless, but I don't answer. If I talk to her, I'll break. I can't let anyone know where I'm going, not even her. 3 stops later, I switch trains, weaving through trash-littered platforms beneath flickering fluorescent lights. The station hums with edgy, late-night quiet. Eventually, I emerge onto the streets of the Queens neighborhood Luca claimed would set me free. What a joke. Overhead, a cracked streetlight buzzes like it's on its last leg. A torn poster taped to a bus stop shelter for some ancient block party flaps in the wind, faded and forgotten. Even the rats scurrying nearby have an attitude, like they're guarding their turf and I'm an invader. I pull my coat tighter around me and scan the street. It's eerily empty. This is it, the address Luca scribbled on a crumpled piece of paper. I'm just a few steps away from whatever fresh hell he's sending me into. Every part of me whispers, turn back. A half-collapsed awning sits above the door of the address Luca gave me. They'll help you disappear. No questions asked. I push open the grimy metal door. The hallway reeks of mold and garbage, my boots clicking ominously on the wood floor. My heart hammers, but I force myself forward. At the end of the corridor, a single bulb dangles over a door left slightly ajar. Its yellow paint is peeling off in ragged curls, like it wants to flee this place, too. I rap my knuckles against the wood. Nothing. My pulse bangs in my ears, but I ease the door open anyway. The small, dusty room inside is crammed with boxes, a flickering desk lamp casting jittery shadows on the walls. Suddenly, an all-too-familiar and unwelcome female voice breaks the silence. Look who finally came knocking. I whirl around to find Linda Patterson standing in the doorway, arms folded over a sleek black jacket, radiating privilege. Behind her, Johnny Lombardi steps forward, tall and broad-shouldered, a wicked grin on his face. My stomach flips. Eva Petrova, he says, my true surname rolling too easily off his tongue. We've been expecting you. I clench my fists, summoning courage from deep within. A welcoming committee? I'm touched. My voice drips sarcasm even though panic claws at my insides. Linda snorts, flicking a glance at Johnny. Apparently she thinks she still has options, she says, her gaze locking onto me. I've been waiting to talk to you alone ever since you inserted yourself into Dante's life. Never imagined he'd fall for someone like you. My heart thuds in my chest. Someone like me? You mean a woman with a conscience? Johnny steps closer, studying me. I see you've got a spine. Linda exhales sharply. We need to do this now, before anything else can complicate matters. We can't have our prize strolling the city like she's untouchable. Prize? I echo, keeping my tone defiant. I walked in here on my own. Linda's eyes gleam. You sure did, thanks to Luca telling you the perfect story, that someone at this address could help you vanish. And here you are, a sitting duck. My blood chills. This is about the baby. She smirks. Oh, honey. It's more than that. Dante is the father of your unborn child, which makes it a direct threat to Luca's future. You think Dante is going to pass the throne to his estranged son when there's a brand new heir on the way? I straighten, ignoring the knots twisting in my gut. Dante won't stop until he finds me. Linda shrugs. He'll find nothing. No note, no body, no leads. Just another heartbreak. Rage replaces fear, at least for a moment. That's low, even for you, Linda. You'd really risk everything, including your son's life, for money and power? Her wicked grin widens. You have no idea what I'm capable of. Johnny clasps his hands together in finality. It's nothing personal, Eva. Just business. My fists tighten, my nails digging into my palms. I'm not going to make this easy for you. Linda laughs, an evil and bitter sound. You already did. You waltzed straight into our hands. I glare at her, then scan the room for an exit. Two bulky men appear behind me, Linda's muscle. The fear is back. My gaze returns to her. Fuck you. Linda's smile is cruel as she steps toward me. She slaps me across the face so fast I barely register the flash of her hand. My cheek stings, and I taste blood on my lip. I slowly turn back to her, not giving her the satisfaction of knowing it hurt. Instead, I stare her down. Johnny looks bored. We don't need any more speeches. Let's get this done. Linda lifts a finger, her eyes never leaving mine. On the contrary, Johnny. I want her to know why I'm doing this. Remember that wedding ambush? Johnny and I orchestrated that to show Dante he's not invincible. You were nothing more than collateral damage, though you did prove useful as a distraction. My stomach churns, thinking of the gunman at Luca's wedding. All that violence. You're vile, I mutter. I prefer practical. She smirks, then turns to Johnny. All right, that's enough talk now. Take her downstairs. A burst of desperate adrenaline surges through me. I lash out, kicking one henchman's thigh. He staggers, but the other slams me into the desk, pain rattling my spine. I clamp my jaw shut to keep from crying out. Move, Johnny orders coldly. They drag me through a door revealing a narrow flight of stairs leading underground. The stale odor of mildew rises to meet us. Lights flicker overhead, each step downward feeling like a final descent. At the bottom of the stairs is a narrow corridor leading to a steel door. Beyond that is a cramped concrete cell with one decrepit cot. No windows, no exit, no hope. My captors shove me forward, and I drop to my knees on the gritty floor. Linda's heels click behind me. We'll keep you alive for a while, she says casually. Let Dante assume you took off and left him. When the time's right, we'll dispose of you and that little bastard you're carrying. Terror threatens to consume me, but I stay strong. You'll regret this, I hiss, refusing to crumble. Linda laughs. Sure. I'll regret it just as much as I regret leaving Dante all those years ago. Believe me, I've wanted him to suffer ever since. She lingers in the doorway, arms crossed, chin high, drinking in the view of her little dungeon. Don't bother screaming, she purrs, lips curling. She's enjoying this too much. This place is as sealed off as a grave. Pleasant dreams. The door slams with a theatrical finality. I hear the bolt being slid into place with a heavy click that echoes straight through my bones. Regardless, I lunge at it anyway, pounding my fists against the steel like I could break it by sheer will alone. Breathing hard, I step back and look around. The sad excuse for a bulb overhead casts just enough light to show me that this hellhole is as charming as it smelled on the way down. My cheek still stings from Linda's little tantrum, but pain is good. It reminds me I'm still alive. And pissed. She thinks she's won, thinks Dante will just shrug this off and move on. She has no idea the hell that's about to be brought down on her. I plop onto the cot and rub my belly. Don't worry, baby. Your mama's not going out like this. I mean every damn word. On the other side of the door, Linda and Johnny are no doubt whispering about how they're going to take out Dante and Isabella, then dance on what's left of the Bellacino name. I can picture it in my mind, the two of them scheming over espresso, believing they're criminal masterminds. But they've underestimated the wrong woman. I'm my father's daughter. I've outmaneuvered hackers, mobsters, and manipulative snakes with better poker faces than Linda's Botox-stretched smugness. They think I walked in here blind. They think I don't know how to fight. They're wrong. I lean against the wall and take a slow breath, letting it all sink in rage, fear, fiery determination. I am not about to let some bitter ex and her overcompensating boyfriend erase me. I close my eyes and whisper, "You fucked with the wrong woman." Chapter 32. EVA. No windows. No clock. Just the steady buzz of that damn overhead light and the occasional shuffle of footsteps above me. The ceiling is the only part of this cubed prison that isn't concrete or steel. I don't know if it's been hours or a day, but my limbs are sore, my mouth tastes like dust, and the walls feel like they're pressing in closer by the minute. I curl up tighter on the cot, trying to trick my body into rest. At some point, my mind drifts, slipping into something that feels like sleep, but sweeter. I'm no longer in the basement. I'm sprawled on crisp white sheets in a sun-drenched bedroom, the sound of the ocean waves crashing beyond the open balcony doors. A warm breeze kisses my bare skin. Outside, a lush garden leads to a private stretch of secluded beach, a perfect paradise. Dante is beside me. His hand schemes up my thigh, slow and familiar, tracing a path he already knows by heart. His hazel eyes are soft and beaming in the golden light, and for once, there's no tension in his jaw, no shadows on his face. Just that lazy, dangerous smile that can undo me in seconds. "Tell me again why we didn't do this sooner," he murmurs, fingers brushing the curve of my hip. "Because you're stubborn," I shoot back, smirking as I trail my fingers down his chest. He laughs, the sound low and rich as he pulls me closer, burying his face in my neck. Guilty. But I always get there eventually. I stretch my body, loving the way his hand cups my belly. "Is this real?" I whisper. Dante kisses my mouth. "As real as you want it to be." The kiss grows deep and hungry, his mouth crashing into mine like he's been starving for this, for me. His tongue tangles with mine, teasing, tasting, claiming, igniting something feral in me. His hand slides beneath the thin silk of my nightgown, fingers splaying wide over my hip, dragging upward with slow, deliberate intent. His touch is warm yet rough, and completely addictive. I moan into his mouth, my fingers threading through his hair and pulling him closer until there's no space, only heat. A low growl escapes when I arch into him, the nightgown slipping higher as his palm curves over my bare thigh, pulling it around his waist. I feel the hard length of his cock through his thin linen boxers, pressing into me. His hand cups my breast, thumb circling the sensitive peak until I gasp, breaking the kiss only to chase it again a heartbeat later. "God, Eva," he breathes against my lips. "You're going to shatter me." His mouth traces a slow path down my throat. He lingers at the hollow of my collarbone, then moves lower, tugging the nightgown aside with his teeth until he finds my bare skin. He doesn't rush. He worships. I open myself for him instinctively, my body falling into the familiar rhythm. Each kiss, each stroke of his tongue is maddening. Intimate. Possessive. "I love you," he whispers against my skin. I'm just about to whisper it back when, bang. The world cracks in two. The sound of metal slamming into metal jolts me from the dream, probably a garbage truck. The noise reverberates through the basement like a cruel joke. My body jerks upright, heart pounding, still half in paradise. Then reality sets in. I'm not on a beach. I'm not with Dante. I'm in a basement that smells like mildew and hopelessness, my cheek bruised from Linda's cruel slap. "Damn it," I whisper, dragging a hand down my face. The air is thick, my throat dry. I'm sealed off from everything and everyone. But I'm not done yet. Not by a long shot. I stand, pacing the small space. My muscles ache, but I force myself to move, trying to keep the panic from creeping back in. If I have to dig through the concrete with my bare hands, I will get out. Loudly, the bolt on the door clicks. My pulse spikes and I brace myself, unsure whether to run, fight, or throw a boot at whoever walks in. The door creaks open and in steps Luca. He's wearing a designer jacket, and he looks like he just stepped out of a GQ shoot, the collar popped, not a hair out of place. He scans the room with a look of theatrical distaste, like the mold might stain his loafers. "Wow," he says, lips twisting in disgust. "They really went all out on your accommodations." I cross my arms, glaring. Came to gloat, or just checking to make sure I haven't died yet? "Neither," he says, stepping further in. "Though, full disclosure, you're completely screwed." I don't flinch. "Tell me something I don't know." He casually leans against the doorframe. "I can get you out." I arch a brow. "What's the catch?" "You become mine." He shrugs like it's no big deal. I blink. "Excuse me?" "My side piece," he clarifies, like he's offering me a new job title. "A little arrangement just between us. We'll keep it quiet, keep it fun. I'll handle my mother. You'll get freedom, protection, maybe even a condo with a decent view. It's a win-win." "You slimy little," I lunge forward, fury exploding in my chest. "I want to slap you so damn hard your teeth land in Staten Island." He laughs. There's that fire. You always did have a mouth on you. I'd rather rot in here than crawl into your bed. Don't be so dramatic, he says, waving a hand. He grins. You're not exactly in a position to be picky. You're disgusting. You think throwing me a lifeline with conditions makes you noble? You're just as twisted as your mother. He flinches at the words, then his cockiness fades. Eva. His tone softens. I don't want you dead. I told her this was going too far. But she wouldn't listen to me. She's never listened to me. Then grow a spine and do something to help me. Something that doesn't involve me becoming your slave. I can't, he mutters, looking away and lowering his head. You won't, I correct. Let's not pretend you're powerless. You just don't want to risk your inheritance. He stiffens, and I know I've hit the mark. I step closer, narrowing my eyes at him. You knew. From the start, you knew she was planning something. Your own wedding, the Lombardis, and you let it all happen. I didn't think she'd take it this far, he says quietly. But you didn't stop it, I retort. And now here I am. Pregnant and being held captive in an old, musty cellar. No water, no food. I'm fucking pregnant, Luca. And you're standing here trying to trade my freedom for sex. Like it's some kind of negotiation. His face hardens. You made your choice, Eva. You chose my father. I didn't choose this. I didn't choose this war, and I certainly didn't choose to be kidnapped and held prisoner. As for your father, he's 10 times the man you'll ever be. Luca's jaw clenches, anger lighting his eyes, and for a brief second, I think he might hit me. But he straightens his jacket and looks away. I tried, he mutters. Remember that. The door slams shut behind him, the bolt sliding back into place like a coffin lid. I'm alone again. I stand tall, fists clenched, heart pounding with adrenaline. Luca's offer wasn't salvation. It was a slap in the face. I can't count on anyone but myself to get out of here. My only hope is that Dante will find me. Chapter 33. Dante. You said it was urgent. Talk. I slam the study door so hard it rattles the walls. My mother stands by the window, stiff as a statue, hands clenching the sill. She doesn't even flinch. Something about Eva's disappearance has hollowed her, and Isabella isn't a woman who cracks easily. Her shoulders are tense. When she turns around, I spot unshed tears in her eyes, a sight I haven't seen since we buried my last surviving brother. Dante, she says quietly, sit. I grit my teeth. I have no time for dramatics. Sit, she snaps. I drop into the closest armchair. I've been thinking about Yuri Petrov. About the war, the decisions we made. She closes her eyes. And I can't help but think this is the universe making us atone for our sins. I snarl. I don't have time for superstitious beliefs, Mother. Luca's missing. Linda's circling. Eva's vanished. The Russians just came by asking if I've stashed her somewhere. I need facts, not philosophy. She exhales a shaky breath. There are skeletons in our closets, Dante, and I'm done pretending they don't exist. My impatience flares. What are you getting at? You tried to spare Yuri Petrov. Remember? You called off the hit. I scowl. Killing another man wasn't going to bring back my brothers. She nods grimly, meeting my eyes for the first time. No, it wasn't. But I went behind your back. I gave the final order myself. A chill seizes my spine. You did what? Her voice cracks. I'd lost your father, my 2 youngest sons, all within months. I wanted revenge. An eye for an eye. I feared if we showed mercy, the Russians would butcher us. So I lied. I let them believe you demanded Petrov's death. Rage coils in my gut. I surge to my feet, looming over her. You pinned that on me? All this time, you've allowed everyone to believe I had Petrov killed. She swallows hard. I saw no other way. We had to prove we still had teeth. That's why you recognized Eva. I begin to pace, my mind reeling. You saw Petrov in her face, knew who she really was. Her tears finally spill. I've hated myself for it. But it's too late. I grind my teeth to keep from shouting at her. We'll deal with your guilt later. Right now, Eva's missing. I had a lead on her and where she was staying, but there hasn't been any trace of her recently. She probably hates me and I need to find her, to correct all of this. My mother straightens her back. We'll fix it. I'll help you. A bitter laugh escapes me. Fix it? We're here because you tried to play God. Now it's come full circle. She looks away, guilt crossing her features. Tell me what's happened since Eva left. I give her the short version. When I'm done, she nods slowly, processing it all. Linda has always been a snake, she says. I knew that from the day you brought her home. But how can a mother hope to dissuade a son in love? My jaw twitches, recalling how blind I was. I change the subject. My men have been unable to locate Luca. My mother's mouth forms a thin line. He might be with Linda, or dancing to the Lombardi's tune. We can't let him be the wild card that destroys us. First step is to question security. Somebody's covering for him. Bribes, blackmail, I don't know, but we have to root it out. We leave the study and stalk through the marble corridors. The mansion feels cold without Eva, tension crackling in the air. I spot a guard and bark, summon everyone. Now. Within minutes, my personal security staff lines up, exchanging wary looks as they sense my fury. My mother stands at my side, hands clasped at her waist, expression grim. She's still a Bellacino and still my mother, no matter how royally she fucked up. Who's been in contact with Luca or Linda within the last 72 hours? I ask. Lie, and you'll regret it. I make eye contact with each and every one of them. Nothing but silence for a long stretch of time. Finally, one of the younger guards reluctantly steps forward. I saw Luca leaving yesterday at dawn. Said he had errands. I tried to radio it in, but he glances at another guard. Jacob said to keep it quiet, that Luca asked for privacy. Jacob shifts uncomfortably before saying, he's your son. I assumed you knew. I grit my teeth. You assumed wrong. Next time you keep secrets, you'll no longer have a job here. Jacob bows his head. Understood. Another guard pipes up. Linda was in and out last night. Had a quick meeting with someone I couldn't ID. Isabella's eyes narrow. Why didn't you report it? He shrugs. She's Luca's mother. I slam my fist against the wall. What else? I don't care how small you think it is. Tell me, now. Mumbled answers reveal that a few staff members have gone AWOL. That's a red flag. I exchange a knowing glance with my mother. Fine, she snaps. We'll track them ourselves. I dismiss the guards. As they scatter, she says, if Luca's compromised, half these men could be in his pocket. Then we do this quietly, I tell her, bitterness coating my words. No one else can be trusted. We march upstairs to my private office. My blood is an icy torrent, and all I can think about is how badly I want results. Eva is out there. Our baby is at risk. And the conspirators are crawling all over my territory. I vow to find them, every last one, and make them pay. Hours later, the sun dips low outside, staining the sky in bruised oranges and purples. My mother's accountant, DeSantis, stands at my desk with a folder, glasses sliding down his nose. My mother paces by the window, tense and silent. You said you found something, I say, pointing to the folder he's holding. He nods. I've reviewed the Bellacino accounts and found 3 months' worth of suspicious transfers. Small enough to stay under the radar, but enough when you add them up. He opens the folder with shaking hands. He's nervous. Relax. I'm not in the habit of shooting messengers, especially ones bringing me valuable information. He looks at me for a brief moment, purses his lips, then lets out a breath. I flip through the spreadsheets. As he said, the amounts are modest on paper, but combined, they're significant, all wired to shell accounts under coded names. And these belong to Luca? DeSantis clears his throat. Yes, sir. Luca authorized all of them. The funds link back to Felix Sokolov's shell company and one under Johnny Lombardi. A dark fury grips me as my mother comes over to join us, her eyes narrowing. He's paying off Lombardi? So he's in bed with them? Looks that way, I mutter, snapping the folder shut. My own son. My thoughts churn. If Luca has been bankrolling Lombardi, there's no telling how deep this runs, or what they've done to Eva. My mother's voice trembles. Dante, I know he's your blood, but... I slam my palm on the desk. I've never coddled him. He's been a disappointment for years. Now he's stealing from the family, aligning with our enemies, enough. My jaw clenches. Good work, DeSantis. This stays between us. Understood? Yes, sir. He nods cordially at both of us, then leaves the room. What now? Now I find Luca and his poor excuse for a mother. I'm going to force answers out of them. I stand, rage boiling just below the surface, threatening to spill over. She pales. If Linda and Luca conspired with Lombardi, they won't hesitate to hurt Eva. Or the baby. My fists tighten. They're not going to lay a finger on her. I'll kill anyone who tries. Even my own son. She swallows. I'll gather some of our most trusted men. But be careful, this house is compromised. I sneer. I need only a loyal few. I'll track down Luca personally. When I do, he'll pay for every dime stolen, every move he's ever made against me. And he'll tell me what he's done with Eva. She steps closer and rests a trembling hand on my arm. Dante, please let me help fix this. My anger is too raw to forgive her yet, but I could use her help. Fine. Move fast. I'm done playing nice. She exhales, relief in her eyes. I'll bring in our captains. I stalk to the door, tension twisting in every muscle. Don't take too long. I'm going after my son. If he's in half as deep as I think, I let that threat hang. My mother nods once, face drawn. Do what you must. I stride into the hall, the guards lowering their gazes as I pass. They sense blood in the air. Eva's out there, alone, carrying my child, one she believes is fathered by a murderer. My mother's lies damned me in Eva's eyes. Meanwhile, Luca and Linda are scheming with Lombardi, siphoning money for who knows what. One way or another, this ends. Chapter 34. EVA. Time is a cruel joke when you're a captive. Eat. Nap. Pace. Repeat. But I'm done waiting. If I stay here, I'm dead. I've tried to come up with a plan, but every potential way of escaping seems impossible. How the hell do I get out? My only real resource is the battered cot. Rusty metal wire and a sagging mattress too thin to do anything but make me aware of every bone in my body. I've spent the last several hours trying to loosen one of the skinny metal wires on the frame. One final tug finally frees it. The release comes so suddenly I almost topple over. I swallow a triumphant gasp, afraid someone might hear. The wire is a pitiful weapon, but it's all I've got right now. I need to protect my baby, and that means improvising. I can't count on being released. Not from Luca, definitely not from Linda. Being rescued by Dante, my heart aches at the thought. I don't even know if he's looking for me. I creep to the door and kneel, pressing my ear against the thin opening between the bottom of the door and the floor. Silence. No footsteps, no muffled voices. Good. Whoever's on guard duty might have stepped out to smoke, or Linda sent them off to run errands. Either way, this has to be my shot. Slowly, I inch the wire under the doorknob, working at the lock. I read somewhere once that you can slip a slender piece of metal into older locks and pop the latch. I'm about to find out if that was nothing more than pure internet myth. A nerve-wracking minute passes as my hands shake and my heart pounds. Come on, come on. Suddenly, the wire shifts with a soft click. I hold my breath, easing the door handle down, and it actually gives. A surge of adrenaline shoots through me so potent I have to cover my mouth to stifle my cry of relief. I pull the door open a fraction of an inch and peer through the gap. A pitch-black corridor greets me, the only light coming from the flickering bulb above my cell. I sense no movement, every fiber in me screaming to run. But I have to be smart about this. One wrong step, and I'm back in that room, or worse. I slip out, leaving the door ajar in case I need to quickly dart back inside. My chest feels tight, every step a small victory. I pass a couple of doors I hadn't noticed before, all locked. The hallway still reeks of mildew and stale air. The basement layout is small, and I'm able to see the narrow staircase leading upward in no time. I cautiously test the first step. It creaks. Great. I brace my hand on the wall for balance, moving slowly, trying desperately not to make a sound. 1 step. 2 steps. 3. The door at the top of the stairs bursts open, flooding the stairwell with jarring fluorescent light. I freeze, clutching the wire in one sweaty hand as if it were a lifeline. Johnny Lombardi appears, gun in hand, disgust carved into his face. He spots me, eyes flaring in surprise. What the fuck? I move on pure adrenaline, dropping low against the wall to minimize the target I present. The roar of a gunshot explodes, the bullet hitting the wall, showering me with dust and tiny shards. My ears ring so loudly I barely hear my own scream. Heart thundering, I scramble back down the steps, practically falling as I do so. Lombardi jumps down after me, 2 stairs at a time, his footsteps heavy and determined. The basement corridor is a dead end, but I keep moving, searching for somewhere, anywhere, to hide. If I go back to my cell, I'm surely dead. Another shot ricochets off the cinderblock wall, sparks flying. I can taste gunpowder in the stale air. If you kill me, you have no leverage. I yell, ducking low on the ground. He snarls something, ignoring me. I push off the floor, adrenaline surging, and sprint around a corner I hadn't noticed before. It's semi-dark, so I have to feel along the walls to find my way. My hands find a single locked door. I'm trapped. Johnny's footsteps are closing in, and my heart threatens to burst. I spin around, gripping the wire in both hands. If I can't run, I can fight. It's not exactly a fair match. He's got a gun, I've got an old rusty wire. But I've also got something he doesn't, the desperation of a woman determined to protect her baby. Johnny rounds the corner, gun extended in front of him, his lips curled in disgust. Stupid girl. Linda told me you might try something, but I figured you'd given up. You figured wrong, I hiss. Get out of my way. He shakes his head and chuckles. We can't have you scampering off. You're part of a bigger plan. Well, that plan goes to shit if you kill me, dumbass, I snap, edging left. He sidesteps, keeping the gun leveled at my head. Don't move. I ignore him, faking a lunge to the right. He jerks, giving me a split second to dart left. I swing the wire, aiming for his wrist. He blocks it with a forearm, but I keep pushing. I slam my knee forward, aiming for his groin, but he twists, catching my leg. He wrenches me forward, slamming me into the wall. Stars explode in my vision, the breath knocked from my lungs. My wire clatters to the floor. Enough, Johnny snarls, pressing the cold barrel of the gun to my cheek. My face throbs, the metallic taste of blood coating my tongue, and I realize my lip is split. I choke back a sob of frustration. Don't cry, Eva, don't give him the satisfaction. He sighs loudly. You're more trouble than you're worth. Before I can reply, footsteps thunder down the stairs. Johnny glances over his shoulder, my gaze following. Linda appears, hair flawless, clothes pristine. She looks at us, skiing in disapproval. Johnny, really? I said to keep her alive, not decorate her with bullet holes. You men and your itchy trigger fingers. I can't help but taunt her. Let me guess, you want to kill me yourself. Linda's lips curl into a malevolent smile. You're more clever than you look, aren't you? Drop the gun, Johnny. You don't want to rob me of my fun, do you? He scoffs but lowers the weapon. I cough, blood spattering the floor as I step away from the wall. My side screams in protest, but I ignore it, trying to maintain an air of calm and strength. Linda strolls forward, taking in the scattered bullet casings, the chipped concrete, and my disheveled state. You tried to escape. How adorable. Did you actually think you'd make it beyond the front door? Better than just sitting around waiting to die. She laughs, a cold, haughty sound. You poor, deluded creature. You were never going to leave here alive. Then she studies my face, noticing the bruise on my cheek and the blood on my lip. Looks like Johnny roughed you up a bit. Turning to him she says, let's not break her completely. I want her conscious for the grand finale. Grand finale? My voice trembles a bit despite my best effort. She flashes that snake-like grin. You should know by now that I do love a bit of drama. You stole Dante from me, you worthless slut. You flaunted that bastard you're carrying around like it's some ticket to the Bellacino throne. Did you truly believe Dante would choose you over everything he's built with me? I grit my teeth. You're delusional. He didn't exactly choose me, Linda. Not the way you think. Also, if you believe I'm with Dante and pregnant with his child because I'm after his throne, you need to see a goddamn therapist. She stiffens, a flicker of rage crossing her face. I'm not the one who needs help, dear. I'm not the one being held captive in a basement. Look at you, pathetic, battered, and at my mercy. She steps closer, eyes gleaming. Ever wonder why Luca threw you aside? You're nothing but a passing distraction. A convenience. A warm body. Fury begins to build. Oh, honey, you think I'm the passing distraction? At least I don't revolve my entire existence around a man who ditched me decades ago. You're still pining after Dante like some high school reject, getting jealous over the new girl at prom. She inhales sharply, fist clenching in anger. You stupid, fat. You are nothing more than a shallow, gold-digging, silicone and Botox-stuffed has-been. Clinging to your lost youth, I cut her off, done with her insults. At least I know who I am. You're so desperate for validation you'll ride your idiot son's coattails just to feel important. Her eyes burn with hatred. For a second, I think she's going to slap me again, but she just clenches her jaw. I don't need your psychoanalysis. I roll my eyes. Because you're clearly so well-adjusted. Johnny snorts. I'd imagine he's not used to seeing Linda get verbally smacked around. Linda composes herself with visible effort, smoothing her hair, and straightening her jacket. Your mouth is going to get you killed. Yeah, well, if I'm dying anyway, might as well tell some truths while I'm at it. I shrug, my voice even though fear churns in my gut. My entire body aches, my head throbs, and blood trickles down my chin, but I'm not backing down. Linda levels me with a frosty stare. I could kill you right now. I should kill you. One command, and Johnny won't hesitate. I raise my chin in defiance. Then do it. Or shut up and accept that you need me alive for whatever twisted plan you and Luca cooked up. What is it? Ransom? Leverage? If you think you're going to get anything from Dante by trying to play him, you clearly don't know him half as well as you think. She glares at me. Enough. Johnny, take her back to her cell, gently. We can't have her bleeding out before I decide how big of a spectacle I want to make this. He nods, stepping toward me, gun still in hand. Try any more stunts, and I'll make the rest of your stay very uncomfortable. Oh, because it's so cozy now, I mutter. Linda waves a dismissive hand. Don't waste your breath on her, Johnny. Then she smirks at me. Enjoy the last few hours you have alive, bitch. We'll see how tough you are when you're on your knees, begging for mercy. Johnny forces me back down the corridor, through the gloom of flickering bulbs. My attempt at escape ends when he shoves me roughly into my cell, the steel door slamming shut. I stagger, catching myself on the concrete wall. The lock scrapes into place, final and cruel. My breath comes in ragged gasps, adrenaline still buzzing through my veins. My cheek throbs, my lip stings, my leg muscles quiver. I'm back where I started in this basement prison, no windows, no hope. But at least I'm alive. For now. I press a hand to my belly, the reality of the close call finally hitting me. My baby squirms, a faint, fluttering motion that should bring me joy but instead sets me on edge. I should be somewhere safe, not locked in a grimy basement with psychopaths deciding my expiration date. Despite the dire circumstances, I still feel something raw and fierce flicker in my chest. Linda can try to humiliate me all she wants, and Johnny can point a gun at my head, but I will not give up. I can't. This child deserves better. I lift my chin, wiping the blood with the back of my hand. My entire body trembles in fear and frustration, but my mind is strangely clear. I whisper to the empty room. Better luck next time. My voice wavers, turning into a half laugh, half sob. I refuse to break. If Linda wants a showdown, she'll get it. I've got nothing to lose but my life and ultimately my baby's life, and that's exactly what makes me dangerous. I limp to the cot and sink onto it, the frame protesting with an eerie creak. My pulse is still racing, mind spinning with possible plans. The next time Johnny or Linda waltzes in, I'll be more prepared. Maybe I can lure them closer, distract them long enough to grab their weapon. If I can disarm them, perhaps I'll be able to find another way out. There has to be another way out. I rest a shaky hand on my belly again, my baby the only source of comfort. I swallow the knots in my throat. It's okay, I whisper. We're going to get through this. One way or another. Linda can gloat all she wants, but this isn't over. If she wants my blood, she'll have to fight for it. Chapter 35. Dante. The restaurant is an upscale Italian joint perched on a quiet street in Midtown. Dim lights, obedient waiters, scrumptious smells, and a soft piano melody filling the room, courtesy of the pianist sitting at the grand piano near the back. A nice, cozy spot for two lovers to wine and dine. Luca's go-to place when he wants to impress someone. Or hide in plain sight. The staff knows him by name. They know he's a Bellacino, and they give him privacy, probably thinking it'll keep them out of trouble. Tonight, they're dead wrong. The maitre d' tries to block my path the second I stride in, a prim little man in a vest and tie. Sir, do you have a reserva? I brush him aside, being less than gentle about it, eyes locked on the doors leading to the private dining room. A small part of me hopes Luca's not stupid enough to be here, but I also know my son's patterns. He's cocky, thinking he's always 2 steps ahead. He has no idea. A pair of waiters move to intercept me, concern creasing their brows. Sir? Is there a problem? There will be if you don't get the fuck out of my way, I growl. They recognize me in an instant and step aside. I march toward the double doors where the word private is scripted in gold letters. The hostess doesn't dare meet my gaze as I push them open. Inside, I find Luca at a table set for 2, fine silverware glinting, a bottle of red wine at his elbow. He's leaning back with casual arrogance, swirling his glass of Barolo, a smug grin on his face. Next to him is Sarah, her blonde hair pinned up, a chic designer dress showing off her tiny figure. The perfect little society wife, or so it would seem. They're laughing when I enter, but when their heads snap around, the blood drains from Sarah's face. Luca's eyes widen, but he stays calm, setting his wine glass down with a slow, deliberate motion. I close the doors behind me, the click reverberating in the hush. Crushing silence. Sarah's the first to speak, her voice trembling. Mr. Bellacino? I didn't realize you'd be joining us. Luca doesn't say a word, his lips pressed tightly together. He knows I'm not here to make polite conversation. He's seen this look on me before, years ago, when I put a bullet through a traitor's kneecap right in front of him. He was only 15 then. Maybe I was too harsh, but I'd hoped it was a lesson. A man learns from consequences, or he should. Sarah. I acknowledge her with a curt nod, then focus my attention on Luca, letting him feel the full weight of my stare. You and I have business. He leans back, flicking a glance at his wife. I'm kind of in the middle of dinner, Dad, he replies, attempting a casual tone, but I can see the fear in his eyes. Can this wait? No, my voice is cold and final. Get up. He doesn't move. Sarah shrinks in her chair, her eyes darting between the two of us. My pulse is a pounding roar in my ears. Luca glares at me. You're making a scene. I step forward, my teeth baring in a silent snarl. You think I give a damn about a scene? After what you've done? After what you've cost me? He straightens, a flash of bravado sparking in his eyes. Cost you? You have no idea what I had to do to keep my place in this family. You've shoved me aside my entire life. You never wanted me. That's just a small portion of the poison your mother fed you, but did you really think funneling money to Lombardi would earn my affection? I approach and slam my palm on the table, the glasses and silverware rattling. Sarah gasps, jumping at the gesture. You had the nerve to dip into Bellacino accounts, my accounts, and pay off the man who tried to gun down your wedding, attended by our guests. Do you realize the position you've put me in? Sarah looks at him. Luca, what is he talking about? Sweat is starting to bead at his temples as he grips the table. Sarah, don't. I point at her. Yes, Sarah, go ahead, ask him. Ask your beloved husband how he's been laundering money behind my back. How he's been dancing to Linda's tune like a marionette while playing footsie with Johnny Lombardi. She pales, her head whipping to Luca in horror. You didn't. Our own wedding? Sarah, shut up, Luca snaps, the first fracture in his composure. I narrow my eyes. I want answers and I want them now. He stands abruptly, knocking his chair back. For a moment, I see a glimpse of the child who used to cower behind Linda's skirts when I walked into a room, thanks to her coddling and spewed nonsense. Now, as a grown man, he carries the same arrogance that destroyed Linda, fueled by a sense of entitlement. Why should I answer to you? You've never been a father to me, just a checkbook. Sarah stands, looking ready to bolt, but my gaze pins her in place. Sit. She sinks into her seat, trembling. Luca told me everything was for us, for the family. That his mother had a plan. I arch a brow, turning back to Luca. Ah, Linda's plan. Right. Because it's worked out so well so far, kidnapping, hostages, scumbag alliances, and only God knows what else. I give him a deadly glare. I'm only going to ask you this once. Where is Eva? His face twists with defiance. What do you care? She's not even a Bellacino. She's just some random SL. I grab him by the collar before he can finish the word. He chokes, eyes wide with fear. My fury surges, blood pounding in my head. Go ahead. Finish that sentence, I dare him. His lips quiver but no words form. Sarah gasps in terror, pressing a hand to her mouth. Luca's eyes dart around, searching for an escape, but my grip is ironclad. I let him breathe just enough to speak. Dad, let go, he says, his voice raspy. Answer me. I loosen my grip an inch. Where is she? I don't know, he manages. Mom won't tell me. She just said. Sarah breaks in, her voice quivering. She said the payments were for the Lombardis, that they'd handle the Petrov girl. Luca snaps, Sarah, shut up. She flinches. No, I won't. Dante, I'm so sorry. I had no idea Linda was using us like that. I only just found out she was the one who requested every payment, not Luca. She pushed him into it. She told him it was for securing his place in the family. I swear, I only found out after the money was gone. My eyes narrow as the truth hits me like a lightning bolt. Linda used Luca as a tool, and Sarah's now realizing how deep they've sunk. So you're not the grand conspirator after all, Luca. Just a pawn in Mommy's game. Jesus Christ, you're pathetic. I release him, giving him a slight push. He stumbles back. You never gave me a chance. Mom was the only one who supported me. She said we'd prove to you that I was worthy enough to take over, that you'd see it eventually. Bitterness saturates his tone. It doesn't matter now. You're too late, anyway. Too late for what? I hiss. He smirks, though there's a spark of concern in his eyes. Eva. The baby. Mom's getting rid of them tonight. Whether you like it or not, I'm still the only family you have. Time stops as the words ring in my ears like gunshots. Getting rid of them tonight. A wave of pure panic mixed with fury slams through me, cold and absolute. My teeth clench, my fists tighten. Sarah, pale as a ghost, claps a hand over her mouth, horrified. You worthless little bastard, I breathe, feeling darkness coiling in my chest. You let your own mother plan the murder of my unborn child, your sibling, for what? Your legacy? Is that what you really want? He tries to muster defiance, but I can see the fear beneath his bravado. It's done, Dad. She's probably sealed Eva's fate by now. Did you really think you could stroll in here and fix everything? I inhale deeply, letting the breath slowly leave my body. My next words are ice cold and lethal. Actually, I have another idea. I yank my phone from my pocket, dialing a number I haven't used in years. Alex Abramovic answers on the fourth ring. Yeah. Alex's accent is thick, voice husky. It's Dante Bellicino, I say, still glaring at Luca. We need to meet. Tonight. I need men. I'm calling in a favor. There's a brief pause, then, you'll hear back from me soon. As the line goes dead, Luca's face goes white. You have connections with the Abramovics? You can't be serious. They're insane. My only priority is getting Eva back. You're right, Luca. The Abramovics are insane. But so am I. I pocket my phone. Now, you're going to tell me everything you know about Linda's plan and where Lombardi's men have taken Eva. Otherwise, I'll let the Russians do whatever they want with you. Sarah looks panic-stricken, her eyes flicking between us. Dante, no. You wouldn't. He's your son. My eyes are locked on Luca. He ceased being my son the moment he allowed his mother to plan the murder of his unborn and helpless sibling. Luca cracks. His mouth falls open in fear and disbelief. He knows Alex Abramovic's reputation, methodical, cruel, and uninterested in petty alliances. If I give Luca to him as leverage, there's no telling what horrifying type of interrogation he'd endure. You wouldn't, Luca echoes his wife's words, trembling. I would, I say simply. Tell me where she is. Now. He shakes his head, trying to gather himself, but the brave mask has slipped. Fear is etched into every line of his face. I don't know. Mom didn't tell me the exact location. She said she'd text me once it's done. She's with Johnny Lombardi and... I grab him by the collar again. I know you're lying, you fucking coward. He looks like he might cry, eyes darting to Sarah for help. She shrinks back, clearly done defending him. Finally, he whispers, Johnny has a property in the Bronx. Address. No. Sarah tries to stand, but her knees buckle, and she falls back into her chair. Luca, how could you this? Luca doesn't respond, fixated on the dark rage in my eyes. Dad, please, just calm down. Calm down? You've aided your mother in kidnapping the woman carrying my child, well aware she is planning on murdering her tonight. And you come here to sip wine with Sarah like it's no big deal? He stammers, I didn't know how to stop her. I tried. Enough. I slammed the table again, making Sarah flinch. You've been a spineless fool your entire life. Did you think being involved in the murder of Eva and our child would help you earn your stripes? Tears pool in Luca's eyes. I'm sorry. He mutters the address, then shrinks like a child, but it's far too late for apologies. I step back and take a deep breath, forcing down my rage into something functional. I'm going to the Bronx. If Eva's been harmed, or worse, I'll hand you over to Abramovic myself. Understand? Luca just stands there, stunned. Sarah, tears streaking her cheeks, looks at me with a mixture of horror and pity. Mr. Bellacino, please. Don't do anything rash. I shoot her a glare. Rash? This is me being restrained. I turn to him. If you have any scrap of loyalty to this family, any spark of humanity left, you'll pray I find Eva in one piece. Before either can respond, I pivot on my heel and push my way through the double doors. As I leave, I can hear Sarah sobbing and Lucas sputtering, patrons and staff gawking from every corner. None of it matters. The clock is ticking away, and so is Eva's life, and my baby's. Chapter 36. EVA. I'm staring down the barrel of Johnny Lombardi's gun. Again. It all happens so fast. 1 minute, I'm dozing off on the pathetic cot in my cell, drifting in and out of exhausted sleep. The next, I'm being startled awake by Johnny's rough grip as he jerks me upright. I'm pulled off the cot and through the door, then down the dark hallway. He shoves me toward the narrow, creaky staircase. My ankles ache with every forced step, my heart hammering as I try to figure out what's happening. We reach the top of the stairs. I'm confronted with the grim sight of the main floor of the dilapidated house I'd been taken to. I'd almost forgotten what it looked like. It feels so long ago since I was brought here. Don't try anything cute, Linda says. She's standing off to the side, hands on her hips, a wickedly pleased smirk on her face. Johnny joins her. He's breathing heavily, his finger poised over the trigger, eyes gleaming with the sick thrill of control. This is how it ends for you, sweetheart, he says. No big speech. No last-minute rescue. Just a bullet and lights out. Linda stands with her arms folded, a snake-like grin stretched across her face. She's practically glowing with triumph and glee. There's been a change of plans, she says. I've decided I don't need to keep you alive to get what I want. Anything you'd like to say, Eva, before my associate sends you and your baby to the afterlife? I glare at her, forcing a false boldness I don't feel. Fuck you, you conniving bitch. She rolls her eyes. Johnny's hand tightens on the gun as he moves toward me, the muzzle inches from my face. Oh God, oh God. I stare him down as I brace for the flash and the embrace of final darkness afterward. The front door explodes open, ripped off its hinges by the sheer force. Deep voices shout out urgent commands in Italian and Russian. Linda whips around, eyes wide. Johnny hisses a curse, shifting the gun away from me and toward the commotion. Glass shatters as heavily armed men in dark suits jump in through the windows, their footsteps pounding on the old wooden floor. Linda's handful of men scramble for cover like cowards, while Johnny points his weapon at the nearest intruder. Dante storms in, the look on his face lethal and unforgiving. Behind him are a dozen or more men in black, also heavily armed. He's absolutely furious. Among them, standing with a swagger that exudes fearlessness, is a tall, broad-shouldered figure I don't recognize, until he speaks. Alex Abramovic. Johnny is startled by a shadow moving near the door and fires off a round. Linda shrieks, throwing herself behind a toppled table. Johnny's unnecessary shot causes Linda's men to panic, and they begin firing their weapons as well. As gunfire rains down, I hit the floor, crawling behind an old filing cabinet. Dante shouts, "Linda! Call off your dogs or I'll put them down." The response is more gunfire, a frantic volley back and forth. Linda's men are outnumbered. One by one, I hear them grunt, curse, or scream as Dante and Abramovic's men systematically dismantle their defense. Out of the corner of my eye I watch as Linda crawls to Johnny's side, eyes wild. "Kill her," she snaps, pointing in my direction. "Now, Johnny." He grunts, wiping blood from a cut on his temple. I scramble backward, pain shooting through my bruised body. "Hold on, little one." Johnny lunges toward me, ignoring the mayhem behind him. His eyes are empty and manic in a religious-like dedication to finishing the job. He aims, his face twisted with lethal intent. Bang. The sound reverberates through my skull and I flinch, waiting for the pain to hit. But Johnny's gun didn't fire the shot. He staggers backward, eyes going wide in shock. Blood blooms across his chest. Another shot cracks through the air, and he collapses to the floor, the gun clattering from his limp fingers. Alex Abramovic stands behind me, calmly lowering his weapon, not an ounce of remorse on his face. Lombardi is dead. I take a deep breath, relief mingling with horror. My entire body trembles, but I'm still alive. I blink to steady myself as Abramovic steps aside, scanning the room for other threats. Linda, crouched behind an overturned desk, lets out a wail. "Johnny." She crawls toward him, tears streaking her cheeks, though I can't tell if she's crying for him or the downfall of her plan. Dante emerges from the shadows, a thunderstorm given human form. His eyes are black, burning with wrath. A gun glints in his hand. When he spots me, the intensity in his gaze flares even brighter. "Eva," he growls. He glances at my stomach, then back to my eyes. He looks as if he's about to tear the world apart in order to protect us. Before he can take a step toward me, Linda lets out a hysterical scream, Johnny's pistol in her hand. She points it at Dante, tears streaming down her contorted face. "You think you've won?" she hisses. "I'll kill her, and you can rot alone." She swings the gun toward me. Dante moves like lightning, a single gunshot cracking through the air. Linda cries out, spinning sideways, clutching her thigh. Blood stains her elegant clothes, and she topples over, howling in pain. The gun falls from her hand, clattering away. The shot wasn't meant to be lethal, it was meant to disable. Dante strides over, ice-cold fury in every step. Abramovic and a few of his men fan out around us, rounding up Linda's battered goons. She tries to scramble away, dragging her wounded leg and sobbing. Dante places a polished leather boot on her ankle, pinning her to the ground. She screams in agony. I push myself upright, head spinning, heart pounding. My eyes look around, half expecting more guns to be pointed at me. But it's over. "Linda," Dante says, voice low and deadly, "you tried to murder my child." Her face twists into a mask of hatred. "You stole everything from me. My youth, my future, my son." Dante's jaw clenches. "You used Luca like a pawn, don't pretend otherwise." He lifts his gaze to Abramovic, hovering near Johnny's corpse, expressionless. "Alex. If you please." Abramovic holsters his gun, stepping forward with a small, predatory smile. "My men will take her. She'll disappear. No one will ever see her again, except maybe the locals in Siberia." Linda's eyes widen with sheer terror. "No. Dante, you can't do this. We have a son. We." Dante presses harder on her injured leg, a shriek replacing her next words. "We have nothing together. You are nothing to me." His voice is colder than I've ever heard. She begs and pleads with Dante for mercy. She looks so pathetic, her usual perfect makeup streaked across her face, hair mussed, clothes torn and bloody. My stomach churns, but I can't muster sympathy for a woman who planned to kill me and my child. He doesn't look at her as he gestures to Abramovic, who motions to his men. They unceremoniously haul her upright by her arms, holding her in place. The leg Dante shot is useless. I shudder, hugging myself. This is what Dante does. Dante stands there for a moment, gun still in hand, breathing heavily. When he finally looks to me, everything else fades away. His eyes soften, his expression is tender. He hesitates, like he's not sure if he should approach. I swallow hard as fear, anger, and confusion swirl in my chest. But there's also an overwhelming sense of safety now that he's here and the immediate threat is gone. A sob breaks from my throat. Dante. I reach out for him. He closes the distance, sliding his arm around my waist to steady me. I convinced myself I never wanted to see him again, yet I'm desperately glad he's here. Eva, he says, brushing a stray hair from my face. His gaze flicks over the bruises, the dried blood on my lip. Slowly, he holsters his weapon. I'm sorry I didn't get here sooner. Chapter 37. EVA. I can't stop shaking. 1 minute I'm staring down the barrel of a gun, and the next, I'm choking on the aftermath, the lingering gunfire smoke curling through the air, glass crunching beneath boots, the smell of gunpowder and blood. It's been 5 minutes since the world exploded. I know I'm safe now, but I'm still terrified. Terrified of what I just witnessed, of the look on Dante's face when he fired his weapon. Terrified of how badly I still want him, even now. The air suddenly shifts, like a storm rolling in. Boot heels click across the floor. Isabella Bellacino walks in flanked by 2 of her personal guards, dressed in black. Her silver hair is twisted into a regal knot, her posture rigid and proud. She looks completely out of place as she steps into the aftermath of what just occurred. Her eyes, sharp and calculating, sweep the room once, landing on Linda. "Oh," Isabella says coolly. "Still alive, I see." Linda stiffens between the guards. Her voice cracks as she says, "Isabella." There's an actual desperate spark of hope in her eye, that maybe the old matriarch is here to extend a hand. "Please," Linda says, her tone quickly flipping from venom to sugar. "You can't let them do this. You and we were allies once. Friends. I did what I thought was right. You understand that, don't you?" Isabella stares at her for a beat, tilting her head slightly, like she's analyzing what she just heard. "Friends," she repeats, almost testing the word. "Linda, darling. You were never my friend. I tolerated you for the sake of my grandson. Barely." Linda's lips begin to tremble. "I was trying to secure Luca's future. I was protecting the family." Isabella's smile widens in amusement. "Is that what you call it? Putting a gun to my grandchild's mother is protecting the family?" "Dante went rogue," Linda yells, her voice desperate. "He was never loyal to the family. You know, he destroyed everything we built." Isabella calmly steps forward, her guards staying perfectly still, though their eyes remain on Linda. She casually reaches up and smooths a non-existent wrinkle from her coat. "Let me make something perfectly clear. You never built a damn thing. This is my family. You tried to murder my grandchild. You attempted to destroy the Bellacino name with your pathetic little schemes. And now you want mercy?" Linda's face crumples. "Please. Please, Isabella. I was misled. It was Luca, he convinced me." "Oh, I see," Isabella cuts her off with a soft laugh. "Now you're blaming your son? That's rich." She lifts a hand. The guards tense, waiting for her signal. "Wait," Linda gasps. "Please. I'll disappear. You won't hear from me again. I'll leave the country." Isabella looks thoughtful, almost entertained. Oh, you most definitely will. Linda freezes, her voice dropping to a whisper. No, no, please. Isabella turns to Abramovic. The arrangements? He nods. Cargo ship. One way. No name, no ID. Destination is cold and far away. Linda's scream cuts through the air. No. You can't do this. You sanctimonious witch. You think this makes you better than me? Isabella lifts a brow, but she doesn't flinch. No, Linda. I know I'm better than you. She turns her back, signaling the guards. Take her. Linda thrashes as Abramovic's men drag her out, her screams reverberating throughout the ruined house like the final howls of a dying animal. Dante. Eva. This isn't over. You'll regret this. No one answers. Once she's gone, the silence that remains feels like a beacon of peace. Finally. Isabella turns to me, brushing dust from her cuff like she just finished lunch at a garden cafe. Sorry for the dramatics, dear, she says with a smirk. But some people need to exit the stage properly. I stare at her, still catching my breath, still unsure whether or not I'm dreaming. You had her shipped off? She shrugs. She's lucky I didn't let Abramovic feed her to the Atlantic. Exile seemed more fitting. A slow death. Cold and forgotten. What she did to you, to this family, her expression softens slightly. It's unforgivable. Isabella steps closer, turning to Dante. Linda never knew when to quit. It's over for her. Dante allows himself a small smirk. I turn my attention to Isabella. Why are you here? Because I knew you'd push Dante away after what you found out, after what you've been told. Because I couldn't let you live in fear of the wrong man. Her lips tighten. I owe you the truth. All of it. I pull in a shaky breath. Every muscle in my body is sore, nerves still on high alert, adrenaline pumping as I prepare for what she's about to tell me. Dante keeps looking my way, as if he's concerned I might bolt. I consider it for half a second, but I'm so tired, my body sore from trying to sleep on that awful cot and the scuffle with Johnny. I wouldn't get far. Besides, something inside me admits that I don't want to. Isabella sighs before speaking. Eva, dear, she says quietly. I know you're frightened. You have every right to be. I swallow. My throat is dry, but I manage a whisper. You don't know anything about how I feel. She lifts a brow, unruffled. Actually, I might. Her gaze flicks to Dante, who's hanging back a few yards, giving us space. I've been watching this unfold. Dante told me to stay put, but I refused. These are wretched circumstances, but I wanted you to have some clarity before you made any final decisions. Clarity on what? She hesitates and glances at Dante before continuing. Eva, it's time you heard the truth. Your father died on my orders, not Dante's. The blunt statement sends a jolt through me. You? She nods, expression grim. Dante called off the hit, but I went behind his back. I was so blinded by grief, I just lost my husband and my other 2 sons, and I wanted blood. She exhales a shaky breath. Dante never wanted Yuri dead. It was me. I let the rumor stand that Dante did it to keep our rivals from sensing weakness. That doesn't excuse it, but it's what happened. My heart aches with the revelation. I open my mouth, but no words come out. I risk a look at Dante, who meets my gaze with quiet resignation. Isabella takes my hands in hers, an unexpected and warm gesture. I know you have no reason to trust me, but I'm telling you, Dante tried to stop it. I overruled him, letting him shoulder the blame. I can't breathe. My father's murderer is standing in front of me, holding my hands, confessing. Not Linda, not Dante, Isabella. I regret it every day. If I could go back and undo it, I would. I know that doesn't bring Yuri back, but I swear, I will spend the rest of my life earning your forgiveness, if you'll let me. Tears burn my eyes. I yank my hands free, not out of malice but because it's too much to process. The raw agony of losing my dad, the illusions I clung to about Dante's guilt, the reality that Isabella orchestrated it all, it's dizzying. Eva, she says quietly, Dante was never responsible for your father's death. I press my lips together and nod, tears blurring my vision. Dante's innocence doesn't erase the pain. My father is still gone, and the Bellasinos are still behind it. I try to steady my breathing, forcing words past the lump in my throat. I need time, I manage, my voice shaky. I can't deal with all this right now. Isabella nods in understanding, sorrow shading her eyes. Of course. Dante steps closer, quietly dismissing the remaining guards with a glance. They move out, giving us space. Footsteps echo across the hard floor, leaving a strange emptiness in their absence. Linda's gone. Johnny's dead. Dante's eyes search my face. Eva, he lifts a hand near my cheek but doesn't make contact. I look away. I need to get out of here. I need space. I'll take you somewhere safe. Isabella speaks up, soft but insistent. That would be best. The city isn't secure right now, and some of Linda's men could still be lurking. The Lombardis also have an interest in finishing what Linda started. My heartbeat kicks up. I remember Linda's hateful sneer, the way she wanted me dead so badly. My breath hitches at the memory, and I realize I'm ready to collapse from sheer emotional overload. Fine, I say, forcing the word out. Let's go. I don't spare Isabella another glance. I wait as Dante nods to his men. Within a few minutes, we're out of the building and slipping into one of Dante's SUVs. As we drive away, I rest my head on the seat, eyes closed, ignoring the man beside me. I'm not sure when I drifted off in the SUV, but I wake to the sound of tires driving over gravel, the SUV jerking over the uneven ground. Trees line the road, tall and shadowed, and I see a sign for Chappaqua. Not exactly a mob hideout, but I guess that's the point. It's peaceful, picturesque, and calm. Dante sits beside me, silent and stoic, hands folded tightly in his lap. He hasn't said a word since we left the house, and I'm too exhausted to get into it. The SUV rolls to a stop at a private gate. One of Dante's men punches in a code, and we ease down a long driveway lined with low lights and expensive landscaping. When we finally pull up to a secluded, upscale, log cabin estate, I exhale for what feels like the first time in days. Dante helps me out, his hand warm and careful. The gesture just about wrecks me. Inside, the air smells like lavender and wood polish. The place is large yet cozy, dim lighting, plush rugs and furniture, a huge fireplace with flames crackling like it's been waiting for me. It's quiet and peaceful. After all the screaming, the shooting, and the chaos, this feels like another planet. It's also exactly what I need. He leads me to a bedroom overlooking a beautifully tranquil garden that looks like it belongs in a luxury magazine. I step inside, the ambience instantly soothing. I wrap my arms around myself. This is mine? Dante nods. As long as you need. No one gets in without me knowing. If you want to see a nurse or anything, I'll make it happen. If you want space, I'll make that happen, too. My throat tightens with gratitude. Thank you. I know you have questions. About my mother. About everything. I do. But right now they're tangled up with fear and exhaustion. Not tonight, I whisper. Of course. He gestures to the bed. You should rest. There's an en-suite bathroom there to the left. I nod, but when I move to sit down, my whole body protests, the bruises, the adrenaline withdrawal, the emotional equivalent of being hit by a truck. I lower myself onto the mattress like I'm 80 years old, curling into the pillows like they're a lifeline. Dante hesitates in the doorway. Do you need anything? I almost laugh, but I don't have the energy. What I need is a total reboot and probably some therapy. And a long, hot shower. I settle for, I just need to breathe. He nods gently. I'll be in the next room if you change your mind. Kitchen's stocked and so is the bathroom, whatever you need. He turns to go, then pauses. Eva, he says quietly, I'm sorry. I meet his eyes and damn it, I know he means it. I see it all, guilt, grief, affection. It hurts. I know, I whisper. He slips out, the door clicking softly behind him. I sink back into the pillows, the silence wrapping around me like a blanket and a chokehold all at once. I curl into a fetal position, my hands gently tucked against my belly. It's really over. Linda's gone. Johnny's gone. My father is still dead, but maybe I don't have to hate Dante anymore. And that's enough for tonight. Tomorrow, I'll deal with the rest. Tonight, I sleep. Chapter 38. EVA. Sunlight pours through the tall windows, gentle and golden, warming my bare skin tangled around the crisp white sheets. I blink into the brightness, stretching slowly. Every muscle aches, but it's not the physical pain that stings, it's the ache in my heart. I wish Dante was here. The thought sneaks in before I can stop it. I know it's ridiculous. After everything, the lies, the betrayal, the violence, I shouldn't be yearning for him. I want space, mostly. But the truth is, I miss him. Even after Isabella told me the truth about my father, even after she cleared Dante's name, a shadow of doubt still lingers. Trust doesn't come easy, not anymore. But despite it all, I crave his touch. His mouth on mine. His low, gravelly voice melting all my defenses. I let my eyes drift shut, my heart betraying me as it conjures up images of him with vivid clarity. In my mind, I'm back in his arms, wrapped in his kiss like I was the only thing that mattered. I should go, I say breathlessly in the dream, though my fingers clutch desperately at his shirt. You're not going anywhere, Dante speaks against my throat. Not when I finally have you back. His hand slides beneath my shirt, his palm dragging heat across my skin. I gasp, arching into him, helpless against the way he commands every part of me, body, breath, thought. His lips brush my collarbone. I'll never let anyone hurt you again. I swear it. A flutter in my belly snaps me out of my daydream. I blink hard, heart racing. Okay, I say, smoothing a hand over the slight swell of my stomach, that's enough of that. Dragging myself out of bed, I wander into the bathroom. It's stunning, glass-enclosed stone shower, large garden tub, marble floors and countertops gleaming beneath a high skylight. I turn on the water in the shower, practically salivating at the thought of being able to take one. The simple things I was deprived of while being held captive have become luxuries. I step inside, reveling in the warm water and steam that envelopes my body. After washing and conditioning my hair, I later up with the vanilla body wash, breathing in the calming scent. I step out and towel off, then slip into the plush robe hanging on the hook. I shuffle downstairs, wrapping the robe tighter around me. The house is quiet. Peaceful. Almost unnervingly so. Through the kitchen window, a pair of guards patrol the property's perimeter, moving in practiced silence. They're the only human contact I've had since arriving here a week ago. Dante said they could escort me into town if I wanted. I haven't taken him up on that yet. Maybe because I'm still rattled by the whole ordeal, or maybe because I'm still figuring out what comes next with us. Either way, I've kept to the estate. I flip on the kettle and move around the kitchen slowly, my body still sore. The kitchen smells like honey and lavender from the tea I've been living on. My phone lights up on the counter, Halsey's name flashing on the screen with a text message. En route. Prepare yourself. I've got tea and baby stuff like you wouldn't believe. ETA, 5 minutes. I smile for the first time all morning. I pour my tea and curl into a chair near the window, sipping slowly while staring out at the garden. The view is beautiful in an eerie way, quiet, expensive, secretive. But for the first time since I got here, it doesn't feel so suffocating. Halsey coming to visit gives me a new hope. I haven't seen her since before the craziness. I'm safe and alive and my best friend is about to arrive. The doorbell rings. I shoot up like I've been electrocuted, padding across the heated wood floors barefoot, tea forgotten on the table. I pull the door open and... Halls. I yell. Eva, she screams back, practically jumping across the threshold. We crash into each other, hugging so tight it hurts. You smell like chamomile and trauma, she says. I can't help but laugh. Of course she'd say something like that. You smell like the city. God, I missed you. I brought tabloids, contraband gummy bears, and enough mafia gossip to fuel 10 bad mob movies. She wiggles the oversized tote on her arm. And maybe there's some varieties of tea and lots of cute baby stuff in there too. You ready? I step aside, eyes misty. I was born ready. For the first time since I got here, the house doesn't feel like a prison. She looks me up and down as she comes in, noticing my robe and bare feet. You look comfortable. I see the Chappaqua spa lifestyle suits you. I roll my eyes and smile, shutting the door. She looks around. Beats my cramped place, that's for sure. We go into the kitchen. I make her a cup of tea, then warm up the one I left abandoned. We carry our mugs into the living room, and she plops onto the couch, placing the tabloids and a few manila folders on the coffee table. So, you want the good news, the bad news, or the weird news first? I drop into the armchair across from her. Ugh. Is there an option for none of the above? Part of me actually likes being totally cut off from the world. Nope, she says cheerfully. Pick your poison. I sigh. Let's do weird first. I'm in the mood for something bizarre. Halsey kicks off her boots like she owns the place. Okay, so get this. Rumor has it that Linda Patterson is halfway to Siberia on some cargo ship. No joke. The whispers say your favorite Russians arranged a little one-way cruise after everything blew up. She snorts, clearly relishing the scandal. Of course, the official story is that Linda left the country for an extended business retreat. Which we both know is mob PR code for she's screwed. She crossed a line and now she's off the radar, courtesy of the Abramovic crew. Probably eating cold stew out of a tin. No more spa days and fancy clothes for her. I raise an eyebrow and set my mug down, a wry smile tugging at my lips. I know. Halsey blinks. Wait, you already knew all this? I was there, Halls. I lean back against the cushions. When the order was given, I heard her scream while Isabella told her she was getting shipped off. Begging for mercy one second, cursing the next. It was ugly. Halsey's jaw drops slightly. Holy shit. Yeah. But honestly? She's lucky she's still breathing. After what she did, everything she planned, Dante and Abramovic could have made it permanent. Siberia's practically a mercy. We sit in silence for a beat, letting that settle before Halsey mutters, "Remind me to never piss off a Bellacino." I smirk, lifting my tea again. Smart girl. She laughs. Anyway, next up is the good news. Luca got fired. They stripped him of his heritage rights, kicked him off of all the boards, banned him from Bellacino-owned properties. So he's basically an unemployed trust fund brat with no trust fund. A laugh escapes me. That's ironically satisfying. Sarah's probably furious. Actually, Halsey says, a satisfied grin taking hold, she dumped him. She kicked him out of her penthouse, from what I hear. So yeah, he's single, broke, and living with mommy's memory in absentia. I give a low whistle. Good riddance. Luca was always a spineless jerk. Agreed. And last, the bad news. She sobers a bit, toying with a magazine corner. The Russians and the Italians are going crazy trying to untangle Linda's secret deals. She apparently promised Lombardi all sorts of resources, major blackmail deals and offshore bank accounts along with other unknowns. The city's in reshuffle mode and tensions are high. Which means your man Dante is busier than ever. My chest tightens. He's not my man. Halsey arches a brow. Keep telling yourself that. I scowl, crossing my arms. He's the father of my child, assuming I let him be. It's complicated. Let's leave it there. She waves a dismissive hand. Sure. Complicated. The best relationships start off that way, right? Then she leans forward. Listen, though. They really are in cleanup mode. I've heard from a couple of sources that Dante's been shutting down Linda's leftover alliances left and right. The Russians, meanwhile, are smoothing out some old rivalries. People are calling it the Abramovic-Bellicino peace treaty, or some nonsense. But it's definitely the calm after the storm. I nod slowly. And me? Where do I fit in all this? Halsey purses her lips, then shrugs. Your name is still Hush Hush. I guess no one wants to advertise that the Petrovaris is alive and pregnant with Dante's child. If that gets out, it could spark a second meltdown or encourage random Russians with old grudges to target you. So you're basically still in protective limbo status. Lucky you. Yeah, I mutter, glancing around. Lucky me. She sighs, noticing my glum tone. Hey, she says softly, don't let it get you down. You survived. Johnny's dead. Linda's on her way to Siberia, and Luca's officially dethroned. You can breathe now. I manage a small smile. Yeah. I'm trying. And you're right. It's just still so much to process. She reaches out and gently squeezes my knee. Whenever you're ready to face the Bellicinos, I'm sure Dante will be waiting. I roll my eyes. He's too busy with mobster housekeeping. I'm sure he's got bigger fish to fry. Oh, come on. He's been checking in with me daily to make sure you're doing okay. He's really not all that intimidating if you ask me. He clearly cares about you. I smile. I know she's right. I spend the next few days thinking, questioning, and teetering on the edge of making a decision. Meanwhile, Halsey keeps me updated on every scrap of news. Dante is apparently holed up in the Bellicino mansion, orchestrating alliances with Abramovic, rearranging the new normal. Time passes. My body heals. My bruises fade. The nurse who examined me when I first arrived here visits weekly, checking on the baby's vitals and performing regular ultrasounds with a mobile ultrasound machine. The baby's kicks get stronger as they grow, a daily reminder that I need to figure out our future sooner rather than later. Each night, I drift off imagining what it would be like to raise this child away from the mafia, a quiet and dull life. But once morning arrives, I feel the tug of Dante's presence, the ghostly memory of his arms holding me. The heartbreak in his eyes when he knew I thought he killed my father. The relief when I found out he didn't. I have to get serious about building something resembling a real life, something stable, something whole. I can't keep dancing around the inevitable. I have to face the subject I've been avoiding the most. It's a sunny afternoon. I'm sitting on the edge of the bed, phone in hand, thumb scrolling through my contact list until I find the number I'm looking for. One of Dante's most trusted men. I'm ready to come to the estate. I want to speak with them. For a second, I just sit there. Once I send the message, it's done. The quiet hiding phase ends. No more safe walls. No more excuses. I hit send. The reply comes almost immediately. Understood. We'll pick you up in 30. Be ready. That's it. No fanfare. No delays. Just 30 minutes until I walk back into the lion's den. I set the phone down, my palms clammy, thoughts caught somewhere between dread and perhaps hope. I don't know what I'm going to say. I don't know if I'm ready to see Dante again. but what I do know is I'm done stalling. It's time to face whatever comes next. An hour later, I find myself standing outside the imposing doors of the Bellicino mansion once again, a slight breeze rustling my hair. My footsteps echo on the polished marble floors of the foyer, the grand chandelier above throwing patterns of light across the glossy surfaces. I'm flooded with memories of the way I felt the last time I was here, uncertain and nervous. I'm still uncertain but no longer nervous. This time, I'm downright determined. I'm led into a small sitting room where Isabella is perched on a plush, velvet couch. She looks up as I enter, a genuine smile spreading across her face. "Eva," she says, standing. "Good to see you." I cross my arms, measuring my words. It had to happen eventually. She nods. "You look well, all things considered." Her gaze drifts to my belly, a look of admiration on her face. I clear my throat. I've had a few weeks to think, to rest, to process. Rumors are swirling, and from what I gather, your alliances are relying on me to forgive you. A ghost of a smile touches her lips. Straight to business, I see. Yes, the Russians value you, your child, specifically, as a potential bridge between our families. Her voice softens. But I'm more concerned about bridging the gap between you and Dante. I let out a short laugh. You say it like you had nothing to do with that gap. You killed my father, Isabella. Then you lied about it and let your son take the blame. She winces, and I sense real regret. I know, and I've apologized, but that doesn't erase the damage. I won't ask you to forget, nor can I expect you to forgive me, but perhaps we can still find a path forward. For the sake of your child, for the sake of peace between the Italians and the Russians. I meet her gaze head-on. I can forgive in time, but I'll never forget. One day, you'll pay for what you did, maybe not with your life, but with the weight of your guilt. That's between you and whatever higher power you believe in. For now, however, I do agree we need to stand united. She exhales heavily, relief crossing her features. Thank you. That's more than I deserve. I shrug. Call it practicality. If my baby and I are going to have any kind of future, I'd rather not spend it ducking bullets. If achieving peace means a Petrov-Bellicino alliance, I'm not going to stand in the way. Hope lights up her eyes. You're quite formidable, Eva. Truly your father's daughter. Hearing that feels strangely good, but I keep my composure. So the Russians want me allied with you, and you want me allied with Dante? She nods. That's correct. But let's not sugarcoat things. This is also personal. Dante's been miserable since the night he left you in Chappaqua. He's tried to stay busy, but we can all see it. He loves you. My heart stutters. I shift my weight, trying to look casual. Well, I'm sure he has bigger concerns. Isabella's brows lift. He's had plenty of concerns in his life, but you're the only one that keeps him up at night. I roll my eyes. Is that supposed to make me swoon? A wry grin curves her mouth. I wouldn't dare speak for him, but I do think you deserve to know how deeply he cares about you. She tilts her head toward the door. He's in the study, unless you'd prefer to speak here. My stomach flip-flops with anxiety and excitement. I open my mouth to respond, but Isabella holds up a hand stopping me, her expression brightening. Actually, let me call Dante in. He hasn't been told you've arrived yet. I'm sure he'll be thrilled. Okay. Isabella presses a button on an intercom near the door, speaking briefly into it. He'll be here shortly. Anticipation takes over. This is the moment I've both wanted and dreaded, facing Dante after everything I've learned, everything I went through. Isabella steps away, giving me space, but I can feel her presence like a quiet ally. I glance around the room, observing the ornate fireplace, the paintings on the walls, looking anywhere but at the door where Dante will appear. I straighten my posture and smooth my clothes. My heart flutters as I stroke a hand lightly across my stomach. I can practically hear Isabella's faint smile behind me, though I don't look at her. Finally, Footsteps approach from the hallway, and my pulse kicks into gear. He's here. I'm not sure if I should run or stand my ground. I steel myself and lift my chin. I requested this conversation. I'll be the one leading it this time. Chapter 39. EVA. Dante steps inside, closing the door softly behind him. He's dressed in a dark suit that fits perfectly, his tie loosened, top few buttons undone. He looks as though he spent the day in a flurry of negotiations. Tension lines bracket around his mouth and eyes. God, he still looks so freaking good even when he's exhausted. His gaze narrows, suspicion growing. What's going on? Isabella and I exchange a quick glance. She gestures for me to speak first, so I clear my throat and turn to face him fully. Dante, hi. He runs a hand through his thick hair, slightly mussed from the day's stress. Hi, he says slowly. I see a flash of relief in his eyes before worry takes over. Is everything okay? Yes, I assure him, holding up a hand. The baby's fine. I'm fine. Actually, I'm great. He sighs with relief, tension visibly easing from his shoulders. Okay, good. Then what? I made a deal with your mother. Sort of. She and I decided it's best if you marry me. I let the words hang, enjoying the momentary flicker of absolute shock on his face. I look at Isabella, who is equally surprised, though she maintains her usual sophistication and poise. His brows shoot up. You and my mother, what? I fight back a grin. We've hammered out the details. She's all in. If a Petrov marries a Bellicino, it will seal the peace deal nicely between the Italians and the Russians. She wants her future grandchild to have a stable patronage. I've been doing a lot of thinking, and I've decided I want the father of my baby in a more official capacity. Isabella lets out a half cough, half laugh from the corner. Dante gives her a sideways glare before returning his gaze to me, amusement warring with disbelief shadowing his face. You two made a deal, he repeats. Without telling me. Don't look so horrified, I tease. You do get me out of it, after all. He stares at me for a second, then breaks into a deep belly laugh. You're unbelievable. I tilt my head and smile. I know. For a moment, neither of us moves. My heart thuds, remembering the last time I saw him, the silent ride in the back of the SUV, the few quiet moments in Chappaquiddick before he quietly closed the door. With everything that happened, I wasn't sure if you'd even want to see me again. Honestly, I wasn't sure, I admit. But I've had a lot of time to think, and Isabella and I were able to come to an understanding. Though I can't forget everything your family put mine through, I do want to move forward. I want to raise this baby with you. I want to be with you, to be a family. He closes the distance between us, his chest nearly brushing mine. I can't tell you how happy I am to hear you say that. You know, it's actually kind of funny you brought up marriage. How so? He gives me a mischievous grin and says, wait here, before leaving the room and coming back with a small velvet box. I nearly choke when I see it. I've wanted to give this to you for weeks now. He lifts his hand and cups my cheek gently, brushing his thumb over my skin. Eva, you're the bravest, most incredible woman I've ever met. I don't deserve you, especially after everything that's happened. But if you'll have me, I promise to spend the rest of my life making you the happiest woman in the world. Will you marry me? My eyes sting with tears. A million words dance on my tongue, but I let the moment settle. Finally, I whisper, we're quite the pair, aren't we? So that's a yes? It's a yes. I press a quick kiss to his mouth, aware of Isabella sitting just mere feet away. Now shut up and put that ring on my finger before I change my mind. He smiles as he slowly slides the ring onto my left hand. It's a perfect fit. Isabella clears her throat and we both glance her way. She's standing now, hands clasped, a faint smile on her face. I'll leave you two to talk, she says. Congratulations, both of you. She closes the door softly behind her, granting us privacy. We look at one another, 1,000 unspoken words between us. I lift my newly ringed hand, admiring the gorgeous piece of hardware. So, what now? He sweeps his gaze over me, heat flaring in his beautiful hazel eyes. Now? His voice drops, a sensual note creeping in. Now, I kiss my future wife. I arch a brow. Just kiss? He smirks, slipping his arms around my waist, pulling me flush against him. We'll start there. Back at the house in Chappaqua, we barely make it through the door before Dante's hands are all over me, his mouth covering mine in a deep, claiming kiss that sends heat racing down my spine. I've been dying to do this. No guns or drama involved. I laugh. We must be addicted to it, though, because look at our life. True, he concedes. But tonight, no drama. Only you, me, and the promise of a better tomorrow. He slides off his jacket, tossing it on a nearby chair. Care to help me with the rest? A wicked grin spreads across my face. If you insist. I loosen his tie and let it fall, relishing the sight of him in front of me. He's all lean muscle under that shirt, and I can't wait to get it off of him. This man is lethal in every sense, but right now, that lethal energy is directed toward worshipping me. I want every drop of it. He schemes his palms along my waist, pushing up the hem of my blouse, eyes hungry. You sure you're okay? He asks softly, voice laced with concern. With everything? I nod, hooking an arm around his neck. I'm more than okay. I want you, Dante. He groans, capturing my mouth again. Our kisses are urgent, relentless. My hands roam under his shirt, feeling the warmth of his skin, the taut muscles flexing beneath my touch. I quickly undo the buttons and push it off his shoulders after he slips my blouse over my head. We stumble toward the bedroom, leaving a trail of discarded clothes along the way. He lowers me onto the soft mattress, then gently climbs over me, propping himself up on his elbows, eyes locked with mine. I've missed you. He grins, leaning down to kiss the corner of my mouth, then my jaw, slowly trailing his lips down my throat. I've missed you too, he says. You're so beautiful like this, carrying our child. Emotion floods through me. He moves lower, feathering kisses across the swell of my breasts, licking my nipples, making me gasp. My head tips back and I slide my fingers through his hair, guiding him, encouraging him. I will never let you go again, he promises. He palms my belly, tender and reverent, then slides his hands lower, teasing the waistband of my panties. My breath catches and I clutch his shoulders, tugging him closer, needing more. Needing all of him. He slips down between my thighs, teasing me, and I moan, pushing into his hand. He spreads me open, my folds already slick and wet for him. He slides 3 fingers in and out of me, his thumb on my clit making slow, perfect circles. Just like that, I say. Please, don't stop. Come for me, Eva. That's all it takes. The orgasm rips through me, my back arching. That didn't take much time, he says with a confident grin. What can I say? Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Come here. We're finally skin to skin, just drinking each other in. His cock is hard and perfect, pre-cum at the tip waiting for me. My mouth practically waters. You sure? I'm sure. He groans, lowering himself over me slowly and carefully, desperate to be closer. I love you, Eva. I love you, Dante. I can't wait another second. I take hold of him by the base, stroking his cock as I guide him into me. He pushes deep yet slow, my body welcoming every inch. Oh, my God, I moan. That feel good? So damn perfect. Don't stop. We find a rhythm that's patient at first, as if we're learning one another, but it doesn't stay that way for long. I wrap my legs around his waist, urging him deeper, faster. Our bodies move together in beautiful synchrony. My hands explore his back, his shoulders, the way his muscles flex as he moves in and out. He kisses me again, deeper this time, and I taste the hunger in him. His hands move up and down my curves, over my breasts, squeezing them gently as he thrusts deep into me again and again. I gently push back on his chest, urging him to flip over. I straddle him, his hands anchored on my hips, guiding me as I move. His eyes never leave mine, blazing with intensity and raw need. He places his hands on my stomach, moving them up and scooping my breasts into his hands as they bounce. "You're driving me insane," he growls, pulling me down for another kiss. "Good," I whisper, breath ragged. Then we're even. Our pace quickens. His hands slide up my back, his mouth finding the curve of my neck again. He grips my thighs as I rock against him, feeling every inch of him inside. The friction is exquisite and my head drops back, a moan tearing from my throat as waves of pleasure build and crest, sharp and shattering. I come again, the world blurring as I grind into him, squeezing out every last bit of pleasure. He flips us again, taking control. He moves slow and deep, like he's trying to memorize every part of me. "Dante," I moan. "I'm going to. Come with me. I want to feel it again." The pressure builds until I'm unraveling beneath him again, my entire body trembling as release rips through me, stars exploding behind my eyes. He follows with a groan as he erupts inside me, his cock pulsing as he fills me with that perfect warmth. Afterward, he falls to my side, holding me close as we both catch our breaths. He brushes a strand of hair from my face, then kisses my forehead. "You okay?" I nod, dazed, a lazy smile on my lips. "Definitely okay." He settles beside me, one arm draped around my shoulders, the other cupping my belly. "I meant what I said. I'll never let anyone hurt you again. They won't even get close enough." "I believe you," I say softly. He pulls me closer, our bodies fitting together perfectly, like this moment was created just for us. "We'll be okay," he whispers. "You, me, and the little one. I know we will. We're already doing better than most." He chuckles quietly, pressing a gentle kiss to my shoulder. "Damn right we are." Unexpectedly, he sits up and stretches in a lazy, delicious way, drawing my eyes immediately. My gaze trails down his bare back and broad shoulders, settling on the ridiculous perfection of his ass as he gets up and walks away from the bed. "Where do you think you're going?" I call after him, biting back a grin. He glances over his shoulder with a cocky smirk. "You'll see." My brow arches. "If you're abandoning me for something boring, I swear." He reappears in the doorway, still completely naked, holding 2 plates and 2 forks. "Isabella insisted I bring tiramisu." I stare at him, then laugh so hard I nearly double over. I pluck a fork from his fingers, still giggling as he climbs back into bed beside me. We dig in, trading soft moans of deliciousness at the first bite. He leans over and kisses me, sweet and slow, tongue sweeping mine. I pull back with a soft gasp. "You taste like espresso," I say against his lips. He brushes my hair back. "I love you." "I love you, too," I whisper, and I mean it with everything I have. Wrapped up in sheets, laughter, and mascarpone, we fall into each other again. Tonight is everything.